Chapter 632. According to the brief history of Dark Star, in year 679 of the calendar of eradication, the Iron Hand King's second son and heir, Thales Jadestar, who was also known as the North Star, escaped from his dangerous life as a hostage through complicated political mediation. He was courteously escorted out of the country by the Northland dukes and returned to Constellation. He was then conferred the title of Duke of Star Lake Fort. There is also a saying that the Northlanders did not want to let the prince leave. After the prince fought his way out, he managed to escape in a sorry state. However, he was separated from his followers and had no choice but to cross the Great Desert alone. Then, he returned to his country with the help of the Orc tribe. However, the source of this saying is the folk bardic poems and tribal ballads circulating around the independent state of Caligri and Blade Fong City. It is more like a literary interpretation by poets who are filled with passion and fantasy. There is no logic in this saying, and there is also a lack of evidence. On the 2nd of November of the same year, it was recorded that Duke Thales attended the Imperial Conference for the first time and officially participated in the kingdom's politics. This meeting was of great importance, mainly to solve two thorny problems. First, there was a vicious incident that offended the royal family. A Western Desert squire, who was in debt and had nowhere to go, barged into Mindy's hall. It could be said that he was invited in by someone with ulterior motives. At that time, the North Pole Star was having a banquet. In front of all the high officials and nobles, the former pulled out his sword and threatened the guests, accusing the royal family of harming a foreign minister of the Western Desert. Although the uninvited guest in Western Desert was eventually killed by Duke Thales, His Highness' bravery is not inferior to the kingdom's wrath. Count Godwin, who was present at the scene, lamented to his sons after the incident. However, this incident disgraced the royal family and shocked the court and the public. Rumors flew everywhere. The second was an even worse political incident. A few months ago, the greedy Western Desert vassals led by Viscount Lugo of War's Rest Fortress, now floating Sand City's 4 Points area, did not hesitate to spread rumors and slander in order to monopolize the trade route in the desert. They forced away Marshal Williams, who was known as the legendary Wing and represented the royal family to protect Blade Fang's camp, now Blade Fang City's 4 Points area. Just a month later, the feudal vassals of Western Desert who had lost the support of their regular army and had their military discipline lax were attacked by the Barren Bone people and orcs, or desert bandits who disguised themselves as their own people and sneaked into the camp. They almost lost Blade Fang's dune, and Viscount Lugo and his 2 sons were killed on the spot. Fortunately, Marshal Williams was stationed not far away and led his troops back in time. Although he despised the conduct of the nobles in the Western Wilderness, he still disregarded the former enmity and helped his allies. He held the front line and repelled the foreign enemies, so that the border would not be lost. Of the 2 incidents, one was more shocking than the other. Let's not talk about the fact that they strangely happened at the same time. There was no doubt that the arrogant and despotic attitude of the suzerains of Western Desert had given the Jadestar royal family a heavy blow as a congratulatory gift for the reunion of the father and son. Meanwhile, the entire kingdom was waiting for Renaissance Palace's reaction. It was said that the Imperial Conference lasted from morning to late at night and lasted for a whole day. During the conference, the imperial ministers had serious disagreements. Military advisor Sauter Ryder believed that the 2 incidents were proof that the feudal vassals of Western Desert were incompetent and disdainful of the royal family. He suggested that the Iron Hand King take a strong stance and appoint Marshal Williams, whose biography can be found in Dr. Thales Daniel Doyle's Records of the Famous Ministers and Generals at the End of the Century, as the royal envoy. He was to send troops to the ruins, now the Duke's district of Floating Sand City, to hold the Western Desert vassals led by Duke Fakenhas accountable. The implication was that he would not hesitate to go to war to establish his authority as a warning to others. Those who shared the same opinion as him included the Minister of Commerce and the Faith Advisor. On the other hand, Prime Minister Duke Bob Cullen was more willing to believe that the 2 incidents were accidents and was worried about the possible consequences of such a move. The Chief of Finance, Kirkirk Mann, lacked confidence in the budget for the expedition and the Minister of Agriculture did not want the military to affect production. All three firmly opposed the military advisor's radical opinion. Strangely, this time, the king's party, the well-respected cunning fox, Casso, who had always supported the king in attacking the local vassals, was also on their side. As one of the parties involved, the young Duke Thales wanted to perform well in the conference. But he soon realized that the ministers, including his teacher Count Casso, did not care about this young lad who had been imprisoned in the north for 6 years and was attending the imperial conference with the nominal title of Duke of Star Lake. Seeing that his words carried little weight, the Duke of Star Lake was extremely disappointed. He left his seat midway and left the palace. The imperial conference continued. The ministers, who had been split into 2 factions, insisted on their own views and quarreled fiercely. Kessel V was distraught. "I can tell you that the king is not happy, very, 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 very unhappy." Lord Croppen, the then Minister of Agriculture, wrote in a private letter, and even had to interrupt the conference several times. Duke Thales returned to Renaissance Palace at dusk. This time he brought a sword with him. At first, no one understood the Duke's intentions. Even the royal guards who guarded the palace were frightened. The Duke returned in the night with a sword. The guards were shocked. But this time, the North Star at least attracted the attention of the ministers and made them listen to him patiently. Military advisor Sauter commented, "His solemn look reminds me of Prince Horace." The historians of the later generations did not know what happened during that period, but many believed that it was with the Falkenhayn family's heirloom sword that the prince proved his influence in the Western Desert. He succeeded in persuading the king and his ministers to allow him to deal with the crisis in a more ingenious way than sending his army to the west. Renaissance Palace quickly sent to the ruins a letter written by Duke Thales himself, a letter to Cyril. Now in the Mary Hicks University Museum, 1 page of the original is missing. The Duke of Star Lake's wording in this letter was sincere and neither servile nor overbearing. He recalled his friendship with a few of his old friends in the Western Desert, mentioned the royal family's standing army in the Western Desert, which provided important evidence for scholars who studied Constellation's military and foreign policy toward the Great Desert, and especially thanked Duke Cyril Falkenhayn for giving him the sword. The only thing he did not mention was Blade Fang's camp and the accident at the banquet. Scholars of later generations interpreted the letter in many ways. Most of them believed that Duke Thales had carefully chosen his words and content. Every word, including the weight of rhetoric, was deliberately polished information. He had hidden a needle in a velvet. On one hand, he was friendly, on the other, he was threatening. On the other hand, he had analyzed the situation in Western Desert in a clear and unique manner. Most importantly, he had left his intentions blank. It's impossible for Duke Cyril not to know the seriousness of those 2 matters. He must have been prepared to bargain. But the more the Duke of Star Lake refrained from mentioning them, the more uneasy, nervous, and fearful he became. Even though the words were not written on the paper, they were loud and clear. This is the highest realm of diplomacy. Dr. T.D. Doyle, Research on the Changes of the Feudal System in the Western Desert of the Old Kingdom. In any case, the letter was effective. Baron Falkenhayn, the palace advisor of Floating Sand Palace, said that the Duke of Western Desert thought for a long time after reading the letter. Soon, under his lead, the arrogant Western Desert suzerains bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. Not only did they admit that their governance was poor, but they also apologized for the accident at Blade Fang's camp and the injustice suffered by Marshal Williams. They even took the initiative to request Renaissance Palace to send their troops to Western Desert, completely bowing down to Kessel V's royal authority. The successful handling of the Western Desert crisis without conflict or bloodshed greatly increased Thales Jadestar's political status, allowing him to have a stable position in the imperial conference. If Duke Thales' reputation before this, due to his intelligent performance at the national conference and his experience as a hostage in Northland, was only limited to the pitiful little prince in the mouths of the commoners, then after this incident, from the nobles to the officials, from the vassals to the suzerains, the entire kingdom had the impression that the Duke of Star Lake can only take on great responsibilities because of his political skills. The king's heir was highly regarded by the people. This objectively strengthened the Jade Star royal family's rule, which was not very stable. Some scholars believed that it had a stable foundation, but was oppressive and forceful, causing the restless enemies to put away their unnecessary ambitions. But history was not that simple. In fact, the strong rise of the Duke of Star Lake caused many people to be dissatisfied, including many of the important figures in the Imperial Conference during the Western Desert Crisis. They had been working hard for many years, wholeheartedly supporting the country, but in the end, they were not as good as a teenager who had been imprisoned in the north for many years. This made them feel ashamed. Moreover, with this precedent, the Duke of Star Lake could actually overstep his bounds and meddle in the affairs of the Imperial Conference by privately reporting to the king. This directly affected the king's party's authority and status in front of the king. I can't reveal the details, but I can tell you that the moment the prince walked through the door, none of us even dared to breathe, Kirkman, who was then the chief of finance, once said. More importantly, most of the king's party came from the new nobles. They believed that the Duke of Star Lake stood with the old suzerains in many matters, such as land and tax policies, which fundamentally harmed their interests. And this was not out of thin air. The gentle and effective handling of the Western Desert Crisis had indeed won the hearts of many local suzerains. Many people began to bring their disputes and problems, which the king would not have understood in the past, to Mindy's Hall, where the Duke was, and hoped to get a similarly satisfactory solution. Reality did not disappoint them. Duke Thales was good at politics and could always take care of many things. He withstood the great pressure from the king and the Imperial Conference, and he was also very charismatic, gently appeasing the many dissatisfaction of the local suzerains. Therefore, the Duke of Star Lake's reputation grew day by day. Mindy's Hall soon became a place that foreign suzerains had to pass by when they visited the capital. One of the protagonists of the Western Desert Crisis, Count Louis Bosdorf of Brave Souls Fort, even sent his heir to the Duke of Star Lake, hoping that he would follow the Duke and learn something. At that time, a country knight who had property and came to the city to handle some affairs said to a friend of his whose family business was in trouble, "Don't worry, there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved. If there is, then go to Renaissance Palace. If there is, then go there twice. If that doesn't work, then go to Mindy's Hall." Later generations did not know how the North Star considered it, whether his actions were really out of sympathy for the local suzerains, or if he was just fishing for fame with wild ambitions. But no matter what, the Duke of Star Lake's actions not only earned him fame, but also made him feared by others, until these fears converged into a stream, turned into slander and suspicion, and surged to the highest place in Renaissance Palace, Kessel V. Later historical evaluations did not lack discussions and criticisms of the Iron Hand King's personality. They believed that the king's cold, indifferent, and stubborn character was the main reason that prevented him from maintaining a good relationship with his son. If Kessel V could not be so rough, unyielding, and suspicious, and could instead be open and sincere with the Duke of Star Lake and understand each other, then during the time of the kingdom's transformation, many of the ruling conflicts between the central and local regions, including the previously mentioned Western Desert Crisis and the subsequent turbulence of the Iris family, might have been easily solved by the father and son's concerted efforts. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in history. Since the spring of 680, sinister rumors such as, "Two stars rule the kingdom, small things are big things," appeared in Constellation. Some illegal underground gambling dens even introduced bets on, "How long can the king live?" According to historical records, in the summer of 680 in the calendar of eradication, due to a combination of various factors, Duke Thales, who had reached the age of 15, was ruthlessly exiled from Eternal Star City by Kessel V. After a frightening day, the Princess Mindy's Hall was finally unlocked, and the Star Lake guards were also freed from custody. At least Thales had a place to go home and sleep. Even though Renaissance Palace tried its best to suppress the rumors of the Duke of Star Lake breaking into the palace at night and breaking off relations with the king and his son still inevitably spread throughout the capital. The remaining members of the Star Lake Guards were both shocked and puzzled about what happened to the prince in Renaissance Palace that day, especially after the flag-bearer division interrogated them for 6 hours and retreated in a hurry. The rumors they heard from various places were extremely chaotic. Hence, Doyle, Glover, and the others, who had once followed His Highness through all sorts of dangerous situations, suddenly became popular. They were sought after and asked about by people everywhere. Those who understand, of course they understand. As for the others, sorry, I have to keep the prince's secret. Doyle, who was rubbing his buttocks with a humiliated look on his face. Other than Jenny, who could not speak in the stable, even the newcomer, Ralph, was passed a note by someone. But as the rumors spread, the winds changed very quickly. One night, Mindy's hall was filled with people celebrating peace and prosperity, but the next day, it became a forbidden area that no one in Eternal Star City dared to approach. On the third day, the guards and patrols who were always diligently on duty nearby and even enthusiastically took on the responsibility of transporting goods had all left. Mallows had no choice but to send some of the guards who were free. Doyle was indignant about this, and the servants out to purchase supplies every week to support their livelihood. But even many of the servants in Mindy's hall had broken their contracts and resigned due to various reasons. The avenue outside the manor was originally bustling with activity every day, and the place where everyone craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the prince was now deserted. The next day, Gines, who had rushed back from outside the city, learned of what had happened outside Ballard. She rushed to Mindy's hall and flew into a rage. She thought that Thale's actions were reckless, impulsive, and self-righteous. He was no different from his foolish father. Hearing this, Mallows hastily dismissed everyone. We just had a breakdown in our discussion. Thales could only smile as he stroked his new ring and let Mallows send someone. Doyle was indignant about this, to send away the disappointed and incredulous Gines. You can deceive other people, but you can't deceive me. When the female official left, her expression was furious. Thales could only cover his head and hide. I will get to the bottom of this, no matter which coward I have to tear open. It was said that after that incident, the chief steward of Renaissance Palace, Baron Quinton, was on sick leave for 2 weeks. There was no news of Cohen after he returned home. That was until Commodore found out from his acquaintances in the police station that Director Lorbeck of Western City Police Station heard of Cohen's heroic deed. In his rage, he suspended Cohen to reflect on his actions. In the end, Cohen reminded the director in a low voice that he was already suspended. The director was so angry that he announced his reinstatement on the spot. While Cohen was beaming with joy, the director transferred the latter's position to the Highway Maintenance Department at Western City Gate. However, it did not last long, because Cohen used a broom to break the head of a foreign noble at the city gate. Hence, under the pleading and endless gratitude of his colleagues in the Highway Maintenance Department, he was suspended again by the director. The prince's lessons continued, but due to the heavy workload of government affairs, Gilbert resigned from his teaching duties. Thales was silent for a long time because of this, but Waya breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a few teachers who worked in the Royal Cavalry Academy resigned as well. Baron Quinton had no choice but to put up advertisements throughout the city to recruit scholars, but there were still very few who responded. In the end, the highly respected scholar Bonner personally appeared and invited a few of his students from the academy to teach the prince. Thales did not know how the rumors outside had changed, but he did not care much about these things. He knew that all of this was destined to happen, and he had a more urgent task. Using the name of the Duke of Star Lake, Thales hastily wrote a letter. He did not even read it twice before he asked someone to send it to Renaissance Palace. He publicly sent it to Fakenhas in the ruins. He caught that sword and did what he could. Now, it was Fakenhas' turn. Lord Cyril's reaction did not disappoint him. Fakenhas was the first to reply and admit his mistake. If it were not for Baron William's timely rescue, Western Desert would have almost lost the important city of the kingdom. For this reason, he requested the royal family to send more regular troops to the western front lines to guide the defense. He was willing to offer part of the taxes as military funds to defend the territory and make up for his mistake. No one knew what the Duke of Western Desert did, but within a month, Bosdorf of Brave Souls Fort, Chroma of Wing Fort, and many other Western Desert suzerains submitted letters of apology one after another. not only to Renaissance Palace, but also to Blade Fang's camp, where Baron Williams was gradually expanding his military camp. Guests and gifts came in an endless stream. In response, King Kessel magnanimously replied, "I am comforted by your loyalty to the country. If you make a mistake, you should correct it. What crime is there? You should be diligent in the defense. The new army should depart as soon as possible." As for Blade Fang's camp, it was said that the legendary Wing tirelessly waved his hand and said, "Accept the gifts. Leave the people behind and lock them in prison in exchange for ransom." Along with Fakenhaz's letter, Lord Cyril also specifically gave Duke Thales a bundle of high-quality carriage rope. It was written, "Made with exquisite craftsmanship, excellent quality, durable, and has the strength to pull 1,000 caddies." According to Waya's attendant, His Highness liked that bundle of rope very much. He treasured it so much that he did not even allow them to store it in the storeroom. A few weeks later, the logistics division reported to Mallows that Mindy's Hall's fecal drain was blocked by a piece of tattered rope-like object. The watchman had no choice but to send someone, Doyle was indignant about this, to work hard for a whole hour to clear it. As for the debt dispute between Birrell and the Doyle family at the royal banquet, the resolution was quickly announced. With the full cooperation of Western Desert, the Nobility Affairs Chamber, the Department of Finance, and the Court of Justice jointly reiterated the case and ruled that the Doyle family had illegally lent money and occupied land. However, the Birrell family could not escape responsibility. The judge ordered both parties to bear their losses and reach a repayment ratio that was within each other's means. As for Anchor Birrell himself, who had committed treason and offended the royal family at the banquet, he was sent to the prison of Bones after being stripped of his inheritance rights and imprisoned for life. Thales could only attach a letter, asking for the Duke of Western Desert to the legendary Wing to take care of him. He was very confident in the former, but he simply gave up on the latter, leaving only a sentence, "For the sake of Ricky and the key." Thales originally thought that this was the end of the matter, but he had obviously underestimated the impact of the matter. Within a few weeks, Mindy's Hall became lively again. The guests were no longer people from near the Central Territory, but foreign vassals, officials, and even ordinary civilians who could afford the travel fees from all over the country. It was fine if they were tactful, at least they knew to ask for a notification or send an invitation first before waiting for a response. However, more people barged in a daze, with a heaviness as if the sky had collapsed, and in the midst of wrestling with the Star Lake guards, Doyle was indignant about this. They shouted at the window, "I have something to ask of you, Your Highness." In the beginning, Thales was still interested and insisted on meeting guests every day. He listened to stories ranging from squires and landlords, "My house encountered an old scoundrel while collecting rent," to a certain knight, "Your Highness, I want to report my next-door neighbor as a mountain bandit, I need an army," and even to "Your Highness, do you want this portrait of my daughter?" Or, "A boss owes us wages," which allowed him to learn a lot about the customs of various parts of Constellation. However, gradually, more and more people came to visit the Duke of Star Lake from other places. Thales found himself completely overwhelmed, and could only rely on Mallows to receive and screen guests in advance on his behalf. Doyle was indignant about this. Most of the guests only left records, and only those with important matters were received. Sure enough, not everyone could pull off little Playboy Zayn's amiable and approachable act. In the face of these various guests, Thales only needed to listen to them with a smile. At most, he would ask Mallows to reply with a letter full of encouraging words, which he only needed to sign and seal to complete the Duke's acknowledgement, and some small gifts. Usually, the other party would go back satisfied. However, some questions were really serious, and Thales needed to enter the palace again to face the king. Most of the time, it would be a get lost from him, to get an answer, even if it could not be solved. However, the truly troublesome ones were those who wanted to take the opportunity to defect and join the Duke's side. For such people, Mallows rejected them on the spot with the reasons of insufficient funds or full personnel, but there were others that even Thales found hard to reject. "I am Paul Bosdorf from the Black Lion family of Brave Souls Fort. I believe we have met before, everyone." The young noble in front of him had a bandage on his head, carried his own luggage, and bowed stiffly. This was Paul, who led the Black Lion infantry to escort Thales back to Eternal Star City from Blessings Town under his father's orders. He appeared in front of the prince again, and was as gloomy as ever. "My father wishes for me to join your guards and follow by your side. In fact, I can be your flag bearer. Where is the flag he gave you?" Thales was troubled by the Count of Black Lion's obvious intention of sending his heir to him. "Oh, that flag," the prince said awkwardly. "By the way, what happened to your head?" "I'm sorry, a carriage wanted to overtake us, so I returned the favor in the old way. This is very common in Western Desert." Paul touched his broken head, and his expression did not change. Unfortunately, there was a street sweeper at the city gate who meddled in other people's business. Thales refused repeatedly, but he could only agree in resignation. Mallows found a place for Paul in Mindy's hall. Doyle volunteered, but Glover was eventually appointed as Paul's introducer. But even within Mindy's hall, there was still quite a lot of problems. Aside from the rumors spreading everywhere and the people panicking, which forced Mallows to call for a reprimand, the integration of Dragon Cloud City's former subordinates, those fake northerners, Doyle's catchphrase, and Star Lake guards, those city people, Willow's complaint, was not as smooth as Thales had imagined. Ralph's equipment and appearance clearly showed that he was not to be trifled with. A few days ago, he was mistaken by others for being arrogant and unwilling to talk, and he almost got into a fight with Jonvolt. Jenned was a veteran, and he seemed to have an old grudge against Commodore. Willow was a village soldier from the Northern Territory who had been in Dragon Cloud City for a few years. He did not bother about trifles, and he always made the guards cast sidelong glances at him. Hence, to speed up the familiarity between the two parties, Mallows decided to start from sentry duty. He would disperse the people and regroup them, starting from Thales' personal guards. But this was a terrible idea. The combination of Doyle and Waya made Thales feel tired. On one hand, Doyle knew Waya's identity and deliberately spoke to him. His words were flattering and funny, but Waya was rigid, and he felt that he had to answer every question out of courtesy. As the two of them went back and forth, the scene they formed was called noisy. "So, Attendant Waya, you have been staying in Dragon Cloud City for the past 6 years, eating and sleeping with the prince, and never leaving his side?" "No, Your Excellency Doyle. I leave my post occasionally. Sometimes it's for His Highness's missions, and sometimes it's a normal holiday." "Oh, then do you go home often?" "Not much, Your Excellency Doyle. I've said it before, I'm not close to my father." "Oh, sigh, is it because we young people don't like to be close to our parents?" "I believe not. I have friends who are on good terms with their parents." "Sigh, I had a stepmother since I was young, but what about your mother?" "She passed away." "Sorry, I didn't mean it. It's okay, I understand." Then, Count Casso never thought of remarrying. Thales, who was concentrating hard on the exercises, could not take it anymore. He slammed the table angrily. "Can both of you shut up?" Waya and Doyle stood at attention in unison. "Yes, Your Highness." "I'm so sorry, Your Highness." So, the two of them lowered their voices and spoke with anger. So, Waya, who gave you this name?" His Highness told us not to talk. My mother gave it to me. She used the name of her younger brother who died young." "I see. No wonder it sounds so nice." "Hey, are you an only child?" "I think it's better if we don't talk." "Yes, my mother wanted to have a second child when she was alive." Thales was so angry that he fainted in his book. Glover was not good with words, and Ralph could not speak at all. They should be a very quiet and comfortable team. But the two of them, who were born on the streets, had a problem. They stood behind Thales, one on the left and the other on the right. There would always be times when they accidentally met each other's eyes. At this time, neither of them would show any weakness. So, one's gaze would become solemn and deep, while the other's gaze would become cold and sharp. Then, one's gaze would become even deeper and more solemn, while the other's gaze would become even sharper and colder. One side would retaliate even more fiercely, while the other side would not back down an inch. As time passed, The two of them stared at each other silently. Unknowingly, the air grew murderous and cold. The atmosphere was ominous and heavy. Every time Thales snapped out of his daze and lifted his head from his book, he felt that he was between two mystic guns. Even breathing was difficult. It was as if he was in a funeral. "Can you stop glaring at each other?" The zombie and the phantom wind follower snorted coldly and looked away. The air returned to normal, until they, inevitably, stared at each other again. Thales, who was protected by them, felt hopeless. When Waya and Glover were by Thales' side, it was a different situation. The attendant regarded himself as the prince's most important confidant. When he wanted to show goodwill to Glover, he would always nod at him in a friendly manner when the two of them accidentally looked into each other's eyes. In the face of the enthusiastic but unsociable zombie, the latter would often jerk his chin back awkwardly and turn his head to look elsewhere. This made Waya momentarily stunned. He thought that he had done something wrong, so he put on a smile the next time. Glover was even more at a loss. He twitched the corners of his mouth stiffly and turned his head to avoid the gaze. If Waya thought that this was a positive response from the other party, he would be encouraged to continue smiling. If he thought that the other party's response was not good, he would reflect on himself and be more friendly and enthusiastic the next time. Glover felt even more awkward, but he did not want to speak. Thales often saw this scene from the corner of his eye. On the left, Waya sometimes smiled and sometimes nodded. After getting a response, he was sometimes disappointed and depressed, and sometimes full of confidence. He always tried hard to make eye contact with the other party. On the right, Glover, who was on guard duty, curled into a ball as much as he could with the least amount of limbs. He twisted helplessly and painfully, avoided eye contact, and forced a smile. He was like a helpless baby who had his face poked repeatedly. Enough! Thales gritted his teeth and slammed the table again. If you want to flirt, go to the bedroom next door. The combination of Doyle and Ralph on guard duty was indescribable. Doyle had a cheerful personality and was overly familiar with people. As usual, he tried hard to talk to Ralph, but he knew that the phantom wind follower could not speak, so he carefully memorized the interesting hand gestures between the latter and the prince. When he was on guard duty beside the prince, he would occasionally reveal a mysterious smile and suddenly throw a hand gesture that he himself did not understand. Eat. Ralph rolled his eyes and turned his head to ignore him. Doyle vaguely knew what he did wrong, but he was not discouraged. He could only become more courageous. He made the next hand gesture and even raised his eyebrows, indicating that he was right. But? Ralph was a little angry, but he knew this person's personality, so he tried his best to ignore him. Doyle blinked and began to form different hand gestures. Do? Toilet? Ralph subconsciously gritted his teeth and gave him a murderous look. But Doyle was encouraged and became even more excited. Toilet? Ralph's gaze was so cold that it almost froze Mindy's hull. Doyle felt that he was on the right track. Like toilet? Ralph's anger almost spilled out of his mask. Doyle was even more surprised. Like do? Ralph clenched his fists tightly until Doyle made the last few hand gestures in high spirits. In the next second, Thales, who was engrossed in his book, felt a gust of wind blow past, followed by a series of crackling explosions. The phantom wind follower and Doyle were entangled in a ball until Bastia or Ness, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, separated them. Thales, who was watching from the side, felt his heart grow heavy. In a daze, he picked up the pages on the floor. His life in Mindy's Hall was constantly alternating between stagnant water, deep depression, and chaos. It depended on what problems he encountered that day, but there was basically no middle point. In short, for a period of time after he made the agreement with the king, rumors flew everywhere outside. The forces of power in Eternal Star City also took sides, and the Duke of Star Lake obtained a rare freedom. He no longer had to listen to orders from a higher authority, no longer had to be supported by a great army wherever he went, and no longer had to adhere to rigid rules and dogma at all times. But every time Thales looked at the sunset outside the window, he knew that everything in front of him had a price. The matter in Western Desert had come to an end, But the kingdom would not stop moving forward. Thales lowered his head and looked at the covenant in his hand. The kingdom would not forget him, and Renaissance Palace would not either. He was the sword and pawn of the king. He was being swung around and moved again. It was only a matter of time. But before that, we're out of money. Thales turned around elegantly and was immediately shocked. What? The indifferent Mallows and the logistics officer, Durward Stone, stood in front of him with a constipated look on his face. You heard what I said. Renaissance Palace was responsible for all our expenses before this. We only needed to hand over the account books to Baron Quinton at the end of the month, Mallows said woodenly, but now, logistics officer Stone raised the account books awkwardly. Thales snapped out of his daze. Oh, right, we are responsible for our own profits and losses. According to the conditions he negotiated with the king, this was one of the signs that Mindy's Hall and Renaissance Palace did not get along well. It was also the condition for his independence. Wait, don't we have other sources of income? Logistics officer Stone looked pained as he explained in detail to the Duke, who had never done any work and did not know how expensive food and daily necessities were. Yes, we have the salary of the royal guards, and you also have the living allowance of the Prince of Constellation according to the rules, but not enough. Mallows was expressionless and went straight to the point. First of all, you've done so many things over the past few months. Just the tea fee for the reception alone is already. And because Mindy's Hall's relationship with many departments in the city, including the market officials, we have a lot more expenses for no reason. Oh, the heaviest one is the banquet, wine glasses. Thales, who had nothing to live for, helped him finish his sentence, in his heart. And we're still repaying the debt in installments, a total of… Forget it, you're already troubled enough. Stone calculated in detail. After we took responsibility for our own profits and losses, we could not directly purchase from Renaissance Palace's channels. Our expenses have increased by quite a lot. You know, the prices in Eternal Star City. Thales knew the prices in Morning Star region and Twilight region. He nodded woodenly. Eternal Star residence is not easy. So, a thought came to him. Wait, I heard from Doyle that there are many rare treasures in Mindy's Hall, such as famous paintings. Mallows frowned and looked at the portrait of Jackal Sumer III behind him. Even if you dare to sell it, who dares to buy it? Thales' expression became gloomy again. Then, perhaps we can open up the first level of Mindy's Hall for everyone to visit, and then we can charge 2 silver coins per person for admission? Where did you get this lousy idea from? Hee, I read it from a book. What do you think? Which book? Maybe I should report it to the disciplinary hall? In Dragon Cloud City, a Northlander's book. It tells the story of a large family living in a manor. About that, Stone said tentatively. In fact, quite a number of your guests these days, the ones with extraordinary statuses, are interested in investing in you, including… No, Thales and Mallows said in unison at that moment, surprisingly in unison. The prince and the watchman looked at each other. It seemed that he and the other party both knew what they could do and what they couldn't. In truth, even though Thales had committed such a rebellious act that could even be said to shock the world and caused rumors to spread everywhere in the outside world, Mallows' reaction was still mediocre. He did not ask a single question and continued to work in silence. He even went back to reorganize the Star Lake Guards who had just suffered a calamity and lost their morale. Then he continued to oversee the daily activities in Mindy's Hall. It was as if Thales had just gone to Renaissance Palace for a stroll. He was indifferent and numb as usual. This made Thales very grateful to him. It would be better if he did not treat my orders with this attitude. Then, perhaps you can talk to His Majesty and have Baron Quinton transfer our expenditure to… No, Thales refused decisively, even more resolute than before. All right. Stone sighed and closed the account book. Then, there's only one way left. Thales and Mallows turned their heads at the same time and listened attentively. We can't stay in Eternal Star City anymore. The price is here, we've even taken the guard's salary for next month in advance. Don't stay in Eternal Star City anymore. Away from Renaissance Palace, away from the king, away from annoying people and things. That's good, but Thales raised his eyebrows. Where to? To your fief, of course, Stone said sternly. According to the sacred treaty of constellation, your grace, you can exercise your natural rights on your fief, to collect taxes and rent. I have fief that I can collect taxes on? Thales was amused. D's pocket money? Mallows coughed. Of course. Don't forget, you are the Duke of Star Lake. Duke of Star Lake. Thales was puzzled. He was a little surprised. Isn't this an empty title? The kind that gives us courage to put up a front? And your fief is at? The watchman nodded solemnly and pointed at a castle by the lake in a landscape painting on the wall. Star Lake Castle. In case anyone did not know, it was better to say the usual place. End of this chapter. Chapter 633. Thales realized that he had underestimated the high wall of power. After he privately hinted to Mallows and Stone to send someone to study the plan to move to Star Lake Castle, in less than a week, the news of the Duke of Star Lake moving out of the capital spread like wildfire and through the streets and alleys of Eternal Star City. It's not good. Even the brothels in Red Street Market are saying that the prince is tired of the ladies in the capital and is going to practice his spear elsewhere. I don't know how they found out, and don't ask me how I found out, Glover, who had returned from his vacation, reported to the prince solemnly. At the same time, he glared at Waya, who was hesitating to speak. Star Lake Guard's first-class penal officer, Old Patterson, was fuming with rage. He brought 2 subordinates and the Phantom Wind follower, Ralph. He looks strange and vicious, Your Highness. He's very suitable for this job. Of course, the most important thing is that I can point at him and say to everyone, look, this is what happens when you talk too much. Patterson said through gritted teeth, and with a whip in hand he went around Mindy's hall to catch moles, vowing to find out who leaked the secret. That's definitely not me. Doyle, who had returned from home with much difficulty while dragging his ridiculously large and small luggage, was caught red-handed by the mole-catching team at the main entrance. The setting sun can prove that I didn't mention our move to anyone. What? You mean these luggage? Hee, my parents forced it on me. I can't do anything about it. Look, even the winter clothes were stuffed in. So no, mute. Don't touch my lucky teddy. It's a must-have at the head of my bed. Everyone in Mindy's hall was in a state of panic until Mallows appeared and reminded the old penal officer gently and tactfully, the prince's move is a big deal. The prince's move was such a big thing. Even if it was just a preliminary research, there would definitely be a lot of disturbances. In addition to Mindy's hall's deteriorating financial situation, I think we need to hire more people, cooks, gardeners, coachmen, and maids. What? Wine glasses? What does this have to do with wine glasses? Forget it, I'll just ask His Highness. As long as everyone in Mindy's hall still had family and friends, it was inevitable that the news would be leaked. As for why Duke Thales left the capital city, the rumors on the streets spread in an orderly fashion. They ranged from the legend of the past dukes of Mindy's hall being haunted to the legend of the rebellious prince running away from his marriage, and even the legend of Star Lake Castle hiding a mistress. There were many versions of this story. The main dispute was over the identity and number of the female protagonists, and even their gender. This was because Mindy's hall did not have the money to recruit female servants after the prince returned. Interestingly, the people were dismissive of the saying that the prince was bankrupt. Once it was mentioned, the crowd would roar with laughter. Do you know how much the treasures in Mindy's hall alone are worth? Even the prince's underwear is made of gold. Is there a need for you to worry? The rumors were so chaotic that Prime Minister Cullen couldn't help but ask about it at the Imperial Conference one day. It was inconvenient for Thales to answer directly, so he cleverly diverted his fire and took the opportunity to probe the possibility of saving Mindy's hall's finances. Father, what do you think? At that time, the wise King Kessel was reading Jade City's port tax report and listening to Chief Kirkirk's grievous complaints. As the dignified chief of finance, I only receive a salary of 5 silver coins per month. Have I ever cared about money? But this group of profiteers and corrupt officials of the South Coast, who have benefited from your Majesty's wise grace to earn so much, are so selfish that they even want to haggle over this small tax? His brows were tightly furrowed and his mind was preoccupied. Hearing that, he just waved his hand in disdain. Get lost. He approved. After coming out of Renaissance Palace, faced with Mallow's suspicious gaze and Stone's expectant expression, His Majesty can't let you starve to death, right? Duke Thales smiled brightly. Duke Thales smiled brilliantly. He appeared to be confident, steady, and composed. His Majesty has given high praise to Mindy's Hall's long-term and fruitful work. He is full of confidence and expectations, and sincerely encourages us to be unique, to keep pace with the times, to be independent, to create new sources of income, to pursue excellence, and to explore the future. Bang! Mallows slammed the table expressionlessly. The main point. The Duke's smile instantly collapsed. No money. So, after another 2 days, the direction of the rumors on the streets of the capital changed. In order to resist the marriage arranged by his father, there were also bets on who the female lead would be. It is worth mentioning that although the odds were so high that it was impossible, the prince's old friend, the heir of Walla Hill, Cohen Caribbean, did appear at the bottom of the odds list, behind a group of socialites and noblewomen. Duke Thales did not hesitate to disregard his manners to protest. This caused the king to fly into a rage. During the imperial conference, he slapped the heir hard in front of all the ministers and ordered him to get out of the capital immediately. No one has slapped me. On the training field, faced with the worried Waya and the plate full of skincare and beauty tonic, Thales was flustered and exasperated. I'm fine, my face is fine too. No, why should I let you see my fart? Other parts of my body are fine too. Oh, sunset goddess, I really didn't rebel when I entered the palace this time. Why won't you believe me? Under the influence of many factors, mainly the increasingly shocking numbers on the account book, Thales gave up on keeping a low profile and stopped hiding. He began to let Mallows openly check the inventory, sent Stone as a logistics officer to liaise with the chief of Renaissance Palace, asked for the account book and map of Star Lake Fort from the Nobility Affairs Council, instructed the Jade Star private army to stay behind, communicated with the police station about the time to leave, and had the others, Doyle was indignant about this, purchase sufficient supplies. At the same time, he shut his door and refused to leave. Is this really fine? Won't the rumors get worse? Waya frowned. Trust me. On the training field, the prince drew his bow and arrow with gritted teeth, aiming at Mallows but in the distance. The prince's but is very popular. Waya was stunned. But fortunately, the rumors only circulated for a few days before they all changed. Rumor had it that Duke Thales overstepped his bounds during an imperial conference. The king was furious and cut off Mindy's Hall's financial resources as punishment. The Duke of Star Lake had to leave the capital to find his own way out. Well, at least part of it was true. The rumor among the vassals and bureaucrats was that the Duke of Star Lake's political stance was too moderate when it came to taxes. He even sympathized with the feudal vassals who were far away. This offended the king's party that had been in power for a long time. The latter repeatedly slandered the king during the imperial conference and finally moved the king, forcing the duke to stay away from the center of politics. This is not entirely wrong. Therefore, on a weekday morning, when the sky was just beginning to light up, the main gate of Mindy's Hall silently opened. The fleet of carriages belonging to the Duke of Star Lake slowly drove out towards Star Lake Castle near the royal family's hunting forest in the suburbs. Are you sure everyone is fine with this? After all, we are leaving the city and going to the countryside. Thales yawned loudly and leaned against the window with a sleepy face. He watched Logistics Officer Praka complete the final handover with the private soldiers and servants who stayed behind. They are the royal guards, not strategists. Mallows rode beside the carriage. The driver was originally Glover, but Thales rejected it verbally. He frowned as he flipped through the account book handed to him by the logistics division. It's not their job to express opinions. Damn it, why did we overspend last month again? What's up with so many skincare products? On the other side of the carriage, Waya quietly turned his head and started a lively conversation with Ralph. In the silence of the morning, their carriage caught up with the earliest opening of the city gate. They passed through the Philosopher's Gate on the south side of the capital, passed through a few markets and villages outside the city, crossed Shepherd's Ferry, and drove onto the southern section of Renaissance Avenue, which had been greatly rebuilt during the reign of Thorn Cutter Tormund III. The south side of the capital was obviously more prosperous than the north side. Along the way, there were peddlers and hired workers who had woken up early to enter the city, farmers and craftsmen who were preparing to go to the market, postal carriages going back and forth, and even foreign travelers. They were either transporting goods in carriages or walking on foot from various towns near Eternal Star City. They were in groups of 3 to 5 and were bustling with activity. From time to time, they would comment on the carriages that passed by them. "Ah, I recognize this carriage. It should be this season's patrolling court. They are the judges who are patrolling and adjudicating cases on behalf of the king. Forget it. They don't even have a flag. They must be some noble's illegitimate son, the kind who is overflowing with wealth but can't afford to make it public. Look at the imposing manner of this carriage. Tsk, so awesome. Men should be like this. Tisk, he's just a bastard with a good life. If I was born there, I could replace him too." It was the end of summer. The vegetation around the avenue was lush and verdant. The Duke's carriage turned off the avenue. There were fewer travelers, and trees grew, shading the sun. Birds and beasts flew away in fright. The surroundings were full of life, and the atmosphere gradually became more wild. They had entered the territory of the royal family's hunting forest. "F***, I swear that's a bear!" Doyle cried out in surprise. For a moment, the entire team was extremely nervous. "Zombie, draw your sword. Don't be so paranoid," the veteran Genid shouted at them to stop. He shook his head. "I saw it clearly. It's just a stray cat." According to Mallows, the royal family's hunting forest, which had been delineated since the Black Eye era, had always been a good place for the royal family to go on leisure trips and entertain guests. Before the Bloody Year, the late King Adi had led a group of ministers to hunt there more than once. The two princes, Horace and Herman, especially liked to call their friends and gallop on their horses. During the Bloody Year, Eternal Star City was threatened by both the rebel army and Extet. They had no choice but to close the city. Hence, the entire central territory was filled with bandits, and the surrounding villages and towns, as well as many nobles' fiefdoms, were almost destroyed. The hunting forest also became an ownerless wasteland. It was not until the Fortress Treaty was signed that the kingdom's wrath returned with the Fury Guards. They reorganized the Central Standing Army and wiped out the remnants of the rebel army and bandits around the capital. After the war, firstly, the national treasury was in dire straits, and secondly, the people's lives were in dire straits. Moreover, the Iron Hand King himself was not interested in hunting or feasting. The royal family's forest protectors who were responsible for guarding and maintaining the forest did not receive any rewards. The merchants and farmers did not have any profits to share either. Hence, they scattered and settled down nearby. Some became tenants in the farmlands, some were hired to work, and some joined the Jadestar private army. Conversely, they became a high-quality source of soldiers when the standing army was reorganized. The kingdom's Wrath's Barren Manor is down that road. Next to it is the barracks of the Central Standing Army. For more than 10 years, he has almost turned the hunting forest into their exclusive training ground and exercise ground. Mallows stared at a small path in the forest that was obviously trampled out. His gaze was profound. But the good thing is that with the standing army here, no one dares to invade the nearby royal territory. Jenny, who was raised as a noble's warhorse from a young age, was extremely dissatisfied with such an environment. From time to time, she would break free from the person who was leading her, neighing as she chased after a deer or a badger that flashed past the depths of the forest, causing the team to be in a flurry. But always, after Thales tried his best to call out to her, she would return dejected and depressed, covered in marks from branches and plants. In the stable, she's the queen. No horse dares to fight with her, the veteran Genid said cheerfully. But the birds and beasts here don't have such self-awareness. She's not very satisfied. They soon arrived under an iconic tree. The watchman said that this was the most popular campsite when the hunting forest was still flourishing. The thick and dense tree, which seemed to be very old and covered the sky, was called the Star Tree. There were many legendary stories about the Jade Star royal family. It was said that during the last years of the empire, the king of Renaissance, who was still an illegitimate child, once ignited his fighting spirit under this tree. He was determined to make a name for himself and get rid of the name of a bastard. There were also people who said that 500 years ago, the procrastinator, Prince Brad, suffered a coup and fled Eternal Star City in a panic with the 9-pointed star crown. He climbed this tree to escape from his cousin, the unfortunate one Kira, who was chasing after him. He fled to Brave Soul's fort to recruit soldiers and buy horses, and thus began the bloody confrontation between the two stars. There were also legends about the Great Spirit Archduke, Con Trentida, who invaded Constellation 400 years ago. It was said that he camped under this tree and was prepared to besiege Eternal Star City. However, in the middle of the night, he saw the King of Renaissance charging towards him with a spear in hand. The brutal and terrifying Great Spirit was startled awake from his dream. He was so frightened that he tore camp overnight and retreated. There were also people who said that 300 years ago, the jackal, Sumer III, invited 5 guardian dukes to a hunting feast under this tree. 3 of them never walked out of the hunting forest. There was even a poem that said that 200 years ago, the conqueror of the north, Erica, who was still a princess, met a mysterious knight who was not recorded in the history books under this tree while she was hunting. That was how she became pregnant with the enemy of the wolves, Kira, whose biological father was unknown. However, even though Didi, who often came here to play when he was young, narrated the above story vividly, and even though he managed to stun the audience like Willow, Ralph, and Waya, the Duke of Star Lake only laughed it off. Thales originally thought that they would encounter such a dense forest along the way. However, after walking for a short while, the end of the road suddenly opened up. Amidst the green forest, a blue lake came into view. It was as pure as a mirror, and it reflected the pure white clouds in the blue sky. It was dreamlike, and for a moment, people could not tell the difference between heaven and earth. With the beautiful scenery before them, everyone, including Thales, could not help but stop in their tracks. By the sunset goddess. Doyle looked at the blue lake excitedly. This is much more beautiful than the painting. Wait, the painting? Waya reacted, his face full of suspicion. Didn't you say that you often came here to play when you were young? It's not time yet. Let's continue forward. Mallows was in a rare good mood. He ignored the people behind him who were glaring at Dee. It's not too late to be amazed by it then. The Duke's convoy moved along the lake. The grass and trees became shorter, and the scenery before them became wider. Looking into the distance, the other end of the lake was a towering and precipitous mountain wall. Dozens of raging waterfalls hung on it, rushing out from between the rocks and straight into the lake, like a giant silver curtain falling from the sky. My God, I've read about this in a book. It said that practicing swordsmanship down there will yield twice the result with half the effort. The young vanguard in training, Ness, pointed at the wide waterfall excitedly. Does anyone want to surf? Don't believe those knights. If you rush down from there, even if you're alive, you probably won't be able to find that story. Second-class protector officer, Hyman Franzuk, mercilessly dampened his enthusiasm. Thales was similarly captivated by the magnificent scenery, and he could not look away. That's one of the downstream branches of Shepherd's River. Mallows patiently explained to almost everyone else in the convoy who had not seen this scene before, that's not the case. The riverbed falls here, forming a waterfall and depositing a wide, clear lake. It's called Star Lake. Star Lake. Thales muttered the name in his heart and subconsciously turned his head. Sure enough, on the other side of the lake opposite the waterfall, a towering castle appeared in front of him. It was located at the edge of a hill, surrounded by the lake on 3 sides. It was built in an ancient style, and only a small path could go around the hill, over its moat, and straight into the castle. It blended perfectly with the forest, lake, waterfall, blue sky, white clouds, hills, castle, and all the other elements. It was not abrupt at all, and gave off a tranquil and intoxicating feeling. Everyone subconsciously lowered their voices and lightened their footsteps, as if unwilling to disturb this beautiful corner of the scenery. And that is Star Lake Castle. Mallow stopped his horse and sighed quietly. Everyone held their breath, including Thales. The teenager had done his homework before this. He knew that Star Lake Castle used to be a monastery that was isolated from the rest of the world. Its earliest history could even be traced back to the Black Eye era, and it was filled with Sunset Sect monks who were knowledgeable but determined to train hard. However, the person who truly brought this monastery into the eyes of the world was an old scholar named Sumer nearly 500 years ago. He was born into a noble family, but he was knowledgeable. During the chaos of the confrontation between the twin stars, he brought his family and lived in seclusion here, concentrating on studying the classics of theology. That was until the bloody and cruel confrontation between the twin stars ended with the deaths of two jade stars, who claimed to be kings of their respective countries, one after another. However, the morning party and evening party under them, the domestic suzerains who chose sides, formed a blood feud that could not be resolved for generations through the years of war, death, alliance, and betrayal. It was to the extent that when the kingdom was without a lord and the throne was empty, there was not a single heir who could submit to the suzerains of the two equally powerful parties, ascend to the throne and be crowned without any dispute, and reignite the flames of the confrontation between the twin stars. In fact, due to interests and the situation, during the 8.5-year civil war, many members of both parties had been in more than one camp. It was common for an alliance to suddenly betray and return to the alliance. Today, when the king and his vassals had a heart-to-heart, they would solemnly swear to show their loyalty. Tomorrow, when they were captured on the battlefield, they would suddenly come to their senses and abandon darkness for light. The leader of the Eastern Seas heroes, the Cullen family of splendid Port City, had repeatedly switched between the two parties. They were a miraculous existence that could remain unscathed despite their defection. That was why the nicknames of the two guardian dukes of the Eastern Sea were Noon and Midnight, respectively. Fortunately, there had been enough bloodshed in the kingdom, so much so that countless Dark Knight priestesses had died of exhaustion. There were also enough men in Constellation, so few that no one wanted to put on their armor and go to war anymore. During the 8 years of confrontation between the twin stars, countless citizens and their families were destroyed. Many great families lost their heirs. The price they paid was high, and the lesson they learned was painful. It was rare even in the history of Constellation, which was filled with frequent civil wars. The Morning and Twilight priestesses, who were at daggers drawn, finally put down their weapons reluctantly under Sunset Priestess' suggestion and coordination. They entered Eternal Star City and began a difficult negotiation in Dark Knight Temple, which was filled with corpses waiting to be buried. This was also how the Morning and Twilight regions were named in Eternal Star City. They were separated by Dark Knight Temple. Hence, as Black Eye John's great-great-grandson, Scholar Sumer, who was 60 years old, or rather, Pulse Breaker Sumer Jadestar II, was invited out of the Sunset Monastery where he lived in seclusion. He walked out of the high castle by the lake deep in the forest, and walked into Renaissance Palace while surrounded by two groups of vassals who were eyeing him covetously. He stepped onto the stage of history and ascended to a supreme position. Regardless of how much the Morning and Twilight priestess regretted this decision, or how it caused their respective alliances to fall apart, not long after Sumer II was crowned, he followed the newly promulgated bloodline decree. He renovated and expanded the lakeside monastery, which he had stayed in during his scholar days, into a castle, and granted it to his eldest son, Alan. He was also conferred the title of Duke to show that the succession had been decided long ago and that there was no room for dispute. From the nobility to the commoners, they must obey this law and not go against it. The confrontation between the twin stars, which was caused by the dispute over the succession of the elder and the younger, was thus brought to an end. Star Lake Castle and the significant Duke of Star Lake were thus born. This is our territory, the castle that we will be staying in the future? Waya looked shocked. This sentence made Thales avert his gaze from Star Lake Castle. He cast aside the heavy history and collected his thoughts. Well, at least, the prince was in a good mood. He had a house. The greenery was in place, the lake was beautiful, and there was even a natural swimming pool. But Thales glanced at the corner of the ledger in Mallow's saddlebag. I wonder how the mortgage is calculated. It's a good place. Glover, who was never good with words, nodded as he moved forward. Look at its shape and topography. It is surrounded by a lake on 3 sides, has a high vantage point, narrow passageways, wide field of vision, drawbridges, trenches, arrow towers, lookout posts, the height of the city walls, the angle at which they intersect, and the breadth of the defense. The zombie pointed at different spots in Star Lake Castle. With only a dozen people, it will be impenetrable. Even if they are besieged by enemies who outnumber them by several times, if they have enough supplies, they can defend for a few months or even a year, much better than Mindy's Hall, which is almost undefended. Oh my God, you can't use this analogy. Mindy's Hall is a work of art, and here is... Doyle paused for a moment before he forced out his next sentence. Other works of art. On the other side of the team, Paul from the Black Lion family of Brave Souls Castle, who had just joined the team, suddenly sighed and attracted everyone's attention. My father told me that a long time ago, every vassal and every lord took pride in having their own family castle. Even if they had to spend 2 or 3 generations of their family's wealth, they had to build a castle with extraordinary significance. The young heir of the Bosdorf family looked at the castle in the distance with melancholy in his eyes. The sky pillar fortress of High Forest City, the floating sand, flowing sand, and sinking sand palaces of the wasteland ruins, the treading waves palace and the quelling tide pagoda of Splendid Harbor, the emptiness palace of Jadeite City, and the Blood Gate fortress of Blade City. Although their shapes and styles are different, all of them have a long history and are famous fortresses that are difficult to attack, not to mention the magnificent Renaissance Palace. As for Arun's Cold Castle, Bosdorf's Brave Souls Castle, and the Chroma family's Wing Fortress, even their territories are named after fortresses and castles. Paul's words were sincere and melancholic. They are our line of defense rooted in the ground, the knight's immortal mounts, and the sturdiest defense on this land. When he said this, Paul let out a long sigh. But now, there are no more castles like this. In fact, there are fewer and fewer of them. His words made many people fall into deep thought. But the person who answered him was out of their expectations. Of course, Doyle said carelessly. My castle was built hundreds of years ago, and it has holes everywhere. In summer, mosquitoes and lice will fly everywhere, and the stench will not go away. In winter, it is not much better. The cold wind will blow people's noses, and the windows will make loud noises. No matter how we repair it, we can't fix it. Besides, just hiring people to clean it and maintain its functions will cost a lot of money. It's not worth it. So, in the end, my stepmother decided to close most of its areas and only use a few complete and newly renovated halls and rooms. And from what I know, more and more nobles and suzerains would rather spend their money elsewhere. I even heard that in some places, there are families who abandoned their ancestral castles and moved into towns and villages. Doyle raised his finger excitedly and gave the next example. Not to mention Renaissance Palace. That building is so old, Glover coughed violently. So old, Doyle suddenly shuddered and came to a realization. So old that it has a lot of history, meaning and culture. You must know that Renaissance Palace is a miracle built with divine power and magic. The people who were originally gloating revealed disappointed expressions when they heard that. Doyle knew that he had made a slip of the tongue. He cleared his throat. In short, no matter what kind of castle it is, no matter how sturdy or how great it will have all sorts of problems after a long time. If that's the case, Paul said coldly, why not just destroy it, tear it down, and rebuild it from the beginning? His words made Thales in the carriage fall silent as well. My stepmother had such a plan, but she gave it up due to financial problems, Doyle recalled the past. And my father said that although we don't live there anymore, at least we used to live there. He sighed and said, if we tear it down, some things can't be rebuilt. These words made many people look at him in a different light. Doyle's eyes turned, and he became mischievous again. Besides, what if war breaks out again? What then? Paul did not speak. Waya took over the conversation at this moment. A mediocre king builds his strong walls with soil and stone. It is difficult for foreign enemies to invade, and it is difficult for the castle to fall. A king who is good at fighting uses flesh and blood as his walls. His martial arts are matchless, and there are countless heroic souls. A wise king uses the hearts of the people as his walls. He is always victorious and never defeated, and he will never stop flourishing. The prince's attendant thought of something, and his gaze became profound. Only a truly great king uses peace as his walls. He is ordinary, but no one knows about him. As soon as he said that, everyone in the carriage cast sidelong glances at him. Even Ralph had a strange expression on his face. Wow, it's really Waya. Did you say that yourself? Doyle said in surprise. Waya lowered his head, and his expression was complicated. I heard it when I was young. Thales was moved when he heard that. He remembered what Gines had told him about what Crown Prince Midier once said. Even if the palace walls are 1,000 feet long, and the mighty stronghold is 10,000 feet long, where is my life? Makes sense. Mallows, who was at the front of the group, suddenly spoke. The city walls are thick and sturdy. While they defend against foreign enemies, they also cover up the sky and are burdensome. There is no lack of such examples in history. Suzerains are satisfied with a sturdy city, and they are content with the status quo behind the city walls. Because of that, they become narrow-minded and short-sighted. They do not think about improving themselves, and in the end, they suffer the consequences of their own actions. The watchman's prestige over the past few months caused everyone to shut up. The carriage fell into silence for a moment. Maybe that's not all. Glover, who had always been obsessed with the shape of the fortress, did not seem to know how to read people's expressions. He did not care whether it was time for the commanding officer to lecture. He continued, my grandfather said that the methods of war are destined to become more abundant, especially after the appearance of the mystic guns. Regardless of whether it is defending the city or attacking the city by force, it has become the worst strategy. After all, no matter how thick the city walls are, no matter how wide the battlements are, they cannot withstand the continuous high-temperature bombardment from the mystic guns or the falling stones from the catapults. Paul sighed and said, so, such a castle is destined to decline in the future and become history? Perhaps. Glover fixed his gaze on Star Lake Fortress, as if he was trying to find its weakness. But perhaps our descendants, the people of the future generations, will come up with a better idea, build stronger fortifications, and build a super city wall that even the mystic guns cannot break? Maybe they will be smarter than us, Waya interrupted, feeling dejected. Think of ways to resist war and foreign enemies without relying on city walls or fortresses and ensure safety? Or maybe they will be even more foolish. Mallows also joined the conversation. He sighed and said, maybe they will build more and thicker city walls, and be content with the status quo, complacent, until the self-righteous city walls collapse. Only then will they regret their actions. Thales listened carefully to the conversation and pondered for a long time. Or they will be unparalleled geniuses. Doyle's excited voice suddenly rang, causing many to frown. For true peace, our descendants will build flawless, unbreakable city walls and fortresses that can isolate everything, and the people on both sides will not be able to touch each other no matter what. Doyle bowed on his horse and spread his arms proudly at Star Lake Castle. Clatter, clatter, peace shall come. Listening to this nonsense, everyone in the convoy rolled their eyes and sighed. Until another young voice came from the carriage. So the city walls are tall, the trenches are deep, and the people on both sides can't see each other, can't hear each other, and can't talk to each other. Everyone turned around in shock, only to see the Duke of Star Lake leaning against the window, gazing at the beautiful Star Lake Castle from afar, but his eyes were dead. Thales said faintly, until everyone's fate becomes lonely and helpless, and they struggle in pain but do not know why, and they are inexplicably angry but cannot be dispelled. Until everyone, from birth to death, is destined to be a prisoner behind the wall. The Duke's words silenced the entire convoy. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to react. Mallows urged his horse to the window. "Your Highness." Thales snapped out of his daze, waved apologetically, and sat back in his seat. "Don't worry about me, continue." The Duke's convoy continued to move forward. Once they saw Star Lake Castle, the remaining journey was much shorter. They quickly went around the hill and drove into Star Lake Castle through the heavy steps on the trenches. But what they saw was nothing compared to what they felt from the horizon. "My God, I thought that only my castle was in disrepair." Doyle was dumbfounded as he stared at the iron gate of the castle entrance, which collapsed with a gentle push from him. He coughed violently in the dust. "How long has it been since anyone lived in this place? The previous Duke of Star Lake?" Glover tied a scarf around his face and carefully stepped into the entrance. He gestured for the people behind him to get down from their horses. 18 years. "Be careful, Your Highness." Waya opened the carriage door for Thales, and his tone was vexed. "This place." Thales got down from the carriage, and only then did he realize that the famous Star Lake Castle, from the city tower to the sentry tower, from the courtyard to the castle walls, was in ruins. Weeds grew everywhere, the ironware rusted, and the wooden furniture rotted. Many of the corners in the courtyard had become nests for small animals. When they walked into the entrance, they even startled a group of bats that were resting on top of their heads, causing Jenny to break free from the rope in a fit of rage. When she saw the stable, she probably felt that she was cheated into buying a house, Thales explained later. She neighed loudly, kicked, and panted, causing the guards to be in a flurry. At the same time, she also frightened a flock of birds in the sentry tower, 3 cats on the castle wall, and a swarm of bees under the eaves of the castle. The young Duke could not help but frown. "All right, it's fine, secondhand. No, it's a rough house. Do we expect to reduce our expenditure in this place?" Logistics Officer Stone used all his strength to pull his boots out from a collapsed wooden door. He complained to Mallows in a low voice. "What are we relying on? Selling antiques?" "Ha!" Doyle carefully walked around the uneven floor tiles, pushed aside the spider webs, and arrived in front of the old gate of the main castle. He pulled the door knocker and said sarcastically, "Be careful, everyone. Be careful, everyone, we're in an antique. It'll cost thousands and tens of thousands if you bump into it." Doyle was unconcerned when he heard everyone telling him to shut up. He smiled and turned his head, preparing to open the gate. But at that moment, a hatch on the gate suddenly opened, and a hideous and terrifying face appeared in the darkness. Doyle shuddered and fell backwards. Everyone, including a black cat that was practicing its balance on the iron chain, could hear his heart-wrenching wail, "Oh my sunset goddess! There's a ghost!" Thales was startled. The guards pressed down on their swords until they were stopped by Mallows' shout. "Steady!" The watchman, after kicking away a spider web under his feet, came out from the crowd and pulled Doyle up. "Look carefully." Everyone looked closely and realized that the main gate of the main castle had been opened at some point in time. Thales furrowed his brows. The main castle was pitch black, and the atmosphere was ominous. In this darkness, a stooped figure holding an everlasting lamp silently appeared in front of them. *CK. Seeing this person, Doyle still wanted to cry out in surprise, but he was dragged to the back by Glover and Bastia. The hunched figure walked through the gate shakily. He had wrinkled skin and white hair. He was senile and moved slowly. He was an old man with one foot in the grave. But the moment the old man looked up, Thales felt a sharp pain. "Guards, mind your manners." Mallows tidied his dusty clothes and turned around. "This is the watchman of Star Lake Castle." Thales carefully sized up the old man in front of him. He was dressed simply and his eyes were cloudy. He looked at them, but it was as if he was looking at the horizon. The old man with the lamp grinned, revealing his gums that had only a few teeth left. He gave them a strange smile. The old man's voice was barely discernible. There was a faint chill in it that sent chills down everyone's spine. It's been a long time. Mallow's expression was the same as usual, but his polite tone was extremely respectful. But I believe you have already been informed. The old man did not move. With the main castle's darkness behind him, his figure with the lamp looked even more eerie. The guards looked at each other, their hearts filled with doubt. Mallows extended his hand to Thales in the group and said respectfully, "Please allow me to introduce you. Please allow me to introduce you. This is Prince Thales Jadestar, the new master of Star Lake Fortress." Thales could not help but straighten his back and smile when he heard this. The old man held the lantern. His gaze swept past Thales, but there was no spirit in it, as if it was a boring routine. "Yes, we are here to take over the castle, my dear." Mallows bowed deeply in the face of the old man's answer, whether he understood it or not, and called out the old man's name. Vitano Cato. End of this chapter. Chapter 634. Star Lake Fort Night. The guarded dining room was covered in dust and cobwebs. Only 2 candles emitted a red light, casting eerie shadows. But at this moment, many people were sitting in the dining room. It was noisy and lively. That old man, Vitano, he leaned against the wall, his legs propped up on the bench and munched on a piece of bread. I haven't heard him say a word since he got here. Is he a zombie crawling out of the ground? Zombie. Everyone who was eating at the same table looked at each other and subconsciously looked at another table behind them. Doyle realized something. He smiled awkwardly and waved at the real zombie, Glover. "Sorry." Glover was drinking his soup. When he heard Doyle, he threw down his spoon and his gaze turned cold. "Why are you sorry?" Doyle was stunned by the zombie's ferocious gaze. Doyle realized that something was wrong. He laughed at himself and lowered his head. But that old man, the watchman, maybe he really is a zombie. At the other end of the long table, Waya suddenly spoke and attracted everyone's attention. The dining room fell silent. Glover frowned. "Be careful with your words, Mallows Herald," Toledo reminded him sternly. "Officer Mallows respects that old man very much." Waya shook his head and lowered his head to take a sip of the odd-tasting drink that the logistics division got from somewhere. His expression was pained. "No, I mean he's not that simple." Doyle leaned forward. "What do you mean, really, Waya?" "Star Lake Fort has been without a master for years. It's almost becoming a nest for animals," Waya said solemnly, "and animals are very sensitive to their territory. We can scare a flock of crows out of the corner with just a breath, but..." He raised his head and looked at everyone. "That old watchman lives here, but he didn't scare a single mouse." Everyone who was eating was instantly stunned. In a dark corner, the special class flag bearer, Hugo Fube, who was out of place with the others, picked up a notebook expressionlessly and recorded. "Waya Caso. Sensitive to observation. Lacking in tact. Has he lived here so long that the animals are not afraid of him?" Doyle flicked away a spider that landed on the bread, then tore off the dusty crust of the bread and bit into it. Waya shook his head. "That's only the best guess." Logistics Officer Praka turned his head around from the window. "What's the worst?" Opposite Glover, Ralph looked at his own soup bowl in annoyance. There was a spider that had flown out of nowhere and was struggling with all its might. Doyle sighed. "Zombies." At this point, Doyle seemed to have thought of something and waved at Glover in embarrassment. "That's sorry." Glover snorted angrily and swallowed the food in his mouth. "Morgan, Costa, it's your turn." 2 tired figures walked into the dining room. The 2 people in the dining room took turns. Doyle's eyes lit up. "Hey, Bastian Ness. What do you think? Is there anything good in Jackal Tower? You mean apart from cobwebs, ashes, cat droppings, bird droppings, ghosts, rotten wood, and rusty iron?" The young vanguard, Ness, picked up the kettle and poured himself a drink. "Let me think. Oh yes, there's a rotten rag. It smells like shit. Damn it, what's that smell? Mate, tea." Praka drank his tea contentedly by the window. Don't ask too many questions. If you do, you'll know it's sponsored by the logistics division. There's a monastery in the southeast corner with a lot of graveyards. Seeing this, Bastia decisively poured away his drink and tore off a cobweb on top of his head. It's surprisingly clean. Obviously, it's cleaned regularly. Maybe it's that old man. Maybe he lives in the graveyard, you know, zombies. Doyle laughed and habitually turned around to wave. Hug, one more word of apology and I'll throw you out of the window. Glover stared at him. As if to cooperate with him, Ralph poured away the spider soup in his hand and snorted coldly, causing a slight chilly wind to blow. The room fell silent. Doyle could only turn around awkwardly. In the corner, a few more lines appeared in Wheelby's notebook. Caleb Glover, the destroyer of the atmosphere. But he had the authority to make the final decision. Don't overthink it, Paul Bosdorf, who joined in midway and had been silent all this while, suddenly said, Lord Mallows has his reasons for trusting that old man. Wya's gaze flickered. You know him? Paul shook his head. No, but I know that family name. Paul's expression was calm as he said plainly, that's the maiden name of the current queen. She's also a wealthy merchant family in the kingdom. Everyone's gaze turned to Bosdorf's heir. Queen Kia? Wya was shocked. His Highness stepmother? Doyle looked puzzled. We have a queen? Willow of the Northern Territory was puzzled. Paul ignored everyone's reaction and continued. The Cato family started by reselling the spoils of war and making a fortune from the war. They keep a low profile, but have a close relationship with Renaissance Palace. They are the best among the merchants licensed by the royal family and have opened up many sources of income for the Jade Stars of the past. Although their title is low, their position is critical and they have great power. Paul looked up. That's why His Majesty Kessel, the youngest son of the late king, married the daughter of the Cato family. Flag-bearer Fubby's expression did not change as he wrote incessantly. Paul Bosdorf, gloomy and reserved. His words hit the nail on the head. Oh, that explains why the old man is here. Doyle came to a sudden realization. Because his mission is to guard the Wang family's property. Wya narrowed his eyes. But those animals, why do I feel like there's more to them? Instead of worrying about that, why don't we think about our next step? Ness scooped up a spoonful of oatmeal that had almost no substance and gritted his teeth. I say, how much longer do we have to eat this? Old Leather, you're the logistics officer. What do you say? Nate Ness. Young and impetuous, not knowing how to restrain himself. Fubby continued to write. Trust me, His Highness and the commanding officer have already started to deal with this matter. Proca sighed and raised his cup. Cheer up. Mate tea is also tea. Ness gave him a gesture unique to the Star Lake Guards, a middle finger. A middle finger as a provocative gesture. Flag-bearer Fubby frowned as he recorded. Duke Thales especially liked to use the rare and peculiar Northland customs to cultivate the Guards' culture and enhance the cohesiveness and sense of belonging of his subordinates. You know, Bastia suddenly spoke. When I went home a few days ago, everyone was pointing at me and hesitating to speak. Even my 5-year-old nephew was avoiding me, as if I'd suddenly become a leper. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. Bastia sighed. Why does His Highness have to go against His Majesty? You even followed him into the palace. In the corner, flag-bearer Fubby pursed his lips. Ade Bastia. As always, conservative, timid, and worried. Harold Toledo put down his bowl coldly. Mallows has already called a meeting to reprimand this issue. Toledo answered flatly, but there was a chill in his tone. We have our own vows. Everyone looked at each other. The atmosphere in the dining room became a little awkward. Wya, Glover, Doyle, and the others were especially silent. Of course I know that, but to be honest, Ness was unhappy. My father is trying to pull some strings to get me transferred back to Renaissance Palace. My uncle has a different opinion. Pezzarosi of the Discipline Division downed the mate tea in one gulp, his face contorted from the smell. He thinks that the king only has one son, and no matter how much he dislikes him, sooner or later he will, watch your words. Toledo said sternly. Come on, Toledo. Ness spread his hands and complained, we've already been exiled to the deserted wilderness. We even have to scrimp on our food. Watch our words? What? The flag-bearer division can hide in a spider's web to spy on us. What do you think, Uncle Hugo? You've been taking notes for months. Get lost. Hugo Fubby did not even raise his head. His pen did not stop moving. Ness liked to look for trouble. Then why don't you leave? Doyle suddenly spoke, his tone not as relaxed as usual. Why don't you go back? Back to the place you're used to? Ness and Pezzarosi, including Bastia, looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Glover stirred his spoon. Without raising his head, he snorted and took over the conversation. Yeah, go back and lick Brother Hangman? The nickname stunned everyone for a moment, which then led to a burst of laughter. I know why. Doyle stared at the half-eaten bread in his hand, lost in thought. He flicked away a moth on it again. Because in Renaissance Palace, no one is willing to bind their hands and feet and get into trouble at a royal banquet just to save a sloppy bodyguard. He sighed. No one. The dining room fell silent again. Fubby threw away the dead moth on his notebook, silently observed the atmosphere around him, and wrote a few more words. Danny Doyle. His words may seem carefree and casual, but humor, pain, emotion, and gratitude often fit the atmosphere and hit the emotions of others. Then, thank you for introducing yourself, Protector Doyle. Ness snorted. I know that His Highness is still young and treats people with sincerity. Protector Commodore, who was sitting in the corner, sighed softly. But we have to remind him that sincerity cannot be exchanged for everything. Yes, His Highness has returned from the north and is used to the ways of the Northland barbarians. Praka shook his head. He has yet to suffer in Constellation. I hope he can get through this safely. Gianluca Commodore. Rio Praka. Passive in dealing with matters and playing it safe. Fubby frowned. His pen stopped at the turning word. He did not continue writing. He felt that something was wrong. You guys worry too much. In the end, the one who spoke was Waya. I think what we see is different from what His Highness sees, after all. And His Highness told me, the prince's attendant said firmly, that if we see the sun, we can't go back to the grotto. Ness snorted. Thank you, Sir Attendant. Something I don't understand again. But Waya shook his head. All of you only really got to know him at that banquet, Waya said absent-mindedly. But I have been following His Highness since 7 years ago. No one was earlier than me. A deep, throaty voice came from behind him. Humph, sorry. Waya rolled his eyes and waved at the masked man behind him. Ralph was earlier, a little earlier than me. Ralph then turned his head. I followed him and saw him charge into the Northlanders' battle formation, saw him walk back to heroic Spirit Palace's trap, saw him destroy the Kinslayer King's plot, and even saw him work hand in hand with Chapman Lampard and dance with the wolves. Everyone in the room listened to Waya's words and subconsciously quieted down. Yes, Duke Thales usually looks tolerant and easygoing, even a little weak and easy to bully. The attendant's gaze flickered. But only during critical moments, such as royal banquets, will you understand what kind of person he is. Doyle shrugged. No one spoke. Only Fubby's book kept turning pages. Waya Casso, the person who lived the longest, was the closest, and understood Duke Thales the best. In short, I don't really want to go back, but the castle gate has not been repaired. If anyone wants to leave, please go ahead. Glover said coldly, it will be the same after it is repaired. His words made everyone freeze in unison. Yeah. Doyle lay down on the pile of junk behind him and stared at the spider webs in the corner of the ceiling in a daze. You make it sound like we have the money to repair the gate. This book was published by Read the Book and Get a Cash Red Packet. Everyone burst into laughter. Fubby narrowed his eyes. Danny Doyle, the mediator and manipulator of the team's atmosphere. Everyone in the dining room gradually finished their dinner and left in 2s and 3s, complaining. Hugo Fubby raised his gloomy gaze and turned to the next page. Thales Jadestar. Hesitation. Weakness. Compromise. gentleness, childish, willful, impulsive, unscrupulous, full of emotions, vengeful, lazy and slick, strange interests, likes to be alone, makes a fuss, never cares for attendance, does not bend over and pretend, is not good at establishing prestige, does not care about etiquette, does not like to interact with people, does not need to bribe or rope them in, does not care about the glory of inheritance, does not use collective slogans to brainwash them, does not know any of the methods the nobles use to win over people. When Fubby wrote this, he changed the direction of his pen. But not only did his subordinates' loyalty not decrease, they became even stronger. Rumors were hard to shake. It was surprising. Fubby's gaze sharpened as he wrote the last sentence. Where is the hidden danger? In the next second, he slid his finger across the spine of the book, and the words on it disappeared, as though they had seeped into the paper. Only a blank space was left. Mallow spent a total of 3 days to clean up a part of the dilapidated Star Lake Castle. At least, it was barely livable. Unexpectedly, Star Lake Castle occupied a large area and was fully functional. There was the main hall, the Jackal Tower, the Rapid Shadow Tower, the meditation room, the Ascension Hall, the Brilliant Area, the dining room, and several other different areas. They were used to receive guests, stay, read, meditate, relax, and host banquets. There was also the Lakeside Monastery, which had long been abandoned but was still preserved. There was also the Starlight Courtyard, commonly known as the Lumberyard, which was used to station troops and train soldiers. There were probably no less than 300 or 400 rooms in total, not to mention the possible hidden passageways and secret rooms. Until now, Thales could not remember how many ways there were to get from the main hall to the study and bedroom. Mallows could only order the Logistics Division and the Defense Division to seal off the passageways that led to unknown or dilapidated locations. Then, they worked overtime against the different versions of the old castle map, corrected the markings, and continuously recorded and unsealed the newly arranged rooms and areas. But the good news was that the Chief of Palace Staff, Baron Quinton, was easy to talk to. He notified the surrounding villages and towns in advance, and asked them to compensate the nominal suzerain, the Duke of Star Lake, for his food and clothing so that Thales would not starve to death in the castle. Then, with the help of the Chief of Palace Staff, the Logistics Division continued to recruit servants, cooks, and gardeners from the villages, on the condition that part of the rent and taxes were waived. Your fief is about the size of a small baron's territory. Of course, it's not the barons of the Northern Territory or the Land of Cliffs. All of their territories are uninhabited wastelands, and the area is almost the size of the Count of South Coast Hill. This morning, Thales was walking on the ridge of the fields. Accompanying him was Baron Quinton, who had rushed over from the capital. The latter was talking non-stop about the fields in front of him. 6 farms. Other than one belonging to Sunset Monastery, which serves the gods, the other 5 have to report to you. There are self-owned fields, rented fields, and public fields with a long history. But now, they are all complicated and intertwined. 5 respectful butlers followed behind Baron Quinton. Each of them held a thick stack of account books and records. More attendants, guards, and servants followed behind them, trembling with fear. The production of each farm is different. It's far from enough to feed just the farmers. For this, we have hired many workers to produce grapes, wool, and other primitive crops according to the season and the weather. Of course, in another month, the wheat in the fields will be harvested. It will be very busy then, and we need even more manpower. Thales frowned as he listened. They were in a farm that belonged to Star Lake Castle. Along the way, they saw farmers carrying farm tools and leading cows and horses to the fields, or farm women carrying fur baskets to work in the workshops. They might not know Thales, but when they saw Baron Quinton and a few butlers, their expressions changed slightly. They retreated in unison and lowered their heads as they whispered to each other. There are also 3 villages or small towns with a long history. Even war could not erase them. They pay taxes to the royal family regularly. It's just that things have not been going well recently. Everyone prefers to go to Eternal Star City or other large towns to find work and make a living. The chief of palace staff spoke excitedly as he walked. He was very familiar with the situation of Star Lake Castle's fief. Also, your fief is next to the Wang family's hunting forest. If the villagers want to hunt some game or chop some firewood, as long as they pay enough and don't do it too openly, we will turn a blind eye to it. It can be considered as an output. After all, it's not easy for everyone after the bloody year. Remember, every farm and small town has its own craftsmen. Their products, such as fabrics, furniture, honey, candles, soap, and some rare items, are the easiest to miss. Thales's frown deepened. These registers record the general situation of your farm, including every farmer's name, land, farm tools, all kinds of employees and craftsmen, as well as the annual reference output and taxes payable. In the future, you will be in charge of— Wow, Lord Baron. Thales, who was having a headache, had to interrupt him. I need to, remember all of these things? Baron Quinton glanced at him and immediately understood the Duke's current mood. He sighed softly. Every respectable family will have their own trusted butler to manage the master's accounts, collect rent, hire manpower, supervise the work, and take care of the master's basic necessities. In fact, the bigger the family, the more they need a good butler. Damn it, Cordero, don't let me see your subordinates slacking off again. The chief of palace staff used only a second to seamlessly switch from being kind to flying into a rage. He reprimanded the local manners butler. The latter was drenched in cold sweat as he turned around to yell at a few employees who were hiding in the shade and gossiping while pointing at Thales and his group. Chief Quinton turned around angrily. Believe me, from the farmers to the workers, from the butlers to the overseers, they are lazy, cunning, crude, impatient, but greedy, unscrupulous, arrogant, habitually gluttonous and lazy, deceiving their superiors and subordinates, racking their brains to work less and earn more money. You need to have the shrewdness and wisdom of a fox and the strength and majesty of a lion to control these ingrates. It seems that you are the one who is truly indispensable in this land, Thales said sincerely with a lot of emotion. Baron Quinton coughed. His words were humble in fear and trepidation, but there was a hint of joy on his face that could not be concealed. Oh my, Your Highness, I dare not say such things. I was merely deceived by the late king's trust. So, butlers? Thales looked at the chief hopefully. Quinton snapped out of his daze. Oh yes, and we, you can say, are the butlers of the Jadestar royal family, one of them. For this, I need to know all the lands and estates of the royal family, every inch of production, population, and labor. Thales immediately took the bait. If that's the case, I believe that I, a newcomer, should not usurp the host's position. These matters, Baron Quinton reacted quickly. I understand very well. After all, you are a noble and busy man. Then everything will continue as usual. I will separate out the rent and taxes that belong to you, and have the butlers of each estate and the mayors of the towns and villages send them to Star Lake Castle regularly, including the monthly rations, firewood, and fabrics. Of course, the variety and sophistication of food and clothing cannot compare to those in Eternal Star City. Thales waved his hand generously, indicating that the Duke of Star Lake should share the joys and sorrows of his people. Seeing the prince's indifferent expression, Quinton could not help but sigh. In the future, there may be a mistress who will take care of these for you. Unfortunately, you are the heir to the throne, and the future mistress is destined to be the queen. She will be busy enough with the families of the nobles in Renaissance Palace, the capital, and even the entire country. She probably won't have time to take care of these minor details. You still have to find a suitable candidate. That was what he said, but in reality, there was not much for Thales to worry about, because Baron Quinton had already arranged everything before he came. The public and private taxes of the territories around Star Lake Castle, land tax, poll tax, hunting tax, including transaction tax, travel tax, and so on, were all collected by the tax collectors of the Department of Finance into the Treasury. This year, they would all be transferred to Star Lake Castle. It was just that the fief was limited, and getting rich overnight was out of the question. I don't have such extravagant hopes, I just want to get enough to eat and wear. Thales closed the thinnest record in the account book with a headache. Just don't cause any major trouble. In the face of such an unambitious heir of the royal family, Chief Quinton could not help but sigh. I think, as long as you don't order the restoration of the right to the first night, it should be fine. Thank you, Chief Quinton. Thales looked at the Chief Quinton who had served his grandfather. I know, it was your intention to help speed up the handover, which allowed me to take over this land so smoothly. Baron Quinton paused for a moment. He closed the account book and passed it to the other stewards, telling them to stay away. Do you really think that I am the indispensable person to these lands, and that I can decide who they belong to? Baron Quinton looked at Thales with a complicated gaze. I think he still cares about you. Thales' smile froze. Perhaps. Thales put his hand into his pocket and touched the Gertaxa. It was cold to the touch and the thorns pricked his hand. Perhaps. He laughed softly and pulled his hand out decisively. Chapter 635. After a week, Duke Thales settled down in Star Lake Castle, but he could not neglect the lessons of the heir of the kingdom. Thales sighed deeply. Language itself is a competent historian. It records the history of the past. Scholar Bonner was very responsible. Despite his old age, he still insisted on coming to Star Lake Castle once a week to teach Thales grammar. This made the Duke very apologetic, especially since he knew that at this moment, the biggest obstacle between Eternal Star City and Star Lake Castle was far more than just the distance between the city and the countryside. When the language of the ancient empire prevailed, the empire was in a prosperous and peaceful period. The 5 crops were abundant, and agricultural production occupied a large part of the language. You see, just this small textile house alone, from the loom to the thread winding, has derived many commonly used words. At first glance, we wouldn't even think that it has anything to do with agriculture and textiles. Fortunately, the old scholar was much more spirited after leaving the city. He often brought Thales to the nearby fields or villages on a whim, and would point out ready-made teaching materials at random. Pursue, Your Highness, pursue the origin and history behind words, and you'll master the trick of using them faster, Scholar Bonner said with emotion. Believe me, it'll be very interesting, and you'll see through the so-called truth of expression. After Scholar Bonner set an example of academics not being swayed by politics, the other teachers were also deeply encouraged and gradually returned to normal, rushing to the castle for lessons. Many of them were excited to visit Star Lake Castle, and some even took the initiative to stay overnight. Production and life are the source of mathematics. When we arrive at Star Lake Castle, we can study the mysteries of mathematics wholeheartedly without distractions. In mathematics class, Scholar Julio looked at the clear blue Star Lake outside the window, and his eyes almost bloomed with joy. But Thales knew that what the scholar was really not used to was the formal and strict atmosphere of Mindy's Hall. On the contrary, in the countryside of Star Lake Castle, he was more at ease. But Thales had to suffer. Just in time, as we mentioned last time, in the maritime industry, captains often need a lot of complicated multiplication and division calculations to determine the relationship between direction and time. This involves a problem. How can we simplify the complicated multiplication and division into easy-to-understand addition and subtraction? An ancient wise man left behind a genius idea. If we can derive the power of a power separately and use it as the object of calculation, the prince could not take it anymore. He slammed his palm on the table. Great timing, Scholar Julio. I have big math questions. Julio's expression changed. He put away the charcoal and sat upright. Yes. Thales crooked his finger, and Ralph immediately walked over with a stack of books. These account books were given to me by Baron Quinton. They record the current population, land, output, and tax situation of Star Lake Fort. The numbers are complicated, and they have been making me anxious and unable to eat or sleep well these days. Thales took the stunned Julio's hand and sincerely handed one of the Grange maps to him. And I urgently need a talented person to check, summarize, and answer for me. Julio's eyes widened. No, Your Highness, I'm your teacher. I'm here to teach you, but Thales was incredibly sincere. No, Julio. Not only are you my teacher, you are also the person who understands numbers and calculations the best in my castle right now. You are also the person who is closest to the mysteries and secrets of numbers. I believe that you can help the people of Star Lake Castle. Julio was a little touched. Thank you for your appreciation. I may be able to help, but I cannot reduce the time for your lessons. After all, this concerns the learning and ability development of the heir of the kingdom. These account books and records are related to the happiness and well-being of my people. It is also my proper occupation, Thales said with a sigh. Look at this beautiful land. Are you willing to let the people on this land starve? As the Duke of Star Lake, do you think I should prioritize my own abilities and qualities, or the happiness and well-being of the people of the kingdom? What you said makes sense. I also admire your selfless ambition, Your Highness, but it still won't do. I'll give you an additional raise. Double your salary. Your Highness, you really love the people like your own children. Shall we start now? But you have to pay on credit. What? Your Highness, hey wait. Don't tell me you're skipping classes to reduce the time for your math lessons. How could that be? By the way, this is the book you recommended, Tales of an Alien Star. The story about Prince Herman being sacrificed is very interesting. No, when did I recommend you? No, this is a forbidden book. Where did you find it? Sunset Temple's Forbidden Book Vault. By the way, I also found this. Bishop St. Liju's Complete Collection of Enlightenment in Archsea City. What? St. Liju's Complete Collection of Enlightenment? Your Highness, can I wait, the collection in the Forbidden Book Vault? No, how did you borrow it? To be exact, I didn't borrow it. Then can you help me take a look at these farm account books? I can't. It's class time now. You didn't borrow it? Then how did you get it? It's a pity. The little nun who guards the Forbidden Book Vault checks the vault every year. Looking at the time, I'll have to return Collection of Enlightenment next month. TSK, what a pity. Let's continue with the class. Scholar. Scholar? Scholar Julio. What's wrong with you? Sob, Your Highness. Sob, I understand. Please give me the account books, I'll take a look. In comparison, the theology class, which had also been moved to the countryside, showed another side. It's okay. It's nothing. Sunset will not punish you for this. On the contrary, Sunset is tolerant and kind. She will pity your misfortune. Just don't believe in that name anymore. Instead of placing your hopes on external objects, it's better to believe in your own hands. Priestess Meljen gently comforted a trembling farmer who was tied up. The latter was reported by the steward of the farm, saying that he knelt in the fields in the middle of the night while waving a torch. He slit a sheep's neck while he chanted a mysterious name that he did not know, praying for good weather and a fruitful farm. This made Waya rather indignant. You let him go just like that? Even if he believes in heresy and disrespects Sunset? The attendant glared indignantly at the farmer who was scared out of his wits. He returned home with the help of his wife and son. The temple has already investigated this thoroughly. Meljen made a prayer gesture without turning her head around. That is not heresy. It is just a folk belief that has existed for a long time. It is especially popular in the Land of Cliffs, and that poor farmer moved here from the Land of Cliffs when he was young. Waya glanced at Thales. So, Priestess Meljen finished her prayer and turned around. Her tone was both instructive and reproachful. Our history is not fractured, dear Squire Casso. Even Sunset Goddess has to shine after the light of the God of Light and the Holy Sun. Perhaps Dawn will have to take a portion of her glory. Meljen looked at the farmers and craftsmen who were busy coming and going in the farm. Look at them. Their ancestors have been bound to this land for generations. Farming, herding, and weaving have been like this since the era of the God of Light. So in the fields and villages, the ancient gods and old believers, and even superstition and heretical worship are naturally passed down from generation to generation, and it is difficult for them to leave. But this is not their fault. They are not disrespecting us. It is just a habit, ignorance, but it is not a crime. Meljen flashed a smile. This is why we must be compassionate, tolerant, preach endlessly, and persist in educating people. Behind her, Nun Nia's face was filled with agreement and admiration. All right, I am not making things difficult for that farmer, but Waya looked at Thales. A few days ago, His Highness was reprimanded by you because he doubted one of the scriptures. He was punished to copy and memorize his words. You were merciless. But when they practiced magic in the fields, you comforted them with gentle words and forgave them. This doesn't seem fair. Meljen raised her head and looked at the setting sun in the west. What is fairness, Attendant Casso? Is it the prince who breaks the law with you, but I give you the same attitude, punishment, and price? Even if the price you can bear is completely different from his? Waya was stunned. The old priestess looked at Thales and Waya with a stern expression. Remember, my Waya Casso. In the name of God, I will always remember. You should be strict to the strong, and be merciful to the weak. You should be stingy to the rich, and generous to the poor. You should be cruel to the merchants, and kind to the farmers. You should be blunt to the nobles, and speak gently to the commoners. Be wary of the armored swordsman, and be merciful to the plowman. When Waya heard this, he could not help but put the sword that was exposed to the ground back under his clothes. If you want the scales to be stable, you need to move the scales to the lighter side. Meljen stared at Waya. These are the supreme words of praise that the sunset goddess gave to the king of Renaissance through the words of the prophet, Mohatta, before he died. When Thales finished listening to this, he bowed with a stern expression. Thank you, I will remember this lesson. Waya was silent for a while before he bowed along with the Duke. Priestess Meljen's stern gaze moved away from Waya and turned to Thales. Very good, but I hope that you will not just remember it. The prince paused for a moment. Then what about the believers and the true heretics? Meljen smiled. I do have an answer, but I don't think you will like it. 2 weeks passed. Star Lake Castle became cleaner and tidier, relatively speaking. The problem of food and clothing was solved, and everyone's lives gradually returned to normal. Thales learned his lessons in an orderly manner. He began to master reading, writing, chanting, and chanting the common language of the elves. He could memorize the passages and allusions in sunset scripture, and perhaps some other forbidden books. He had a clear understanding of the different lands, population, and production in this fief, thanks to scholar Julio. He could accurately locate the city of Longchant in Dragon-Kissed Land, the 3 classical capitals in Thornland, the Hall of Kings Chronicles in Steel City, the 8 main cities in the 3 kingdoms of Mystery Sea, the 4 great forces of power and 16 city-states in Kemu Union, and the locations of the 7 seas in the Western Peninsula. He could also find the intersections between their history and the kingdom's history in the Jadestar family tree, which had a long history and many branches. The newly appointed Duke of Star Lake soon gained a good reputation in the fief and the countryside due to his gentle governance. He did not care about anything, non-increase of taxes, he had no ambitions, and laissez-faire, he had 0 sense of existence. But this caused some people to be rather critical of him. That's it. One day, during a martial arts lesson, Mallows was summoned to the capital due to an urgent matter. Doyle, who was in charge of sparring with him, relaxed and complained to the prince in the lumberyard, I thought that with your courage, wisdom, and knowledge, you would do something different in Star Lake Castle? Thales raised his wooden sword and exchanged blows with Waya as he answered, Very good, Waya. Good, Waya. I like that. Different things like? Doyle flicked his armor, bored out of his mind. I don't know. Reform, improvement, innovation, progress? Just like how some knight poems describe it, a knight with great vision obtains his own fief, enacts new policies in a grand manner, wipes away all diseases, accumulates land, armies, and food, and finally creates a developed and advanced country, conquers the world, and creates history? Thales smiled. Reform, improvement, innovation, progress. He turned his hand over and parried Waya's attack. Very good, Your Highness. The attendant found it hard to describe his surprise. Compared to when you were in Dragon Cloud City, You have improved a lot. You have even mastered the power of eradication. Practice makes perfect. Thales pressed his left wrist, which was throbbing in pain, and revealed a fake smile. He tossed the wooden sword to Waya and prepared to rest. At the same time, he answered Doyle's question. It's not that I don't want to bring about change, Doyle, it's just that. Thales was silent for a while. Do you know how many types of farmers and workers there are in this field, how they are classified according to their nature, where they come from, the number of people in the family, the number of livestock, the number of farm tools, how many different lands and estates they belong to, how their daily routine is, when they go to work and when they leave work, how many tasks they have in a year, what are the differences between the work of the male and female masters, how they cooperate with each other, how many crops and products they produce in an orderly manner, how many of them are self-sufficient, which products are traded in the market, who should they be responsible to and report to, what proportion and rules are used to pay money or goods, what kind of friends they have the most contact with, what do they do for entertainment outside of work, what are their staple foods when they eat, what are their hobbies and topics when they rest, how do they spend their holidays and festivals, how do they handle their beliefs, marriage, socialization, illness, and funerals at home? His words attracted the attention of many people. Glover, who came up with clothes and towels, and Paul, who was practicing his sword at the side, froze at the same time. Doyle listened to the long list of questions, looked at him dumbly, and shook his head. Thales smiled. Very good, because I don't know either. The prince turned around and sighed. But these people, they were born here, live here, and die here for hundreds and thousands of years. They know this land better than anyone else. Why should I think that a so-called Duke of Star Lake who just arrived from the sky and has never touched the mud would have wisdom and knowledge that is more profound, more professional, and more suited to the local ecology to guide them on how to live a better life? I am not Brother Mojado, Doyle. I am not a prophet who descended from the sky. That profession only exists in the sunset scriptures, and I am not that arrogant enough to see through history and point out the direction of the future for the turbid world. Thales snapped out of his daze and patted Doyle's shoulder. Let's go home. I remember that Custa hunted 2 wild boars in the hunting forest today, and the logistics division hired a new chef. Dinner should not be too boring. Doyle nodded in a daze. But you also said that it has always been like this, and it might not be right. Waya's words made Thales stop in his tracks. Just like what you did in Dragon Cloud City, Waya said in a deep voice. Your shocking feat broke the 1,000-year shackles of Northland and brought new life. Only then did you turn the situation around and witness history. Perhaps the people in this land have developed habits and wisdom due to time and history, but if they remain the same, they will inevitably be stuck in the old ways. The attendant stared at Thales' back. Perhaps sometimes, a wise and courageous ruler like you is needed to bring change and innovation, just like the countless reforms in the history of the kingdom? Thales turned his back to him and did not speak for a long time. Then he exhaled. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Waya. He turned around and faced everyone in the training field. But if I have learned anything in the 6 to 7 years after the Night of Dragon's Blood, perhaps it is humility. Thales smiled. Waya was stunned. Thales took the towel from Glover's hand, wiped his face, and took off his protective gear one by one. The master of the single-winged crow, the suzerain of Wing Fort, Derek Chroma, once told me a short story. Do you know when did messenger crows appear? Everyone in the training field looked at each other. The ancient empire. The person who answered was Glover. He said seriously, Great Emperor Camelot used messenger crows to deliver military intelligence on a large scale. They played an important role in the war, allowing him to command the army with unbelievable efficiency and control the overall situation. He far surpassed his opponents of the same era and won the first chance to win. Even after the conquest was completed, messenger crows played a big role, Paul continued. No matter how far apart the territories were, the messenger crows would still arrive at any given time. That was how the great emperor who was in charge of the royal territory was able to firmly rule over all the major provinces. His orders came from the same clan, which increased the effectiveness of governance, strengthened the cohesion of the empire, and reduced the possibility of division. It was an important factor in the empire's ability to maintain its rule after the epic conquest. Hearing their answers, Thales nodded one after another. Not bad. But that was not the first time messenger crows appeared, nor was it the first time they appeared on the stage of history. Thales searched for his memories. About the 700th year of the era of kings, which was 200 years before the great emperor was born, a wise man discovered that some special birds would react differently to specific magnets. This might be the reason why they could travel thousands of miles without getting lost. The messenger crow technology originated from there. Soon, a king of West Billow Cliff decided to put a batch of meticulously cultivated and trained messenger crows into use. They would replace the communication channels between the cities, replacing all messengers, mails, and beacons. "I have captured civilization and the future," he said with great courage and hope. Thales paused for a moment. But the situation was not that simple. Messenger crows were novel, fast, and convenient, but their technology was far from mature. The cost of cultivating and training them was high. The cost of raising them for a year was enough to feed an ordinary family, and the training period and effect were not satisfactory. Thales' tone became deeper. But the king still believed that messenger crows were the future. Because of this, he did not care about the costs and consequences. He ignored all advice that went against his beliefs and insisted on using messenger crows. The taxes of the kingdom increased because of this. Soon, messenger crows became the new trend. For a period of time, everyone in the kingdom fought to gather bird species, build bird houses, plant bird food, and mine magnetic ores. There was a story about a poor family struggling to survive. They managed to keep their food and feed their messenger crows, but their children starved to death. Hearing this, Waya sighed softly. Ralph's arms tightened. Secondly, the appearance of messenger crows affected many people's lives: suzerains, nobles, priests, messengers, postmen, guards, and even heralds and sentries. These were direct. Indirectly, it also affected scholars, scribes, poets who were used to writing long poems, and butlers who collected rent. Some people lost their jobs, some people changed their professions, some people protested, and some people insisted on using the old method of communication. Paul was deep in thought. That's not all. Because of the existence of messenger crows, the suzerains would know a lot of information that was sent out an hour later. So, the time for farmers to pay rent, the deadline for tax calculation, the pace of craftsmen's work, and the fluctuation of market prices were all accelerated. Everyone's lives were turned upside down. They were at a loss and tried their best to catch up with the messenger crows, or rather, the king's pace, but they could not. They were tortured and miserable. Glover frowned. Thales took off the last piece of protective gear and faced the setting sun in the West Mountains in a relaxed manner. But the king was so superstitious about progress and civilization. He believed that the current setbacks were just labor pains, and that temporary sacrifices would be compensated. The messenger crow technology would eventually speed up his production, make communication more efficient, and finally make the kingdom strong and prosperous, thus solving all problems. Thales was gradually lost in thought. But he was right. Glover could not help but say, in the conquest and rule of the great emperor, messenger crows are indispensable. Thales only smiled. Doyle looked from one end to the other, full of doubts. In the end, due to many factors, the messenger crows were hunted and killed, the crow houses were destroyed, the crow tamer was hanged, and the king who captured the future was chased off the throne by endless riots and uprisings. Thales looked up. Before he died, he asked the bright God in heaven with tears, "Why? What I promised this world was a technology that would change everything, an achievement that was destined to be passed down for generations to come, and the most beautiful civilization and future." Thales ended the story in a low tone. The first use of messenger crows in this world failed. When the great emperor raised his army, the empire conquered, and the messenger crows were known and accepted by more people, it was already 200 years later. When he finished speaking, the soft chirping of birds returning to their nests came from the forest in the distance. Paul closed his eyes. What a pity! The people on the training ground were silent for a while until Waya asked tentatively, "Are you trying to say that the king was too arrogant and not humble enough?" Thales nodded, then shook his head. According to historical records, the king of West Billow, known as the Crow Master, had great ambitions, was obsessed with lofty goals, abused the people with his pet birds, and lost sight of what was right in front of him. Indeed. Paul sighed. If this king had taken things step by step, first using it on a small scale, instead of being eager for quick results, if he cared about the people, knew their feelings, understood political affairs, and took things slowly, if he had waited for the technology to mature. If Thales interrupted Paul. He stared at the horizon in a daze. Yes, we can always be so confident in finding reasons for history, and simply find an explanation for the past. Paul was puzzled. Thales continued to speak in a daze, but from the Crow Master to the great emperor, the messenger crows have been neglected for 200 years. Is this the world's attitude and reaction towards messenger crows? Is it the inevitable result of history's gradual progress, or is it the result of humans' eagerness for quick results? The Star Lake guards exchanged glances, expressing their confusion towards the topic and the Duke. But Thales was still in a daze as he muttered to himself, "The tragedy of the Crow Master is lamentable, but is it inevitable and unavoidable? Is it something that we can't solve no matter how much we say, 'If only this would have been the case,' in the future? Were those 200 years a necessary sacrifice and price, or an unnecessary waste and blindness? As for us, how should we maintain our humility without losing our passion?" These words caused many people to have different reactions. Some lowered their heads in deep thought, while others were confused. "Your Highness?" Waya leaned over worriedly. "I don't know, Waya." Thales shook his head. "I really don't know. These people in our land, the suzerains, farmers, merchants, craftsmen, they are in the same era, the same history, the same world as us. What right do I have to think that I have the right to be arrogant? What right do I have to think that I can bring them anything? What right do I have to think that there is no wisdom and desire passed down from generation to generation in their history and land? There are no seeds of change and improvement, and there are no sprouts buried with a future and hope that are only waiting for the day to break through the soil and sprout?" A few seconds later, Thales snapped out of his daze and smiled apologetically at everyone, signaling that the martial arts lesson was over. He then asked everyone, who had mixed feelings, to pack up and prepare to return to the castle. Only Waya remained silent for a long time. He took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, and moved forward. "Your Highness," Waya lowered his voice, "what is bothering you is not Star Lake Castle, nor is it the messenger crow, but something else, right?" Thales paused and looked at Waya. "Viscount Nemain said," the attendant said worriedly, "that when you are upset, you like to talk. A lot of things, often full of emotion and sighs." Put Ray Nemain. The image of that old smoker flashed across Thales' mind, and he could not help but curl up the corners of his lips. "You know, you do not have to shoulder everything alone. You can trust me, or anyone else you think is worthy of trust," Waya said sincerely. Thales stared at Waya for a long time. He could not help but recall the first time he met Waya. This old-fashioned and stiff young man had sworn loyalty to Thales in a very serious manner. The prince put his hand into his pocket and tightened his grip on the covenant again. "It's time to eat. Let's go back." A few seconds later, Thales put his hand out of his pocket and flashed a warm smile at Waya. "Whether you are hungry or not, you still have to eat." Waya's expression became gloomy. Thales patted his shoulder and walked towards the castle on his own. "But the Crow Lord is also respectable, isn't he?" Waya's voice rang behind him. Thales' footsteps slowed down. Regarding the messenger crow, he failed, but the world succeeded in the end. After 200 years of pain, it succeeded in the emperor. Waya's voice was rather anxious. Whether it was inevitable or unnecessary, no matter what the outside world said, the Crow Lord made the choice he believed in. For him, this might be enough. Thales was silent for a long time. After that, he strode forward and walked into the castle. That night, after Thales finished his meal, he went to Jacalta's study room as usual. But this time, after he greeted Glover and Ralph, who were standing guard outside the door, and asked them to close the door, Thales' expression changed. He turned around and looked at the figure standing behind the study table. It had appeared in the room at some point in time. From the last letter until now, you've made me wait for too long. The prince said coldly. Too long? Believe me, Thales. For existences like us, who live forever and sleep in the blink of an eye. Behind the study table, his most unconventional teacher, the air mystic, Asda Sakern, smiled faintly. He twirled his slender fingers and elegantly and calmly placed a blue invitation card on the table. There is no such thing as long waiting. Chapter 636. This is the best place you can find? Asda turned around slowly and paced back and forth as he sized up the entire study. Of course, welcome to Star Lake Castle. Thales walked to the window and looked at the lake of stars under the moonlight. He spread his arms in a bold and imposing manner, looking like an overlord. A fortress that belongs solely to me. Secretive, tranquil, remote, safe. Before Thales could finish speaking, a strange sound came from the ceiling. It was a creaking sound, a clanging sound, and a rumbling sound that traveled from one end to the other. Asda glanced at the ceiling expressionlessly. This made the Duke of Star Lake feel a little embarrassed. It perfectly meets the requirements in your last letter. It's the best place for us to meet. Thales regained his composure and calmness. His voice rose above the strange sound of the ceiling. Not only is it far from Renaissance Palace, it also comes with natural scenery. Before he could finish his words, he heard a loud crash above his head. Shah! A cloud of dust fell from the cracks in the ceiling and covered Thales' head and face, who was pretending to be confident. Asda, on the other hand, was still at ease. He stood with his hands behind his back, untainted by even a speck of dust. Before the dust and gravel could land on him, they were blocked by a transparent barrier. All right, it's just a small fly in the ointment. Thales' calmness disappeared. Covered in dirt, he coughed and patted off the dust in a disheveled manner. But don't worry, we've already sent people to the nearby villages and towns to buy cat and rat poison. Plan B is to go to Eternal Star City and hire a professional rat catcher. Without tearing down the roof, the air mystic ignored him and turned to look at his surroundings. The furnishings in the study were old and faded. Occasionally, there were cobwebs and moths in the corners. A wooden window that was open to the outside was faintly moaning in the wind, as if it was about to fall. Thales patted the top of his head until it returned to its original color. He walked to the desk and sat down calmly. Everything is in order, everything is under control. Crack! Before he could finish, the chair he was sitting on made a crisp sound. Thales became shorter and slanted to the side. The teenager had no choice but to grab onto the table in a flustered yet skillful manner to prevent himself from slipping. Damn it, the carpenters in the field just came to fix it the day before yesterday. The prince swore angrily. Asda squinted at him and said nothing. Thales gave up on defending himself and sighed heavily. The Star Lake Castle has just started, and the conditions are limited, but don't worry. He reached out and grabbed the sky blue invitation on the table. He folded it back and forth in a practiced manner. Then he bent down and stuffed it under the collapsed leg of the chair. Our momentum is good, and we have a lot of room for development. Thales twisted his buttocks to make sure that the chair was stable. Only then did he stand up and sit properly. However, he was shocked to find that the air mystic was already sitting in front of the study table. His gaze was dark and calm. I won't invite you to sit down anyway, the Duke of Star Lake pouted sourly, feeling helpless and envious. You brought your own chair. But Asda did not respond to his joke. The mystic gently pointed at the window, and the mountain wind, which had been making rattling noises, immediately stopped. Asda's tone was gentle and his voice was pleasant. You're different. What? Asda's tone was cold, and the mysterious blue light in his eyes seemed to have some power. I mean, you're different. Thales sneered. Yes, I've grown up. The corners of Thales' lips curled up. He leaned back and crossed his arms. By the way, after returning to the country, you're probably the 20th person to say this to me. Unfortunately, only the top 19 get a prize. Asda did not move. Only his eyes looked straight into Thales' eyes. The air mystic's voice was mechanical and hollow. Child, you are far from being as relaxed as you appear on the surface. On the contrary, at this very moment, you are impetuous, confused, and uneasy. Troubled by a fog that I can't see clearly. Thales subconsciously stopped smiling. Impetuous, confused, and uneasy. His pocket, which contained the covenant ring, suddenly felt heavy. The place where you've become different is in the depths. The mystic was still staring at Thales. A strange blue light overflowed from his pupils and filled his entire eye sockets. Deeper. The deepest. At that moment, Thales subconsciously tensed up. He had the illusion that his soul was being peeped at. The sin of hell's river surged uneasily. God. What? Thales was stunned. When you hear this word, the mystic said coldly, what do you think of? Thales came to his senses. This was the training they did in Dragon Cloud City. But, answer me now. Asda's attitude was uncharacteristically strict, almost like a command. God. Damn it. We haven't seen each other for a long time. We should at least exchange some pleasantries, but we're already taking a test in class? Seeing that the mystic was insistent, Thales could only sigh and answer the question. Indistinct, illusory, the teenager lazily muttered the words God. He racked his brain and said whatever came to his mind. Indistinct, distant, but as he spoke, Thales felt a little strange. It seems to be there, but it isn't. The future of Tathagata is real, but it can't be that the coming has already come, Thales frowned. Strange, I used to describe these things, but Asda did not allow him to think too much. The world. The air mystic spoke quickly, and his words were unprecedentedly heavy. He seemed to be urging Thales. The world, what will you think of first? Quickly. Thales' expression became solemn. Everything, accommodate, contain, fill. The words popped up from the bottom of Thales' heart, making him even more puzzled. Extend, remake, continue, all kinds of things, everywhere. Damn it, why can't I say a complete sentence in such a short time? Why are all these disjointed words appearing in my mind? Thales wanted to continue, but Asda raised his finger gently. So, Thales asked in surprise, Mr. Sakern, what happened? I think. The mystic raised his head. His eyes shone like blue lightning. You're indeed different. Thales' heart sank. Asda stared at him solemnly. A few months ago, a mystic tried to knock on the door, the air mystic said in a deep voice. But it was different from the time you were in Dragon Cloud City. This time, it was very cautious. A few months ago, knocking on the door, Thales' heart tightened. Cautious? The mystic nodded. It was like standing in front of the door, touching the door with a finger, and withdrawing it before knocking even once. It was more like a test. The scene in the prison of bones appeared before his eyes. Thales gulped. Asda stared outside the window. His gaze was unfocused. It even made me think that it was an illusion for a while. But he immediately turned his head and looked at Thales, who was still feeling uneasy. At first, I didn't think it was you, because only a complete mystic can have that kind of control. But now, after I saw you again, Asda repeated his conclusion solemnly. You're different, aren't you? Thales could only sigh deeply, feeling as if he was exposed for doing something bad. Asda was expressionless. I warned you before, it's very dangerous to show mystic energy in front of others. Thales nodded helplessly. I ran into trouble. I had no choice, so I tried, but I found that I kept evolving and could not stop. Reckless. Thales was a little unhappy, but he persisted. At first, I was close to knocking on the door, but thanks to... He stopped talking and thought of the mystic at the critical realm. I am your earliest senior. The worst role model. The worst future. Asda's words seemed to come from afar. Thanks to what? Thales returned to his sight, but what appeared in his mind was another mystic's reminder. Be careful of Asda. Thales gulped and forced a smile. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Sakern. A blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. Those questions of yours, gods, the world, they suddenly appeared, Thales said cautiously. With each question, I became a little more clear-headed, and in the end, I came back. The mystic was silent for a while. That's it? Nothing else? Maybe. Thales recalled the technique he used when facing the Black Prophet and tried not to lie. But, like a dream, everything is vague and hazy. After I wake up, I don't remember. Asda was silent for a long time. Matter, observation, chaos, purity, the mystic said faintly. Your progress is much faster than I expected. Matter, observation, mind saying more? But Asda only raised his finger slightly. The air around him became fresh and cold. It went straight into his lungs, causing Thales to shiver and become much more clear-headed. What's going on? Get rid of all distracting thoughts. Asda said solemnly. Now, every time I say a word, you have to answer with another word, the one you think of first. Do not hesitate, answer with your instincts. Thales could only nod while shivering. Son? Asda asked. Shatter, Thales quickly answered. Wait, destruction? Thales came to his senses and frowned. How could it be this? If he was given a few more seconds, he would definitely answer something else, such as heat, endless, light, eternity, and so on. But, shatter? Starry sky. Time. Destruction. Fog. And, death. Oblivion. Sky. Imprisonment. Power. At that moment, Thales opened his mouth to speak, but his mind went blank. Power? What should power be connected to? Why didn't he think of it? He gritted his teeth and dug out a relevant term from his memory, power of eradication. Asda lowered his finger. The air around them became warm again. The last one doesn't count, the air mystic said faintly. You hesitated. Thales was silent. He did not need to ask to know that these answers were not quite right. What is this? Primordial question. This is the name Taurus gave it later. It was also the test he first designed. Asda did not hide anything and answered straightforwardly. People first discovered the abnormalities of mystics not through their abilities, but through their thoughts and knowledge. Hearing the familiar name, Thales rolled his eyes. Who is Taurus? A senior. Asda did not want to say more. Because of the mystic ability first covenant, I cannot delve into your mystic ability. I can only use a series of the most primitive images to explore your understanding of external objects and identify the stage of your mystic ability advancement. It is like using a needle to prick the skin and bring out the blood. I obtain a diagnosis with the least amount of damage and cost. Primordial question. Thales probed. So what is your diagnosis? Am I still alive and well, eating and drinking well? Or am I in the late stages of my illness and am preparing for my funeral? The air mystic shook his head. I do not know. Obviously, you have already come into contact with mystic ability when you lost control. That is why your answer changed. This is proof that you have reached the thing stage. We usually call it contactee. But the problem is, in history, there has never been a case of someone coming into contact with mystic ability after knocking on the door. Asda thought silently. Just like a beginner without any foundation, only after completing a series of complicated and advanced calculations, he learned that 1 + 1 = 2. Contactee. Thales ruminated on this word. At the same time, he compared it with the knowledge he heard when he knocked on the door. To be precise, it was from the kind senior named Taurus, whose face he could not see clearly. Asda continued. But you are very lucky. But you're very lucky. You lost control and evolved at the thing stage, but you were able to return in time from the critical point of knocking on the door. In history, half of those who came into contact with the door intentionally or unintentionally became idiots, lunatics, or even monsters. Thales frowned. Idiots, lunatics, monsters? What about the other half? Asda shook his head. I do not know. They disappeared. Disappeared. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Then, under what circumstances do I need to worry? When one day, I answer every primitive question with F*CKU? Asda turned around and glanced at Thales. His glance was very strange, even unfamiliar. When I am completely unable to understand or even hear your answer, the mystic said faintly. Unable to understand or hear. Thales was puzzled. I don't understand? Asda nodded. That's it. Thales became even more puzzled. What? But in the next second, the mystic changed the topic. His tone was cold. And that's right. If someone really dares to answer me with vulgarities, you should really be worried about my temper. Thales shrank his head. Then I am already a so-called contactee. What should I do next? I do not know. Oh, you do not know what? Thales widened his eyes. Asda shook his head. Based on the examples I know, from this step onwards, the contactee of mystic energy must learn to observe step by step while he meticulously prepares to lose control of mystic energy. He must resist the temptation and impulse of blindly evolving. Only then can he reach the level of observation and become an epiphany. Wait. There are too many unfamiliar terms. I need to find a notebook, but just as Thales reached for the pen, a breeze blew the pen and paper off the table. Thales raised his head gloomily and looked at the indifferent Asda. All right, I can't leave a record. As for the epiphany, they must carefully and restrain themselves from trying to evolve. During the evolution, they will see themselves clearly, search for a specific threshold, and enter the state of chaos. We call them fused. The fused will take the last dangerous step. They will reach out and knock on the door for the first time, break through the threshold, and completely integrate into their original state, which is the level of purity, the air mystic said softly. If they succeed, they can find and define their own name of origin, which is the mystic. At this point, Asda paused for a moment. But, Thales came to his senses and said in a daze, but I have already lost control, evolved, and even knocked on the door. So, what does this count as? Exactly. Asda nodded. So, normal standards cannot define your stage and level. They are not applicable. Then what should we do? It doesn't matter, the mystic said faintly. Although mystics who do not take the normal path are rare, there are still a few. 1 or 2? When he heard that he could still be saved, Thales' spirits rose. Is that so? Can we refer to them? No. What? What is the first pact of mystic energy? Learn from each other? Say it again. The air around them froze, making it difficult to breathe. And not delving into each other's affairs. Very well. The airflow returned to normal. So, if you don't know what to do next, then what use do I have for you? Say it again? I mean, respected Mr. Sakern, may I know how you intend to explore the unknown and guide me step by step? Asda was silent. He looked at the moonlight outside the window. I don't know, but we can explore together. So, Thales, let me ask you again. Are you willing to let go of worldly restraints and come with me? The mystic said faintly. The path of mystic energy is extremely arduous and dangerous. We need to explore the unknown with more freedom and efficiency. F*CK. Here it goes again. Thales immediately became vigilant, preventing himself from flying out of the castle again, just like in Dragon Cloud City. But fortunately, Asda was no longer so violent when communicating with him. He no longer dragged him out to be a human kite at the slightest disagreement. But we talked about this 7 years ago, and you agreed, Thales said sternly. If mystics do not want to be hated by the world and be beaten by everyone, and do not want to be called a calamity, then we have to use another method, the crown in my left hand and mystic energy in my right. Asda's words were concise, And he summarized his explanation in one sentence. I can somewhat understand your commendable but childish ideals. I also more or less understand your naivety in wanting to have the best of both worlds, or your reluctance to leave when you are in a high position, and your greed for power. Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows. But you think this way, child, because you still do not understand mystic energy. That is also because you have always been secretive and unwilling to reveal everything. Thales immediately retorted. Asda was silent for a while before he changed the topic. Then why don't you think about it from another angle? On this trip back, since you knocked on the door, did anyone find anything wrong with it, or even suspect your identity? If anyone found anything wrong with it, and suspected my identity, Thales shuddered. A few faces floated in his mind. Quickrope. The former prisoners of the Royal Guards, led by Barney Jr. Zacriel. Thales looked into Asda's eyes, forced a smile, and told the truth. Yes. The air mystic stared at him quietly. In Thales' eyes, the occasional flash of blue light in the air mystic's eyes was filled with I knew it. Give me their names and information. I will help you wrap up. Wrap up? Thales' heart skipped a beat. The image of Quickrope being made into a human meatball appeared in his mind. Thank you, but I have already taken care of it. The prince pretended to be calm. It is a pity, but also very unfortunate. Those who know my secret. Thales could not help but imagine Shadow Shield's Stake's expression. A sinister smile appeared on his face. They will never be able to tell anyone else. This time, Asda did not answer immediately. Instead, he stared at him for a very, very long time. It was so long that Thales felt goosebumps. Fortunately, the mystic finally spoke, but his tone changed. Very well, you escaped this time. But what about next time? Thales tensed up. Asda said coldly, why do you think I disappeared all these years, and only came to you in the 6th year? Lazy? Coward? Delay? Forget? Death threat awakening? Thales buried these speculations deep in his heart and put on a humble and eager face. Asda's pleasant voice suddenly became tense. 7 years ago, an unfamiliar rookie mystic knocked on the door blindly in the middle of the night. Also 7 years ago, Giza appeared in Dragon Cloud City and fought against the great dragon who descended from the sky. Do you really think that no one will connect the dots? Thales frowned. Such as the 2 empresses? They are just one of them. Asda's tone was worrisome. And in the past 7 years, they have visited Dragon Cloud City countless times. Thales held his breath. During these 7 years, I had to put in a lot of effort and use every method I could think of to make them look away from you. Fortunately, you are very special. Fortunately, all the mystics believe that the person who knocks on the door definitely has a name of origin, and a brat definitely doesn't have this ability. Thales' heart sank. Fortunately, the air mystic's attitude softened. That was not the only thing that happened in the world that night. Thales looked up. What do you mean? The mystic shook his head. Swampy land, the Sea of Eradication, the Great Desert, Sunset Forest, Rayarden, Qilin City. That night, many places were not peaceful. Dragon Cloud City and Giza were just 2 of the suspected targets. Thales was puzzled. What? Asda nodded. That's right. So sometimes I even suspect that you were not the only mystic who appeared that day. Not the only one, Thales was deep in thought. Asda snorted coldly. Of course, if there really is one, I hope he is not like you, stubborn and reckless. Thales could only show a polite smile. But you are now back in Eternal Star City. Asda spoke faster and faster, making people's hearts race. This is the center of politics that attracts the attention of the world, and you are the heir to the kingdom. Every move you make will attract attention. If you have another accident here, whether it is evolving or knocking on the door, if you attract unnecessary attention. Thales recalled the scene at the royal banquet and could not help but clench his fists. Asda warned, don't worry. For the sake of your safety, reconsider my suggestion. When that time comes, it will be too late for you to leave with me. Thales was silent for a long time. For the sake of my safety. Safety, but... Thales remembered the covenant he made with the king in Ballard Room and could not help but clench his teeth. Asda quietly waited for his response. After a few seconds, Thales took a deep breath and looked up at his guide. Thank you for the reminder. I admit that it may be safer and more convenient for a beginner to go with you. Thales paused. But I still have a question. Asda nodded. Very well, at least we have a pretty good consensus. Who is Fruland? The air mystic's words came to a halt. Fruland. Thales stared at him. But Asda did not react. He was expressionless and did not move. But Thales knew that a mystic's reaction could not be measured with common sense. Or I should change the question. Thales leaned against the desk and narrowed his eyes. You and the sensory mystic, or should I say the former Queen Fiosa, why and how did you work together? The silence lasted for a long time. The blue light in Asda's eyes flickered back and forth. Thales was unmoved. He gradually increased the stakes. And how did the former Three Disasters alliance infiltrate Constellation's court and bewitch the former king? Asda still did not say a word. Until the next question. Just for a legendary anti-mystic equipment that could threaten the two empresses? At that moment, Asda's eyes shone with a dazzling blue light. Thales had to raise his hand to block it. A few seconds later, the blue light dimmed. Like a statue, Asda regained his vitality. Where did you hear that name? Damn it. Thales put down his arm and exhaled. Don't forget, I'm not just your student. I'm also a Jade Star. I have the crown in my left hand and mystic energy in my right. The prince shrugged and spread his arms. I'm in such a high position, but it's not just because I'm reluctant to leave and greedy for power. Thales' smile froze. Mr. Sakern? The blue light in Asda's eyes flowed rapidly. It's been a while. You've learned a lot of new things. Thales curled his lips. Not as much as you've hidden from me, Mr. Sakern. The atmosphere in Jackal's study room suddenly became tense. The Duke of Star Lake and the mystic looked at each other in silence. But Thales was not afraid. In Ballard Room, after experiencing the difficult game with the Iron Hand King, Thales felt that he had grown. At least, he was getting better at seizing the initiative and leading the situation. Even when facing a mystic. This was the true meaning of having the crown in his left hand and mystic energy in his right hand. The sin of hell's river surged and flowed through his body in agreement. But the teenager's gratification only lasted for 3 seconds. No. Asda snorted coldly. If you really learned of this name from someone in a high position, Thales, why do you need to ask me? It's precisely because you know nothing that you're here to sound me out and try to learn more. Thales' expression froze. The air mystic curled his lips and mocked. From this, it can be seen that you can't touch the crown with your left hand, and you can't use mystic energy with your right hand. You can't do anything with either hand. He said bluntly. A prince who has lost his power without mystic energy. In the old and dilapidated study room, Thales sat on a broken chair with a corner missing. He was silent. Actually, he did not have to be so harsh. A few seconds later, Thales sighed. All right, you're right. But the teenager's expression changed. But at least, you should know why I'm not willing to go with you, right? The mystic fell silent again. You're rebelling. I'm not telling you precisely because you're not willing to go with me. Asda opened his mouth again. There was a hint of difficulty in his words. I can teach you all these things from the past. Thales smiled. He shook his head and leaned back. The wobbling chair let out a painful groan. So, you won't tell me the answer, will you? Can I ask why? No. But, no. At least, no. Asda rejected Thales' questions one after another. He raised his head and did not waver. No matter what the reason is, if you're not willing to give up your worldly ties, I won't tell you more about mystics. Thales immediately felt bored. But at least he achieved his goal. Fruland's news had diverted his attention. The mystic no longer insisted on taking him with him. But you know, child, you always have that choice. The mystic leaned forward. His words were bewitching. I'll always be here, with an open embrace. Forever. As he listened to this familiar tone, Thales snickered. He suddenly thought of Quick Rope and Asda. Could they be a pair of golden salesmen? The former would deliver a carrot with flowery words, while the latter would wield a stick with a ferocious expression. All right, then let's each take a step back. Thales proposed a solution and set the tone for this conversation that was heading towards an unpleasant one. I won't ask you who Frühland is, and don't force me to go with you. Asda did not speak. But based on Thales' understanding of him, a certain someone was obviously not very satisfied. Thales snorted and stood up. By the way, speaking of this, I still have something to ask you. Thales walked straight to the window before turning around to look at the mystic. Asda snorted softly. Under the moonlight, the prince smiled faintly and raised his hand gently. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the chair behind the desk suddenly trembled, and a corner bent. But Asda did not pay attention to the chair. At some point in time, he had already stood up. The mystic's glowing blue eyes were fixed on Thales' hand. Between the teenager's fingers was a folded sky-blue cardboard ball. Thales smiled and waved his hand at the mystic. In the next second, the blue light in Asda's eyes suddenly intensified. Thales only felt a light breeze. He could not hold the paper ball anymore, and it flew out of his hand. The sky-blue piece of paper flew over as if it had a life of its own and stopped in front of Asda. It unfolded in the air, flattened out, and resumed the appearance of an invitation card, revealing the beautiful writing on it. Turn around, this is... Asda's eyes were obscured by the blue light. It was as if he could see through the invitation card in front of him and look at the air. No change, no trajectory, no momentum, not even. His words were emotionless, but they were filled with a strange echo. Thales revealed a mysterious smile. He bowed and spread his arms, as if he was thanking someone after a performance. The crumpled invitation card floated to the ground. The mystic turned his head and stared at Thales' right hand. There was an unusual fluctuation in Asda's words. Whatever it is, do it again. The blue light in his eyes no longer flowed, and it was always bright. Of course, I will. In the face of Asda's rare eagerness, the teenager was a little overwhelmed. But before that, the Duke of Star Lake crossed his arms and smiled coldly. Who is Frühland? Thank you for your support. I have been working hard on my writing. End of this chapter. Chapter 637. The candlelight was bright. The silence in the study lasted for a few seconds. Asda stared at Thales expressionlessly. Is this question so important that you are so eager to know? Thales smiled. Not necessarily. It depends on how much you want to see my trick. Asda lowered his head and looked at the wrinkled sky-blue invitation card on the floor. This is not a deal. His tone became cold. Not to mention using your mystic energy as a bargaining chip. Then this is not a deal. Thales' smile did not change. He reacted quickly and readily accepted the mystic's advice. It is a student helping each other and learning from each other. The moment he finished speaking, Thales immediately felt that something was wrong. The air around him slowly froze. And this is not a joke either. The mystic was expressionless and spoke very slowly. Your mystic energy is strange and unpredictable. The consequences are unknown. If you are not careful, your life will be in danger. Thales raised his left hand gently. Asda's words came to an abrupt halt. The sky-blue invitation card on the floor had disappeared. At that very moment, it was held between Thales' fingers. Not bad. Asda's eyes sparkled with blue light. It left a deep impression. A few months ago, when I was forced to knock on the door and learn this trick, Thales put down the invitation card in his hand, and his smile gradually disappeared. I was in the dungeon, being chased by an unreasonable lunatic with a knife. I played hide-and-seek for an entire night. The mystic did not say anything. Thales continued softly. Because he stubbornly believed that I was a product of the conspiracy created by the Three Disasters Alliance, even though I was born 5 years after the Bloody Year. Asda's eyes moved. He spoke slowly, his tone was cold. He discovered your secret? My secret? Thales stared at Asda gloomily. Damned secret. Don't worry, he's dead, Thales said nonchalantly as he shook off the weathered and lonely figure in his mind. He died a long time ago. The teenager's tone changed. But before that, he is not a possibility, but a definite threat to my life. The reason why I can still sit here and listen to you lecture me from above instead of becoming a prince. Thales lifted the hair on one side of his forehead, revealing a bald scar on his scalp. It's all because I lowered my head fast enough. Asda looked at him in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. So, this is indeed not a deal, and it's not a bargaining chip. Thales snorted coldly. He raised the invitation and waved it. It's proof that I was harmed by your glorious past, implicated by the sins you once committed, forced to a corner by an old grudge of which I know nothing, and almost lost my life. Thales' voice seemed to have alerted the occupants on the ceiling. The sound of rats scurrying around could be heard, but both of them ignored it. This unfortunate incident made me realize that mystic energy is not only about itself, but also about mystics. Asda did not speak, but the lines on his face grew sharper and more serious. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Compared to the so-called strange and unpredictable mystic energy with unknown consequences, perhaps the things you hid from me are a greater threat to me? Therefore, for the sake of my little life, I need to know. I must know. I demand to know. Thales raised the invitation high and, with an elegant movement, sent it flying to the other end of the room. Now, who is Froland? As soon as he finished speaking, the study fell silent. The two of them faced each other in silence. The Duke stood in front of the window, letting the moonlight cover his shoulders, leaving only a shadow on his face. The mystic stood in the room. The candlelight was bright, but it could not overshadow the blue in his eyes. Only the sporadic noises from the ceiling proved that the place was not dead silent. After a few minutes, Asda moved slightly and said, "You're really different." Thales snorted softly. "No matter how many times you repeat yourself, you're still the 20th. The Duke shook his head. "There's no prize." Ugh. The increasingly tense atmosphere was suffocating. The noises from the ceiling also became more uneasy. "If I refuse?" The mystic said faintly. His voice was still elegant and pleasant. Thales put on an "I knew it" expression and shrugged helplessly. "Then I have no other choice. After all, you're the powerful mystic. I can't force you." The next second, the Duke of Star Lake stopped smiling. His eyes focused. "But for the sake of my life, to not be harmed by your old debts, I can only try to save myself. I use all sorts of methods and channels to spy on that part of history." Asda did not say a word. The only response to the Duke was the increasingly anxious noises from the ceiling. Thales curled his lips. "And did you know that there's an ancient book vault in Sunset Temple in the capital? The royal guards in Renaissance Palace left all sorts of records? Of course, don't forget the secrets of the kingdom." Before Thales could finish speaking, the air mystic's eyes moved. Blue light shone brightly. But, damn it. The glaring light forced Thales to turn his head to avoid it. He cursed and raised his hand to block it. Fortunately, the glare from Asda's eyes only lasted for a moment before it immediately weakened. Thales raised his head in a flustered manner. He blinked continuously, waiting for the afterimage to disappear from his sight. "What are you doing?" The moment Thales said those words, he froze. Asda just stood there elegantly and calmly as usual, staring at him quietly. But Thales realized something and slowly raised his head. Silence. No, it's dead silence. At some point in time, there was no more noise in the study, only a terrifying silence. Thales stared at the ceiling in a daze. Cleared. Asda's eyes slowly returned to normal. His tone was ethereal. Including those in the nest and those who passed by, there were a total of 14 rats. "No need to thank me." Cleared. Thales took a few seconds to understand this sentence. He could not help but gulp. Damn it. How am I going to explain this to everyone? A new stray cat in Star Lake Castle? The one that catches rats? If you want to be more thorough, then the rat nests around the castle and in the fields, I can. The considerate Asda continued. Wow, thanks. Thales quickly stopped him. That, you don't have to be so thorough. I have to let my subordinates have something to do, Asda nodded cheerfully. Please forgive me. I was distracted by this matter. And what were you talking about just now? Thales clapped his hands. Oh, that just now. Anyway, what I meant was, Honorable Sir Sakern. The Duke, who had a high status and power, was all smiles. His attitude was amiable. We are teacher and student, guide and apprentice. We are companions on the long journey of mystic energy. Hence, there is a need for us to strengthen our communication and trust each other. Thales looked at his guide whom he respected and admired from the bottom of his heart. His eyes were filled with anticipation. What do you think? The room fell into dead silence again. A few minutes later, the mystic spoke softly. Your Highness, are you saying that you wanted to use yourself to threaten me just now in exchange for my compromise? Thales coughed and his smile faded. I'm sorry. I only realized it recently. Thales exhaled and tried his best to be as sincere as possible. Using yourself as a bargaining chip is quite effective. Thales weighed the covenant in his pocket and thought sarcastically. After all, everyone loved Thales. Asda's gaze shifted and he stared at Thales. But a few seconds later he suddenly laughed. You should really look in the mirror and look at yourself right now. The mystic smile, which felt like a puppet whose mouth had been carved into an arc, made Thales panic. The mirror in the bedroom is broken. I don't know when I'll replace it. Thales forced a smile to match the mystic smile. It depended on Scholar Julio's account book. Wait, apart from killing rats, don't tell me that you also know how to repair mirrors? In the next second, before Thales' smile faded, Asda's eyes flashed with blue light again. Thales felt a great force surge towards him. Caught off guard, he was lifted into the air and fell heavily. Damn it! Looking at the rapidly approaching ground, Thales raised his hands to protect his head and face in exasperation. I knew this grandson was petty, thud. There was a muffled sound. Thales opened his eyes and snapped out of his daze. He landed on his feet and hung in the air with his face up. He was sitting in the air in a pathetic manner. Asda had already sat beside him and was leisurely admiring the night outside the window. Then let's talk, the mystic said calmly. As usual, no notes. Thales came back to his senses. He frowned and touched their chair under his butt. He calmed his pounding heart and stared in disbelief at Asda, who had suddenly become easy to talk to. All right, looks like he's not that petty? Very well. Thinking of this, the teenager's lips twitched. But before you invite me to sit, perhaps you should first ask, thud. Thales fell heavily on the ground. He touched his buttocks and grimaced in pain. Ah, pain, if ck. Then may I ask, Your Highness, would you like to sit? Asda looked at him calmly. A blue light appeared on his left and outlined the outline of a chair. Your Highness, would you like to sit? Thales covered his butt and gritted his teeth as he climbed up. Sit your ass. But just as the word reached his lips, he caught a glimpse of the mottled and faded old, crooked chair that belonged to the Duke behind the study table from the corner of his eye. The noble and dignified Duke of Star Lake could only smack his lips in annoyance. Sulking, he sat on the chair that Asda had prepared for him. Damn it. Petty. Frillin Sanchez. In the room, Asda stared at the small patch of night sky that was locked by the window. His gaze was unfocused. This is her name, at least the part that I know. Frillin Sanchez. Thales muttered the name in his heart. She was born very early. It is said that she witnessed the empire during its heyday. I guess even among fellow mystics, there are very few who can surpass her in terms of experience. Asda's tone became tense. Before becoming a mystic, she was a magic apprentice at the Alchemy Tower. After becoming a mystic, her line of origin was named Senses. Alchemy Tower, I know. Thales raised his hand excitedly. Towards omniscience, right? But Asda did not give him a positive answer. What did you say? Alchemy Tower, their motto, Thales recalled and repeated, towards omniscience. It's under the symbol of the strange eye. Asda narrowed his eyes and looked at him strangely. Seeing this, Thales had no choice but to stretch out his hand and draw a sentence in the ancient language of the empire in the air. Towards omniscience? The mystic was silent for a long time. They taught you the language of the empire, right? Of course, why? So, you failed? Thales' small face darkened. Why don't you try taking lessons 8 days a week? What? You're asking where the extra days came from? Of course it's squeezed out from sleeping time. Thales was puzzled. What's wrong? Or is it better to translate omniscience into omnipotence? The languages in this world do not correspond to each other, Asda said coldly. If that's the case, why don't we just learn nouns one by one, and when it's time to use them, we only need to say, you learn grammar, class idiot? Thales shrank back into his chair and crossed his arms in a daze. You actually really don't have to be so mean. And if you can be a little more generous and magnanimous, noble, studious, knowledgeable, and progressive, Your Highness, Asda said faintly, release a little of your touching feelings of being diligent in government affairs, worrying about the country, and caring about the welfare of the people, squeeze out a little of the time you stand in front of the window and sigh at the majesty of the kingdom's vast rivers and mountains, or a little of your heroic courage to bargain with me in the face of death, and then generously and mercifully give them to some boring grammar lessons that you think are insignificant. Then you may be lucky, coincidentally, unexpectedly, touching, and miraculously notice an insignificant point in an inconspicuous corner. In the language of the ancient empire, your so-called path is a concise combination of a noun and a verb. Thales felt dizzy as he listened. It took him a lot of effort to digest this long paragraph. Only then did the corners of his mouth twitch. That you only need to say the last sentence. That's enough. Asda ignored him. So, the Alchemy Tower's motto in the language of the ancient empire was not literally path to omniscience. For the sake of his academic dignity, Thales had to pull himself together and began to draw in the air again. Then, path is a noun, so it is not path, but path, or even simpler, road. And the verb, road, leads to omniscience? Thales looked at his guide expectantly. Asda did not even look at him. He said indifferently, look at the verb for omniscience. Thales scratched his head and continued to draw. All right, let me see. Thales came to a realization. So, path to omniscience is a modification of road. Path to omniscience? Asda snorted coldly. Look at the verb for road. Thales frowned. Look again? But there are only a few of them. The teenager's expression changed again. I get it, road is a passive object. It has a corresponding subject predicate. But Thales was immediately confused. But this sentence does not have a subject predicate, Asda snorted again. This time, Thales did not need to be reminded. He had an idea. I remember now. In the poems and proverbs of the ancient empire, according to the context and logic, certain elements would be omitted, such as I and I am. Thales slapped his thigh and said excitedly, so, the Alchemy Tower said, I am on the road, and the road leads to omniscience? Asda was expressionless. Do you usually speak like this? Thales coughed and adjusted his words. I am on the road to omniscience, not simply heading to omniscience, right? This time, Asda did not say anything. Towards omniscience. I am on the road to omniscience. Thales silently recited these 2 sentences. He remembered the symbol of the strange eye on the Alchemy Tower and felt something in his heart. They are different. A very big difference, Asda suddenly said. Thales thought for a moment and nodded. I get it. Towards omniscience, it is like the door plate on a door. You just have to open it. Behind the door is omniscience. Asda did not comment. But, I am on the road to omniscience. This is more like a signpost on a long road. Thales' eyes brightened. You walk past it, you know you are not there yet, but you know the direction is right, and then you continue forward. The former was a complacent master who guarded the door. The latter was a traveler who carried a heavy burden and had a long journey. They are different. Thales was a little lost in thought. Mussulmen may be rigid and stubborn. Asda looked at the moonlight outside the window and said faintly, but they are also wizards. Thales came back to his senses. Mussulmen? The mystic tilted his head. Soul Tower uses a derogatory term to mock them. I understand. What do they call you? Thinkers. Thinkers? Thales raised his eyebrows. Why not bookworms? Because it is ironic. Thales narrowed his eyes. Asda snorted coldly. We use the most direct and simplest derogatory term that they will not misunderstand no matter what. And what they use to insult us is an ironic term that can only be understood by connecting the context, history, and reality. Thales was in high spirits. Interesting. Even though they use derogatory terms against each other, the logic used by Soul Tower and Alchemy Tower is completely different. Am I right, thinkers? Once he finished speaking, Asda looked at him expressionlessly. The air around him became heavy. Thales reacted and had to cough vigorously. Ahem, back to the topic at hand. The Duke's expression became stern. So, Mr. Sakern, Fruland, she is an extremely experienced mystic, sensory mystic? Don't what? The mystic's tone instantly became cold. Don't call her that. You can either call her by her mortal name, or use her full name, sensory mystic. You can even inadvertently mention sensory mystic in a sentence. The blue light in Asda's eyes was extremely sharp. But the only thing you should not do is call a mystic by her name of origin in such a pure, simple, and crude way when you know who you are calling. Don't call her by her name of origin? Thales was puzzled. Why? The air mystic was silent for a while, as if he was thinking about something. But he still spoke in the end. Because we do not know Fruland's current situation. Whether she is sealed, whether she is complete, how she is, whether she still walks freely, and whether she exists in the world, we do not know. If you call a mystic's name of origin wholeheartedly when you know who you are referring to, and if the other party is normal, you will sense it. Thales' expression froze. If I call her name of origin seriously, alone, and intentionally, the other party will sense it. That means, once or twice might not be a big deal, but if it happens too many times, trust me, no matter how soft it is, no one wants to be knocked on the window for no reason. Asda ended his sentence with a warning tone. Thales had a brainwave. It's that amazing? Then let me try yours, air. At that moment, the air around him was compressed with the force of an avalanche. No. Thales had difficulty breathing. His face flushed and he waved his hands randomly. In the next second, Asda put down his finger. Thales only then regained his breathing and panted in pain. F***CK. He's definitely doing it on purpose. First of all, this is not a friendly move. Asda snorted coldly. Secondly, remember, the magic empresses stand at the pinnacle of the path of mystic energy. I strongly suspect that they can use some unimaginable method to sense and monitor known names of origin. Once a mystic reacts due to being called too much, the B***cheese will notice that something is wrong. Magic Empress. Monitoring names of origin? Thales tugged at his collar and said unhappily, so strange? The mystic did not answer. He only stared at him coldly. Thales could only continue asking. So, a name of origin is like a website, an address? Once you call it, it's like throwing a stone at someone's window? And the two empresses live in the tallest villa. They're hunters with sniper rifles and crossbows who stand at the highest point. If someone's window rings, they pull the trigger and kill them in one shot? Hearing this, Asda heaved a long, deep sigh. He seemed dissatisfied. Metaphors, analogies, and analogies are always like this. But he only paused for a few seconds before his eyes glowed with blue light. No. In a sense, a name of origin is more like a gate with a sign hanging on it. It's used to distinguish our territory and boundaries, and to warn others. The air mystic's eyes were bright and piercing. He stared at an unknown place. To prevent us from clashing, fighting, and killing each other. Distinguishing territory and boundaries. Gate. Thales furrowed his brows and asked further. But, if the other party can sense it by directly calling a name of origin, then it's like a gate deliberately erected to attract people to knock on it? Asda turned his head. Isn't this the reason why a gate is stronger than a wall? The mystic's voice sounded as if it was thousands of miles away, indistinct and indistinct. It also leaves space for others to visit. Thales blinked in pain. It's a little complicated? You'll understand. The blue light in Asda's eyes slowly disappeared. When you understand. Thales nodded and forced a fake smile. Thank you for your nonsense. However, he suddenly realized that after he displayed his mystic ability and resolutely expressed his opinion that, I don't want to be implicated by your old debts, this time, Asda seemed to be willing to teach him more, deeper, and more difficult to understand. In the study room illuminated by candlelight, two people, one big and one small, were suspended side by side in the air. One was quietly contemplating, and the other was gritting his teeth with his arms crossed. It was an extremely strange sight. Thales thought of something and immediately asked, then, is the world-cleansing project 700 years ago, which aimed to destroy the records and history of magic related to this? The mystic turned his head. When there are fewer and fewer people who remember you, there are fewer and fewer people who call out to you. The teenagers slowly sorted out the logic and gradually felt that it made sense. Then, when your names of origin are heard, it will be extremely conspicuous. It will make it easier for the two empresses to hunt you down? Asda was silent for a while. Perhaps, the mystic said faintly. But it's not just that. Thales was about to ask, but Asda had already spoken. Whether it's when demons bewitch people, asking the victims to call out their taboo names loudly, or when religions spread their beliefs, asking the believers to repeat the admonition of the gods, or when the emperor rules over the world, asking millions of people to shout, "Long live the empire," over and over again. The mystic seemed to be immersed in his own world again. Summoning symbols is always the most direct way to strengthen connections, establish habits, and build authority. Mystic abilities are the same, and even more so. Thales was puzzled by what he heard. I actually, don't quite understand. Asda raised his head and was extremely certain. You will understand. Sooner or later. Thales could only hug his arms tightly and chuckle. Thank you. Another nonsense. And this is why, Mr. Sakern, you have been unwilling to tell me the names of the two empresses and the unsealed mystics? This is one of the reasons, Asda said solemnly. And you have to be careful, especially since you have already started to come into contact with mystic abilities and even knocked on the door. A mortal calling out their names of origin and a mystic calling out their names of origin are on a completely different level. Thales snorted softly, turned around on the air chair, and turned to his guide. You know, you could have told me earlier. You could have just told me what I could do and what I couldn't, and that would have been it. The prince pursed his lips. This has nothing to do with mystic abilities. The mystic was silent for a while. Trust me, Thales. Asda spoke faintly, but it made Thales a little nervous. Everything that happens in this world, everything, is all related to mystic abilities. Strange, he's been talking so much today. Thales frowned, but still decided to turn around again and look at the ceiling. No, when he thought of the 14 rat corpses on the ceiling, Thales had to flip to the other side and face the door. So, even mystics themselves usually don't call each other by their names of origin? 1. Thales frowned. What? The mystic's ethereal voice rang again. This time, his tone was mechanical and indifferent. As far as I know, since the birth of mystic abilities, there has only been one and only mystic. From the beginning to the end, he did not have any scruples. He was used to calling his peers by their names of origin, and he even believed in it. As if that was our only name. As if that was his creed in this world. For some reason, when he heard this sentence, Thales shuddered. He subconsciously turned around and looked at Asda. And every time he called out my name of origin, the air mystic was lying in the air. His blue eyes flickered as he stared at the ceiling. But it did not seem like he was staring at the ceiling. Instead, it was something above and beyond it. Thales had rarely seen Asda like this. "Who is he?" the teenager could not help but ask. Asda did not move. But in the next moment, there was a flash of blue light. The air mystic's gaze, which was filled with blue light, locked onto Thales. This gave Thales a shock. It was like a comic strip flipping on a book. In the blink of an eye, it changed to the next page. Fortunately, he and his brother have been confirmed to be sealed. The blue light in the mystic's eyes flowed out of his eye sockets and climbed up his face like cracks. Before they destroyed the world. The two rays of blue light made Thales extremely uncomfortable. He subconsciously turned his head to avoid them. In the next moment, the air mystic instantly turned towards the sky and called out a word coldly and numbly. Exist. 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 This word seemed to have some kind of power. Under Asda's call, it seemed to echo faintly. In the next moment, Thales felt as if he was hallucinating. All the sounds and colors in the world disappeared at the same time. Even his thoughts had come to a halt. Everything was over. After an unknown amount of time, he felt a movement somewhere. Soon the ceiling, the ground, the walls, the door. Everything in front of him and beside his ears gradually returned to him. In the next second, the teenager took a deep breath and sat up. Thales came back to his senses and realized that he was drenched in cold sweat. Asda sat beside him. Just like before, he looked at him calmly, elegantly, and indifferently. Thales panted rapidly and blinked his eyes frantically. Everything is normal. Normal? The only extra thing, or rather what was left behind. It's an omnipresent feeling from the inside out. Deep palpitation. Chapter 638. Looks like you felt the weight of that name of origin. Asda stared at Thales, who was panting heavily. He seemed to be deep in thought. Especially when the person who summoned it is a mystic and he's close at hand. Thales wiped away the sweat on his forehead and gritted his teeth. What was that feeling just now? Asda snorted softly and regained his usual elegance. Don't worry, he's sealed and can't respond with dignity. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sitting here safely. Thales exhaled and stared outside the window. The moonlight was blocked by dark clouds. It was dark outside the castle. Only the sporadic cries of birds and beasts could be heard in the distance. The atmosphere became a little cold. The teenager's mood was also dragged down. What was that feeling? There was an ethereal quality in Thales' voice that he could not feel. When you, as a mystic, were sealed by the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Asda fell silent. But there was a faint blue light in his eyes, like the stars in the night sky. It's best that I don't tell you. Thales furrowed his brows. Why? Asda paused for a few seconds before he spoke. 7 years ago, when I was sealed by that short sword, what did you see? Thales was stunned. He could not help but recall his unpleasant first meeting with the air mystic. When he was sealed by Yodel. What did I see? Thales tried hard to recall. His tone was uncertain. You turned into many rays of light of indistinguishable color and scattered. Energy, loud noise, impact, explosion. Then I don't remember. What about Giza? Giza? Thales tensed up. He remembered the blood mystic's last moments. Be careful of Asda. She withered, hardened, turned black, became brittle, then cracked, shattered, and turned into ashes that filled the sky. Thales recounted the past. He remembered the moment he used the blade of purification to seal Giza. For some reason, there was an indescribable sorrow in his heart. Like the embers of a burning fire, they scattered with the wind. The mystic nodded. He looked at the darkness outside the window. This is what you saw, but it already explains a lot. Asda's tone suddenly became tense. 700 years ago, as the first target of the mystics, Ban was sealed in a very straightforward and swift manner. He disappeared without a trace, and even if we knocked on the door, entered our original forms, and used the crudest method to call out his name of origin, we did not get any response or feedback. It was as if he had fallen asleep and would never wake up again. There were many witnesses when Eric was besieged. His indignant roar in his original form startled almost all the mystics, so much so that we always had the illusion that he still existed, but there was only dead silence left. He was ignorant, unconscious, thoughtless, and emotionless. As time passed, we gradually realized that he was not coming back. We don't know how many times Solovsky was hunted, but after he knocked on the door abruptly and awkwardly, his state was permanently abnormal. His response to us was incoherent, confusing, and contradictory. The only thing he conveyed was coldness, desperation, and stillness. In the end, it became countless meaningless fragments. Ben, Eric, Solovsky. When these familiar names appeared from Asda's mouth, Thales's expression changed slightly. Lebla was hunted by 3 legendary anti-mystic equipment. Each time, he was restricted and weakened a little. In the end, he fell to the 4th one. But after he was sealed, he did not disappear immediately. Instead, he lingered in our senses for 3 months before gradually weakening, becoming silent, and returning to stillness. Thanks to him, we knew that the seal was not death and destruction, but another incomprehensible state. We also knew that Helen and Bloodspike were already existences of another level, the supreme empress of all magic. El's seal was the strangest and most mysterious. As the scariest mystic aside from B, even though we don't have any news about him, we all know and feel that he still exists in the world. But at a certain moment, you turned around and realized in shock that he had disappeared a long, long time ago. You just inexplicably forgot about him. And Kirai, a mystic as valiant and iron-blooded as he was, who was so proud and sharp that he dared to fight against 2 mystic brothers at the same time, the last time he knocked on the door, he conveyed a bottomless pain, anger, disgust, and even despair. As for Giza, in 700 years she encountered no less than 2 calamity hunters and no less than 6 legendary anti-mystic equipment one after another. She fought back and forth. Although it was inevitable that she would end up in a pathetic state, most of her life was spared until you placed the last straw on her, and she turned into innumerable dead things and ashes. When he said this, Asda's tone changed. And finally, Thales's expression tensed. When he was sealed, even though he was thousands of miles away, Asda's voice was ethereal. The shock and waves that tore everything apart and destroyed everything made me think that the world was about to end. Hence, every mystic's performance and effects are different when they are sealed, and we suspect that this is because every mystic energy? Thales took over the conversation. The teenager's expression was solemn. So you can't tell me because of the mystic energy first covenant? Asda pondered for a while and nodded. Every mystic's mystic energy is unique. This might decide how they are sealed, as well as the state and feeling of being sealed. Thales was silent for a long time. His expression was solemn. Then, as someone with experience, do you have any suggestions? The teenager looked at the guide. When we face legendary anti-mystic equipment. The air mystic was also silent for a long time. Every legendary anti-mystic equipment can weaken mystic energy or even render it completely ineffective. We can't even get close to it, let alone touch it. Even if the same equipment is in different times, in different hands, and when faced with different enemies, it might have completely different effects and functions. You might not even be able to prepare for it in advance. This answer caused the atmosphere to become heavy. Thales furrowed his brows. Then why do I still want to become a mystic? At the very least, I can still touch them now, but after I take that step, I will have a fatal weakness, and any legendary anti-mystic equipment can kill me? If you don't take that step, you'll be full of fatal weaknesses. Asda shook his head with slight disdain. Even if you don't use the legendary anti-mystic equipment, any weapon, even a small nail, can kill you. Thales choked. All right, let's get back to the topic at hand. The Duke waved his hand. So you're wondering, Fruland's current situation is unknown? Which camp does she belong to? How did you guys end up together? Fruland. This name made the blue light in Asda's eyes flash. It branched out and seeped into his face. But he did not answer. Instead, he looked at Thales coldly. Tonight, I have already told you a lot of things. And what is your reward? Reward. Thales paused for a moment before he realized what the man was talking about. But you just said that this is not a deal. That's right. Asda tidied up his clothes, which were actually not messed up at all, in a calm and composed manner. So, I call this teacher and student helping each other and learning from each other. Thales immediately choked. A few seconds later, the teenager gave him the middle finger gloomily. F***CKU. What does this mean? The middle finger? The Northlanders' new trend of swearing on the street. Then, Asda's expression was indifferent. I can only tell you about Fruland next time. Alright. Thales had no choice but to raise his hands in surrender. He stood up in annoyance and pointed at the blue invitation card on the ground. Then, don't blink. The next second, the invitation card reappeared in Thales' hands. The teenager narrowed his eyes, sneered, and waved the invitation card at the mystic. But Asda did not have time to pay attention to Thales' expression. So beautiful. The guide stared at Thales' fingers. His words were profound. Charming, beautiful, and indescribable. Hearing the string of adjectives, Thales felt a little embarrassed. He coughed. Alright, this ability, how should I put it, is a little awkward. Asda's attention returned to Thales' words. Awkward? Thales sighed and stuffed the invitation card into his pocket. Let me put it this way. If I were a charlatan who could perform magic tricks, my performances would definitely be full of people, and there would be loud cheers. If I were a thief who lived on the streets, my business would also be easy, and I would never leave empty-handed. Even if I were a mercenary who lived on the edge of a knife, I would still be able to catch my opponent by surprise during a battle, and it would still be very effective. The teenager's tone sank. But you are a prince, Asda calmly finished his sentence. The Honorable Duke of Star Lake. Thales' smile disappeared in an instant. Exactly. The teenager was a little dejected. If I wanted to watch a magic show, I could hire the best circus in the entire Western Peninsula. They could perform better than me without mystic energy. If I wanted to get something from afar, why don't I ask the guards and servants to get it directly instead of using mystic energy? It would save me a lot of effort. Thales mocked. And if I really ran into an enemy, instead of using all my strength to use mystic energy, I might as well just wave my hand, and there would be big men who would rush forward like wolves and beat them up for me. Asda listened to him in silence and did not express his opinion. Also, for an outstanding street beggar, if you want to steal something from someone's pocket without anyone noticing, you really don't need any mystic energy. Thales snapped his fingers, and the invitation card from his pocket magically appeared in his other hand. You really don't need any mystic energy. So, for now, its greatest use is to steal 2 forbidden tomes when I visit Sunset Temple to ask for advice and pray. Thales sighed and ended his lamentation. Fortunately, you are a prince. Asda looked at him quietly. Your identity is set in stone. You can't go out and embarrass yourself with these petty tricks and bring trouble upon yourself. Thales raised his eyebrows. Very good. Asda nodded. Keep it. Keep a low profile and maintain this habit, the mystic said coldly. Don't use it easily, and don't expose it on your own. Sometimes, you'd rather go through more trouble and take a few extra steps to get a cup than let others find out about it. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble sooner or later. Thinking of Watchman Zakriel in the dungeon, Thales said gloomily, Thank you for the reminder. I understand. At this moment, a blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. You're bleeding. Thales was shocked and reached out to wipe his wound. *T. Oh, the weather has been hot recently. Thales rubbed his nose in a natural manner and chuckled. He put his left hand, which was covered in blood, behind his back and raised the invitation card with his right hand again. So, do you still want it? He skillfully took out a handkerchief and sat back on the chair, revealing an evil and bewitching smile. Do you want more? Asda stared at him with interest, which made Thales a little uneasy. A few seconds later, the mystic snorted softly and returned to the topic that Thales was most concerned about. Fruland did not participate in the Battle of Eradication, so she was classified as a moderate by the extremists. But this classification is not convincing, because Fruland is estranged from most of her peers. When he said this, the air mystic suddenly changed the topic. However, even an omnipotent being like B respects her, or should I say, is wary of her. A mystic that even B is wary of. Thales pressed the handkerchief against his nose while he silently memorized these words in his heart. Is she very powerful? Asda shook his head. Powerful cannot be considered an appropriate description. This word is too general and pale, and its meaning is limited. Then, let's put it another way. Is she very special? Every mystic is special. The mystic's eyes shone with a strange light. But according to a senior, Fruland saw things that were even more amazing. Sensory mystic is even more amazing. Thales could not help but recall what he saw in the prison of bones and Zakriel's trembling statement. In fact, she has lived longer than all of us royal guards put together. Asda continued to speak. In the Battle of Eradication, the two empresses rose to power, the extremists suffered a crushing defeat, and the remaining mystics were hunted down one by the disaster hunters. Thales' gaze shifted. Disaster hunters? The first batch of masters of the legendary anti-mystic equipment, Asda explained softly, and there was a hint of displeasure in his tone. Unlike now, when the warriors who were granted the equipment were focused and pure, and they only had one goal. But in comparison, Fruland received special treatment. What special treatment? Asda paused for a second. His eyes showed caution and wariness. The two magic empresses, Helen and Blood Spike, personally went to hunt Fruland. What? Thales was shocked and put down the handkerchief. The two empresses personally went to hunt the sensory mystic? So, Fruland survived the two empresses' attack? Asda nodded. His gaze was profound. In the 700 years after that, I went into hiding. I once thought that Fruland was doomed. The mystic raised his eyes and looked straight at Thales. Until she took the initiative to contact us. Or rather, she tried to contact a lot of people, but the only ones who really responded to her were me and Giza. Thales' eyelids twitched. Contact you? For what? Asda snorted softly. She had a plan to rebel against the two empresses. Rebel against the two empresses of magic. Thales gulped. What plan? Asda stared into the distance. His gaze was sharp. Fruland believes that the oldest royal family in the world, even if most of them are greedy, short-sighted mortals, and as stupid as pigs, hides an important secret. An important secret. Thales thought of the greatest king mentioned by the mercenary Ricky in the Prison of Bones. He still clenched his fists. Thank you for your evaluation of our family. Thales' expression was solemn. What secret? Asda smiled. Do you really want to know? Thales became alert. Wait, you're not thinking of ending class, are you? The mystic smiled softly. Fruland did not say. I don't know either. Thales was stunned for a moment before he reacted. What? Aren't you working together? Asda shook his head. That's just Fruland's plan. Giza and I have our own plans. The three of us are working together, but we each get what we need. Thales was silent for a while. He felt a little helpless. So, the three of you in your small group do not communicate with each other, and each have ulterior motives? What a model of teamwork. But Asda was not bothered. This is the norm for mystics to get along, and you should be glad about it. But because the last time, there were more than two mystics working together. Asda glanced at him. There was a hint of warning in his teasing tone. It was the Battle of Eradication. Thales pursed his lips and raised his hand. Pretend I didn't say anything. But Fruland said that once she unravels that secret, The magic empresses will not be a threat anymore. Asda's eyes shone with blue light. Unravel that secret. The two empresses will not be a threat anymore. Thales thought of something and his breathing froze. A legendary anti-mystic equipment without any trace of the two empresses, without any restrictions or taboos. A secret weapon that can completely seal the blood spike in Helen. Thales tried hard to shake off Ricky's words and the appearance of the small red sword. He asked tentatively, "So, for Fruland's secret, you attacked my grandfather and in the end, brought about the bloody year?" Asda snorted coldly. "First of all, we did not bring about that disaster. Secondly, I said that we each get what we need. And Fruland is fully responsible for all the matters of the palace, including the king. Giza and I have no right and no intention to interfere." Thales narrowed his eyes. "No intention to interfere. This doesn't sound like your style, does it?" The mystic shook his head. Eternal Star City is not a fun place. As the political center of the Western Peninsula, more than one legendary anti-mystic equipment is stored here. Not only can mystic energy not work around it. When he said this, Asda paused for a moment. "You've also seen what happened the last time I entered Eternal Star City." Thales pursed his lips. "Don't worry, Yodel is not here." Asda glanced at him. "I know. I probed, or else I would not have shown up." Thales glanced at him with complicated feelings. Then, since Renaissance Palace is so dangerous, and there is a legendary anti-mystic equipment, how did Fruland succeed? The air mystic was silent for a while, as if he was reminiscing about the past. "Immortal's method," Asda said faintly. "She lurked in the secular world." For several generations, she carefully and persistently observed, waited, and probed to find a way to infiltrate Constellation's court. And it was not easy. Thales nodded and was immediately shocked. "Several generations. Wait, how long ago was this?" Asda was silent for a while before he slowly said, "When Fruland came to us, John the Red King had just ousted his own sister from the throne." John the Red King. John II and his sister, Queen Erica the Conqueror of the North. Thales' expression changed. "That was 200 years ago?" The mystic snorted coldly. "As I've said, to us, there's no such thing as a long wait. 200 years of planning." After the shock, Thales sighed. "So, she succeeded in the end, patient Fruland, or should I say Queen Fiosa?" When he said this, Thales could not help but remember the watchman's words. His Majesty has been bewitched, coerced, and controlled by the most evil existence in the world. She could not defeat the legendary anti-mystic equipment, Thales said absent-mindedly. But she defeated those who had the right to control them. The study room was quiet for a while. Fruland's name of origin is Senses. Asda seemed to be sentimental. When it comes to bewitching people and deceiving them, no one in the same profession can surpass her. Thales did not speak. Zachriel's words were still lingering in his mind. As early as 1,000 years ago, before the empire collapsed, she was already famous for manipulating people's minds and creating illusions. Fruland infiltrated the court. "What about you?" Thales snapped out of his memories and asked, "What did you and Giza do?" Asda's misty gaze moved, and the blue light gathered again. He was silent for a few seconds before he said, "Fruland knew that she was not here to lurk, but to take action. Whether it was the legendary anti-mystic equipment in the court, the calamity stories passed down from generation to generation in the great families, the kingdom's secret intelligence department, or the Jadestar royal family's top secret methods, as the plan progressed and the goal became clearer, the closer she got to the secret of mystic energy, the more flaws she revealed, and the more suspicion she aroused. This was inevitable." Yes, Thales agreed wholeheartedly. For example, a certain former watchman in the Prison of Bones who liked to hack the prince with a knife. To make matters worse, after the Battle of Eradication, the history of mystics disappeared from the world because of Project World Cleansing. This left us with nowhere to hide. In the secular world, which was like a pool of stagnant water, any unusual movement would be extremely conspicuous. Based on experience, Once a rumor such as the appearance of a suspected mystic spreads in a certain place, Helen and Bloodspike's minions, or even themselves, will follow the rumor and come over to kill it. Asda's gaze became fierce. For this, she needs cover and divert attention. And we cannot only rely on the channels in the palace. Thales pondered for a moment before he said, "Blood Bottle Gang?" The mystic nodded. It was originally a smuggling gang formed by a few desperate winemakers at the border of the kingdom. But as the Blood Bottle Gang expanded, the rumor that there were two mystics behind it began to spread on the streets. In addition, Giza showed up a few times to cause trouble. This was enough to arouse the vigilance of the higher-ups of the kingdom and the church. It even attracted the attention of the Magic Empress who was lurking behind the scenes, Asda said flatly. Thales thought for a moment and came to a realization. "You used yourselves as bait to divert attention?" He said in surprise, "This is a very big risk." Asda glanced at him. If the Blood Bottle Gang wanted to plot a rebellion or a coup, or even reveal the truth about the calamity and start the second battle of eradication, yes. The mystic changed the topic. But what if the biggest goal of this so-called mystic gang is just to control the smuggled alcohol in the underground black market? Those with ulterior motives would suspect, probe, and investigate, but they would only find that this gang, which originated from the streets and was formed by peddlers and servants, had the biggest goal of dominating the market, seizing territory, smuggling contraband goods, and fighting for fame and profit. And the story of the so-called mystics behind the scenes, which they used to threaten and bewitch the outside world, was even more absurd. It was full of mistakes and had nothing to do with the calamity of the world's destruction. Perhaps it was learned from an ancient book by a fellow who smuggled alcohol? Asda said coldly, "Hence, for more than 100 years, through generations of agents, we continued to repeat the boring, small-scale fights between gangs, which were akin to playing house. At the same time, we spread the false and inaccurate rumors of mystics to the lower classes until it became a legend in the streets and alleys." Hearing this, Thales understood a little. He sighed. "Then you succeeded. When I was young, I heard from Rick, a child beggar leader, that when he was rich, he would hire two mystics to guard his door and be his bodyguards." There was a rare teasing tone in Asda's words. Then he had to be very rich. In the next second, the mystic's tone became cold. "Just like that, although we could not reveal the truth about the calamity, we foiled the world-cleansing plan and awakened the people's fear and opposition towards the two empresses. But starting from the borders of the kingdom, in the quagmire of the lower classes far away from the nobles, we spread a layer of fog throughout the entire Western Peninsula. When mystics were mentioned time and time again in a teasing or exaggerated tone, they became commonplace, and it was difficult to distinguish the truth from the lies. Then, we hid in the sea of countless people at the bottom of the hierarchy and successfully relaxed their vigilance and attention. This way, when Fruland truly infiltrated the upper class of the palace and even took control of the kingdom, questions like mystics plotting to steal the country would be drowned in the rumors of mystics ambitious to unify Red Street Market, blood calamity dominating Black Gold Casino, and apocalyptic calamity dominating the three major commercial streets. Thales understood the process and frowned. "All right, I have to say, this idea is quite interesting." And he could even imagine the following scene. A spy came to report to the Magic Empress. According to reliable information, the terrible calamity who once tore the continent apart has returned and secretly formed an underground force, a private gang. The two empresses were murderous as they drew their weapons and prepared for battle. What are they doing? Answer: a gang fight on the street. The two empresses were speechless. The teenager wiped the blood from his nose. What kind of apocalyptic villain would do such a thing? Mystics walk the streets. Calamities are lesser than dogs. No one would believe it even if it was written in a novel. The power system would collapse. So, you used more than 100 years just to cover up? Asda snorted coldly. You should say, we only used more than 100 years to cover up. Thales sighed. So? Did Fruland and all of you get what they wanted? Asda shook his head. What happened? The mystic was silent for a while. His gaze was profound. I don't know. But I guess we were still discovered. Discovered? Thales' gaze shifted. In one night, Giza was ambushed by the legendary anti-mystic equipment in Steel City. She was at her last gasp and lost contact. Constellation, on the other hand, exceeded expectations. It escaped control. The royal family bled, and the crown fell to the ground. The royal family bled, and the crown fell to the ground. Of course, it was also the fairy bell that the Jade Star royal family used to travel to Hell's River during the Bloody Year. Thales thought of the guards and prisoners in the Prison of Bones, and he felt complicated for a moment. Fruland was forced to leave Eternal Star City and even the kingdom before all the legendary anti-mystic equipment turned to target her. Asda's gaze was sharp, and when I rushed to Renaissance Palace, I only saw corpses on the ground. Corpses on the ground. Both of them were silent for a while. That's it. The prince took a deep breath and recalled what he saw in Lower City District a few months ago. He asked cautiously, "Then why did Black Sword say that you once started a massacre at the palace gate?" At the palace gate. Started a massacre. The mystic glanced at Thales and seemed to be deep in thought. That glance made the prince nervous for no reason. 18 years ago, in this very city, the air mystic, that undying monster, stood in front of Renaissance Palace, killed Constance Morris of the Brotherhood. His words were faintly discernible in Thales' ears. They saw me as an enemy and attacked me brazenly. Asda did not care. Naturally, I responded with straightforwardness and returned the favor. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Responded with straightforwardness. All right. Then, how did you expose yourselves? Thales suppressed the sensitive question and asked another question. What exactly did Fruland do? What happened to the Jade Star royal family? Why did they escape from your control? I'm not sure. Asda shook his head. He looked disinterested. I've said it before. Fruland was in charge of all matters in the palace. All we know is that the plan failed. The mystic looked out of the window gloomily. After toiling for 100 years, we have nothing. The two empresses are still here. More powerful than before. The two empresses. Thales mulled over these two words and felt a little depressed. But he quickly looked up again. You said that the Three Disasters Alliance has its own agenda. What about you and Giza? Why did you join them? The teenager sniffled and narrowed his eyes. It can't be to unify Red Street Market, can it? Asda chuckled. I don't know Giza's goal, but based on my understanding of her, the mystic paused for a moment. Blue light flowed in his eyes. What she wants is definitely much more than we, Fruland and I can imagine. He said gloomily. Much more greedy, much more crazy, much more terrifying. Much more unbelievable. The study room fell into silence again. What about you? A few seconds later, Thales spoke again. He stared at his guide. Air Mystic, why did you cooperate with them and extend your hand to Constellation? I recently made a chart of the Jade Star royal family's lineage and posted it in the usual place. End of this chapter. Chapter 639. Thales stood in the middle of the study and pointed at the invitation on the floor with a lifeless expression. Are you ready? Asda stopped him. The mystic looked at him quietly and slowly raised a finger. This time try this. Thales was stunned. Try which? Before he could finish speaking, the sound of wind suddenly rose. The broken chair with a corner missing flew up from behind the study table and flew towards Thales. Thales immediately turned pale with fright. He subconsciously raised his hand. C, what are you doing? Thud. The chair landed with a loud bang. In the next second, there was an urgent knocking on the door. Your Highness, Your Grace. What happened? Please answer me. We have to go in. Move aside. No, let's go together. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, bang. There was another loud noise. The two people on duty, second-class Vanguard official Leo Morgan and second-class Protector Jose Custa, pushed open the door and rushed into the room. Then, they stopped at the same time and widened their eyes. "Your Highness?" Thales was seen with his back facing the two guards. He was sprawled on the chair in a strange posture. "Leo, Jose, wow, it's you guys tonight." Thales turned his head with difficulty and forced a smile. "It's okay. It's just that when I was training, there was a stinky rat messing around." Morgan and Custa turned around to check. The entire study was empty. Other than 2 candlesticks being extinguished, everything was normal. "But, Your Highness, your nose." Protector Custa spoke with a thick accent from the land of thorns. He looked at Thales, who was sprawled on the chair with his butt up. Thales calmly took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood under his nose. It's okay. You know, puberty." He waved his hand. "Go out." Morgan nodded. He walked to the candlestick and lit the candle again. But Custa still wanted to say something. "Go out." The Duke of Star Lake gritted his teeth. Morgan pulled Custa and bowed to Thales. "If you need help, Your Highness, we are at the door." Thales watched them leave before he closed the door. The young man heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Asda, who had appeared out of nowhere, and said in exasperation, "I thought you blocked the sound." "I did indeed seal it." The mystic seemed to be deep in thought. But the interference and repulsion between the mystic abilities of different thresholds and mystics cannot be ignored. It is second only to the effect of legendary anti-mystic equipment on mystic energy. Thales felt a little dizzy from this string of terms. Coupled with the disheveled state he was in, he patted the chair under him and said unhappily, "All right, then I'll leave it to you. Next time you want to do something like this, can you send me an invitation in advance?" Asda stared at the chair and said nothing. This chair could have been used for another week, but now, Thales released his grip angrily. The poor chair split neatly into 2 halves, and fell to either side. "Thank you so much." "All right, how am I supposed to tell everyone?" His Excellency the Duke fell down from the broken chair and had a nosebleed. In a fit of anger, he mercilessly slashed the chair, leaving the poor chair without a complete corpse. But the air mystic only paced slowly to Thales' side and gestured for him to be quiet. "Now, I want to ask you some questions. You have to focus and speak carefully," Asda said softly, but he was extremely serious. "Speak slowly word by word. If I ask you to stop, you have to shut up immediately. Not a single word is allowed." But Thales' anger had not subsided. "What if I talk too much? What then?" Asda glanced at him. His gaze was cold and murderous. Thales choked. He sniffed and smelled the scent of blood. He was unhappy. "All right." Asda observed the symmetrically separated chair. "This ability, what is it?" "Who knows? I don't know what it is, and I don't know how I learned it. It looks like Ralph's psionic ability, or some street magician's trick," Thales said angrily. "But psionic abilities and tricks won't make me run for my life every day." "No." Asda stared at the chair in fascination, but shook his head to deny it. "Psionic abilities are the natural evolution of life, and tricks are deceptions with superficial appearances. But this..." The chair floated in front of the mystic, accompanied by his ethereal and pleasant voice. "This is beyond our understanding. It's completely different." Thales wiped his nosebleed. He was uninterested. "Whatever. What can you affect?" "Small objects." Thales was listless. "The smaller the target, the better. The lighter the better. The closer the better. The simpler the better. For example, paper, leaves, hair. And if the target is too big, heavy, far away, or even too complicated, I will have a nosebleed and become dizzy. If I use it frequently," Asda narrowed his eyes. "Will it hurt?" Thales recalled the dangerous escape he had in the prison of bones. "No, it's a little better than that." Thales twitched the corner of his mouth. He was expressionless. "It will die." Asda thought for a while and nodded slowly. "Interesting. Most of the time, it's like stretching out my hand to reach something that's far away." Thales picked up the half of the chair on the ground helplessly. He then walked up to the mystic without giving him any face. He grabbed the half that was floating in the air and pushed it to the corner. But there were a few times when I stretched out my hand, and it felt like I wasn't just reaching out. It was more like, at this point, Asda suddenly turned his head. "Stop!" Thales was startled by the abrupt interruption. Asda closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he spoke. "How long has it been? This thing?" Thales cursed the little dummy in his heart as he adjusted himself. "I've been practicing for about half a year. Every time, I'm tormented until my back hurts and I can't get out of bed. Now I've finally found a way." Asda suddenly opened his eyes. "Stuff." Thales choked again. It was as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. It was extremely uncomfortable. "F***ck, again? Remember what I said. Be careful with your words," the mystic said carefully. "You said you found a way." "Wait." Thales gulped. "Let me put it this way. Once, I got tired of practicing with a piece of paper and wanted to try changing it to a bridle. In the end, the thick and hard rope became, stop." The mystic's warning rang out just in time. "F***c." Thales pursed his lips and changed the topic. "Anyway, I could only throw it into the sewers. Of course, under normal circumstances, it's not easy to lock onto a target." Asda acutely grasped the main point. "Under normal circumstances?" Thales shrugged. "Yes. Obviously, when I knocked on the door, everything was very easy. It was as natural as breathing and drinking water." Asda raised his hand again. "Stop." Thales sighed helplessly. "Can't we talk properly?" Asda fell silent and pondered on his own. "I know. This feels weird, right?" The prince, who was displeased because he was interrupted many times, sneered. "You're very curious and want to understand and explore, but because of the mystic ability First Covenant, you have to desperately restrain your impulses and resist the temptation. You keep telling yourself that you can't go deeper, that you can't continue, that you have to stop." He looked at Asda, whose eyes were glowing blue, and revealed a sinister and cunning smile. "Then, do you want to know more? Do you want more? Hee, I can give you everything." A blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. "I was wrong, teacher." The blue light flashed again. The Duke of Star Lake, who was second only to him and above tens of thousands of people, regained the right to breathe freely. He lay on the desk and panted pitifully. "So, the First Covenant of mystic ability," Thales turned around with his last breath. "What is the original purpose of its existence?" Asda did not speak. He stared at the chair in the corner and said faintly, "For ourselves." "Nonsense again." Thales sighed. Having lost the chair, he could only turn around and sit on the desk. "All right, I've given you what you wanted and answered your question. Can we get back to the main topic? Before I die from excessive blood loss?" The teenager knocked on the desk and said impatiently, "Now, among the three mystics, what do you want?" The blue light in the mystic's eyes gradually extinguished. He turned around with his hands behind his back. His silhouette in the study seemed cold and ethereal. "Do you really want to know? I told you, the more you hide from me," Thales shook the blood-stained handkerchief out of boredom, "the more likely I will fall for something I don't know. Moreover, aren't we students and guides? We are so close and trust each other. We can be called model teachers and students." Asda suddenly spoke. "Answer me. Who won the battle of eradication?" The boring atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became serious and formal. Thales was caught off guard. He quickly put away the handkerchief. "Who won? The world, mortals, and all intelligent races." But Asda did not speak. The mystic continued to stare at him coldly. "All right." Thales crossed his arms and thought for a while. "The Magic Empress. The legendary anti-mystic equipment they created can seal mystics." He recalled what he saw in the lowest level of the prison of bones and could not help but frown. "But it can't be used on them. As long as the Empress sets fire, the calamities are not allowed to light the lamp." Asda's eyes flashed. "Looks like you've learned a lot on your own since we last met." Thales snorted softly. Don't forget, I have the crown in my left hand and mystic energy in my right. Thales spread his arms boldly, then awkwardly hid his bloodied left hand behind his back. The teenager continued, just like that, the two empresses chased the other mystics away like rats on the street and monopolized the right to use mystic energy. According to you, they even deepened their understanding of mystic energy. They are the biggest winners. Asda nodded, but in the next second, his tone became mysterious. Then, as the biggest winners, why did the two empresses of magic disappear for 700 years and hide behind the scenes? Only a few people revere them, and no one even knows where they are? Thales was momentarily stunned. Why did the two empresses of magic disappear? Well, this question, the mystic walked towards him slowly. His questions came one after another, and his aura became more and more oppressive. Why did they distribute the legendary anti-mystic equipment to mortals and rely on the kings, suzerains, governors, and bishops of this world to perform their duty of monitoring the world on their behalf? Why didn't they simply reveal their identities, rule over billions of living beings, and order everything in the world? Those who obey them will prosper, and those who oppose them will die? Just like what the extremists did? Asda stared at him intently, waiting for the student's response. What the old crow said, the boundaries of governance? No, that's only for mortals. Thales suppressed the first answer and realized that it was indeed a good question. He began to think about the logic behind it. Because the brave warriors defeated the evil dragon, not to become the evil dragon? Alright, a joke. Because it's convenient? Because of laziness? Because of efficiency? Because they, are not free? You know, not every mystic has the time to help the underworld fight for territory. The air mystic continued to stare at him quietly. He did not respond to Thales' sarcasm. Thales could only stop teasing and said seriously, "All right." To be honest, what I can think of is that since they used the world cleansing plan to erase the existence of mystics, it would be inconvenient for the two empresses to appear in front of the world to prevent the effect of sealing off information and covering up history? Asda stared at him for a very long time. It was as if he wanted to connect to Thales' heart with his gaze. This made Thales a little nervous. Wait, did I stray from the topic? What did I ask just now? Finally, the air mystic smiled coldly. I have been curious about this question for a long time, and in order to solve it, Asda's gaze burned, I need more information. And Frulund was right about one thing. The guide said slowly, since the Battle of Eradication, the Jade Star royal family has been passed down for a long time and participated in many things. There must be many secrets that mystics do not know about. Thales slapped his forehead. Right. This is the reason why Asda joined the Three Disasters Alliance. So, you took the risk of having your address searched and registered as a member of the Frulund Mutual Assistance Group, with your real name to see references that are not available elsewhere and to research why the two empresses are so homebuddies? Thales probed. Asda stared at him silently and did not move. Alright, looks like he did not get the joke. Thales could only sigh. So, what is the conclusion of your research? Asda averted his gaze and turned to look outside the window. They hide. The mystic's eyes shone with a blue light again. His tone was empty, but it made people's hearts beat faster. It's because they are afraid, wary, and vigilant. The two empresses are afraid, wary, and vigilant? Thales was stunned and asked in confusion. Afraid of what? They are already the most powerful mystics. No one can control them. No one can control them. Thales paused and came to a realization. Oh, you mean Taurus? He has the power to surpass the two empresses? Taurus. Asda suddenly turned around. The blue light in his eyes was sharp. Thales was so shocked that he staggered. The mystic spoke slowly and very gently. I noticed just now that even though I rarely mentioned him, you seem to have some understanding of this senior. His gaze became sharp. The question is, where did you find out? Thales subconsciously gulped. As he endured Asda's invasive gaze, he remembered the words of the senior in the critical realm before he knocked on the door. Guiding you is Asda's responsibility. It is not convenient for me to interfere. In the group of mystics, there is a sacred and inviolable relationship between the guide and the guided. For example, you and Asda have a special and close connection. To each other, you are special and important existences. As he thought of this, Thales subconsciously said, "Books? I read them from books." But Asda immediately asked, "Books?" Thales blurted out, "Forbidden books." In the collection of Sunset Temple, the mystic continued to pursue him. "Which book?" Thales choked. He could not help but show an apologetic smile. "All right, I'll tell you the truth. It's actually the records of the guards. The flag-bearer division of the Royal Guards. They record the words and actions of past generations of people." Asda narrowed his eyes. "Whose records?" "The king of Renaissances." Thales did not even blink. Tormund I. He mentioned the, experiences of the Battle of Eradication. Among them was Taurus. "Oh, the records are stored in Renaissance Palace. Do you want to take a look?" Asda was silent for a few seconds. The mystic looked at him quietly. "There is a legendary anti-mystic equipment inside. It's not safe." Thales looked as if he had just realized something. "Oh, what a pity. Do you want me to steal it for you?" "No need," Asda said softly and turned around. "But no." The mystic continued the topic. "They're not afraid of Taurus." His words were filled with deep wariness. You can't imagine what level and height the Magic Empress has reached ever since she created the legendary anti-mystic equipment. I think that even someone as experienced as Taurus can't fight against the two empresses, who no one can control. Even Taurus can't fight against the two empresses? Thales was slightly shocked at first, then he asked doubtfully, "Then what else can they be afraid of?" Asda did not answer directly. "Think, Thales, think." The mystic stared at the lake of stars that reflected the stars in the sky. "Don't develop the bad habit of waiting for answers." Thales frowned. "The two empresses who no one can control." "No one?" "No." Thales' gaze shifted. "It's not no one. Not entirely. Both of them." Thales stared at the chair that had been split in half in the corner and said seriously, "Blood, Spike, and Helen, as the victors of the Battle of Eradication, as mystics who surpassed most of their peers," he looked up at the mystic. "The only people who can truly fight against the two empresses are each other." The teenager said solemnly, "They are wary of each other." Asda snorted softly. "Looks like you're not stupid after all." Thales' eyes brightened when he was acknowledged. So, without a common enemy, the two empresses became each other's greatest threat. After the war, they broke up and became enemies. And they hid behind the scenes to guard against each other's sneak attacks. This is a game where whoever finds the other first wins? In the face of the student's hopeful questioning, the mystic did not comment. He only said faintly, "As I said before, you're getting closer to the truth of the world." "This is probably Asda's version of 'you're awesome,'" Thales criticized in his heart. "All right, now that you know this, what now?" Thales returned to the main topic, preventing Asda from changing the topic. "Don't tell me your purpose in joining the Three Disasters Alliance is to use the power of one of the two empresses to attack the other?" Asda was silent for a while. But when he spoke again, his tone was different. "Thales, are you sure you want to continue listening?" the mystic said faintly. Thales was stunned. "What?" The mystic turned around. His figure blocked the moonlight, giving Thales a sense of oppression for the first time. "You must know that the truth and secrets often carry heavy burdens." Asda spoke softly and meaningfully. "Are you really ready?" Looking at him, Thales frowned in confusion. "Why do you suddenly sound like you're telling a ghost story?" His teacher smiled coldly. "Because once you know, you can't turn back." "Can't turn back?" Thales curled his lips nonchalantly. "Even if I don't know, I can't turn back, right?" What a joke. "Do you really think that I, Thales Jade Star, the first person in Errol to turn misfortunes into blessings, was scared since I was young?" At this point, Thales suddenly became vigilant. He raised his finger and said fiercely, And don't even think about ending the lesson now. Asda snorted indifferently. His emotions could not be discerned. But contrary to his usual behavior, he spoke rather straightforwardly. During the time I worked with Frulend, through the Jadestar royal family, the kingdom's secret intelligence department, and even Blood Bottle Gang, I obtained some precious historical records. Thales narrowed his eyes. About? Asda flashed a smile, which was rare. The meaning behind it was strange and difficult to understand. You already know that all legendary anti-mystic equipment was created by the two empresses, and none of them are effective against the two empresses, right? Thales could not help but look at him anxiously. He was puzzled. So, the mystic lowered his voice. What if there is an exception? What if there is an equipment in this world that was not created by the two empresses? Thales was stunned at first, then he understood. Damn it. 18 years ago, the first and only legendary anti-mystic equipment in history that was not created by the Magic Empress, in the Prison of Bones, the mysterious voice of the leader of the Disaster Sword seemed to ring in his ears. In Constellation, on the base of this Dragon Breaker, it was just barely forged. So, what he said was right. Thales took a deep breath. So, you're going to tell me that you discovered a legendary anti-mystic equipment that is effective against the Magic Empress and is not recorded in the records? This time, Asda stared at him for a long time before he spoke seriously. In case you regret it after listening to me, I will ask you again. Are you sure you want to listen? Thales rolled his eyes in his heart. Cut the crap. The Duke was resolute and left no room for doubt. Speak. Why are you trying to be mysterious? Do you really think I don't know? The Dragon Breaker, the Blade of Purification, the greatest king's achievement, and also the only weapon that can possibly seal the two empresses, has been in his hands for a long time, and he has even used it before. Do you really think you can scare me by putting on this act and stirring up the atmosphere? Asda revealed a mysterious smile. Wait, when he thought of this, Thales felt a headache coming on. Aside from the indifference of having experienced hundreds of battles, how am I supposed to control the right amount of shock to show that I have seen the world, and not arouse his suspicion? In the Battle of Eradication, every legendary anti-mystic equipment was created by the two empresses and then distributed to the chosen disaster hunters so that they could use their power to hunt down mystics. While Thales was thinking, the air mystic had already spoken. However, what Asda said was not what Thales thought. But after combining and comparing all the relevant records in Constellation, I confirmed something interesting. Some of the equipment was definitely distributed after the Battle of Eradication. Thales, who was looking forward to hearing about the Blade of Purification, did not react for a moment. He paused. So, this is very normal. The teenager picked his ears and continued following his train of thought. Although the war has ended, the hunt for the calamities is still ongoing. The two empresses' target is not only the extremists, but also other mystics, such as you. Moreover, a troublesome person like Giza is still alive and kicking. When he said this, Thales shuddered violently. Wait a minute. There's something wrong with what Asda said just now. Outside the study room, Vanguard Morgan and Protector Kursta stood facing each other. One had a cold expression, and the other was focused. Our Highness, Kursta stared at the door intently, but he did not hear any sound from inside. Sometimes does something unexpected, doesn't he? Morgan did not respond. Kursta snorted softly. Did you hear what Commodore said? They are in Scarlet District. Don't bother trying to get close to me, Thorn Barbarian. Vanguard Morgan rudely cut him off. He did not even look at Kursta. I'm not interested. Kursta, expression froze. Thorn Barbarian. Kursta, who had bronze skin and an exotic face, took a deep breath. That's right. My father is indeed from Thornland, but he is also a noble of Alumbia Kingdom, and my maternal grandmother is an Orthodox Constellatiate. Who cares who made you a bastard? Protector Morgan, who kept strangers away, raised his voice and snorted disdainfully. Just guard your door, Thorn Barbarian. Thorn Barbarian? Kursta, breathing quickened, and he clenched his fists. They said you are a veteran. Kursta's tone turned cold. But you were chased out by the army because you fled from battle? This sentence took effect. For the first time, Morgan moved his gaze to Kursta. But Kursta's tone became more mocking. That must be interesting, right? The Thorn barbarian sneered. Didn't your commanding officer beat the sh*t out of you? The moment he finished speaking, Morgan's gaze changed. It was bone-chilling. The veteran's hand moved to his weapon. Remember, we are on duty. Kursta placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist and said coldly, so don't get any stupid ideas. Unless, you want to be chased out by the guards outside the army? Morgan's hand stopped moving. His gaze was cold. Do you know why they chased me out? Kursta sneered disdainfully. Who cares? What are you doing? At that moment, the sudden appearance of the unfamiliar figure shocked Kursta and Morgan. Kursta instinctively drew his sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a sharp sound rang. Kursta withdrew his sword in time and stabbed it into the wall. It was only a foot away from the unfamiliar figure's neck. F asterisk ck. F asterisk ck. F asterisk ck. Kursta cursed fiercely. He withdrew his sword while still in shock. I almost F asterisk king. Way, Master Vitano? Kursta and Morgan stared at the hunchbacked figure that appeared beside them. It was the watchman of Star Lake Fort. The old man, Vitano, was holding a lamp as he stood trembling in front of the door. When he remembered how polite Mallows was to the person before him, Kursta quickly sheathed his sword and changed his tone. You scared me. Hey, old man. Morgan was not as good-tempered. He glared at Vitano and sheathed the two short swords at his waist as well. What are you doing here? The shadow of the lamp swayed, and the figure trembled. Vitano slowly turned his head around and glanced at the two with his turbid eyes. Didn't you feel it? Wow, you can talk. Kursta was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He cleared his throat. I'm sorry, feel what? A rat. Vitano stared at the door of the study room. The old man raised the lamp and said with certainty, in the castle. There's a rat. No matter how much they disliked each other, Kursta and Morgan still exchanged glances. Even though their communication was not very efficient. Morgan sized up the old man and said coldly, an old rat. Kursta smiled. Of course, the only place without rats in this damn castle should be the Rapid Shadow Tower. It's the nest of wild cats. But Vitano shook his head. His gaze never left the door. It's a rat from outside. Vitano looked at the door and said slowly but firmly, I'm not going to give up. A very, very big rat. Very big. Kursta and Morgan exchanged glances again. The man of thorns narrowed his eyes, pointed at his head, and lowered his voice. Hey, isn't he a little? Morgan pursed his lips and did not reply. But in the next second, Vitano's body trembled and he stepped forward. Two arms firmly blocked his way, one on the left and the other on the right. They also blocked his way. Please stop, Master Vitano. When he saw the direction the old man wanted to go, Kursta was firm and stern. If you really want to see the Duke, I can inform him first. This path is blocked. Morgan was even more concise. Vitano recovered from his shock while trembling. He began to size up the two people again. Are you royal guards? The old man asked softly. Kursta put down his arm and smiled. Yes, we are the royal family. In Star Lake Castle, you should jump, the old man said coldly. The words that came out of his mouth came out of nowhere. Kursta frowned. What? All of you. Vitano's words were drawn out. He was panting like a dying man. All of you should jump down from the castle. Jump down? Morgan's gaze sharpened. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Jump down? Why? Kursta was puzzled. Vitano turned his head. He first glanced at Kursta, then glared at Morgan, and finally fixed his gaze on the door of the Duke's room. Because all of you are useless. You can't even catch a rat. The moment he finished speaking, the old man ignored the two puzzled people and turned around. Under the flickering light, he left the place with difficulty, step by step, and disappeared into the depths of the corridor. Kusta and Morgan stared at his back, unable to make heads or tails of it. D was right. Watching him walk away, Kusta shook his head. That old man, even if he's not a zombie, there's definitely something wrong with his brain. Kill him, Morgan said coldly. Kusta was stunned. Morgan stared at the cold corridor and gritted his teeth. His tone was chilling. The next time he appears like this, we will kill him together. Kusta blinked. Are you crazy? Morgan bared his teeth. His killing intent was overflowing. No, I'm serious. Kusta took a deep breath and looked around. No. O Lady of Harvest and Sunset Goddess above, why? Morgan snorted coldly. The veteran's gaze was sharp. Because, from the distance when we discovered him, he would have been able to kill us. Kill us? Ha, for Thornland's sake, I really can't King believe it. Kusta was puzzled and did not know whether to laugh or cry. All right, let's kill that old man, and then how do we explain it? Because he said that we, can't catch a rat? Morgan nodded. He still stared at the corridor as if there was some threat there. Yes. And he is the rat, the damned rat. Kusta looked confused. Crazy. The Thorn Man tried again and again, but in the end, he gave up and sighed. You and him, both of you are crazy. O Lady of Harvest above, if there's a next time, I'd rather be on duty with that crippled mute. The damn rat. Chapter 640. In the study, Thales stared at the mystic in a daze. After the war. The youth subconsciously repeated the words. Asda looked back at him with the ghost of a smile, as if he had seen his prey. After the war. After the war? Thales widened his eyes. It was as if a cord had been unraveled in his brain. Mr. Sakern, when did the relationship between the two empresses break and become hostile to each other? The mystic remained calm and answered in a tone that was neither too light nor too heavy. You've already told me. The next moment, the blue light in Asda's eyes lit up again. After the war. After the war. Thales held his breath. That means... The teenager slowly sorted out his thoughts, and his expression became more and more shocked. The two magic empresses fell out after the war and went their separate ways. The reason why they hid behind the scenes. The reason why they sealed mystic energy. The reason why they were enemies. The reason why they had such a tacit understanding. Thales' breathing quickened when he understood the crux of the matter. No, it's not the blade of purification. What the air mystic discovered was not the result of his grandfather's greatest king, nor was it the so-called perfect anti-mystic equipment. Sauron and the Supreme Ring, Thales muttered. He was drenched in cold sweat without realizing it. Asda was puzzled. What? Thales snapped out of his daze and shook his head. It's not important. It's just a Northland folktale. But then he widened his eyes. But the important thing is, if this inference is correct, these 2 points of time coincide. This means that these legendary anti-mystic equipment were only distributed to the disaster hunters after the Battle of Eradication. These legendary anti-mystic equipment, Thales said in a daze. It's very likely that they were made after the relationship between the two empresses broke down and they went their separate ways. He looked at his guide in disbelief. Under Thales' incredulous expression, Asda smiled and nodded slowly. He continued the rest of the sentence. One of the empresses, without the other party or even behind the other party's back. Made in secret and forged alone. The study became quiet. Only the candlelight chased away the darkness. Made in secret and forged alone. These words echoed in Thales' mind, causing him to be stunned on the spot. Because of this, the light in the mystic's eyes was faintly discernible. These armaments were forged in secret by only one party, and their secrets are not known by the other party. It is highly possible that they are strong enough to harm or even seal. The next moment, the blue light in Asda's eyes became extremely sharp. Another empress. When he heard this, Thales was completely stunned. He could only go back and forth, trying his best to digest this news. Forged by an empress in secret, It was a weapon forged solely by herself. Distributed to the disaster hunters after the war. Yet, he was able to seal another, and that means, wait a minute. Thales snapped out of his daze and quickly raised his hand to stop the man from continuing. The teenager summoned the sin of Hell's River and tried hard to regulate his breathing so that he could digest this shocking news. He tried not to think of the shocking significance behind it. I understand, Mr. Sakern. This is no small matter, but before we come to a conclusion, we must be cautious. Thales lowered his voice and subconsciously looked around. First of all, we have to figure out why the legendary anti-mystic equipment cannot seal the two emperors. Is it because the two emperors, as the creators, understand the mechanism of the anti-mystic equipment? Or did they leave something behind in the equipment? In fact, what if the legendary anti-mystic equipment cannot seal the two emperors is not because the two emperors created them, but because of their level of power or something else? What if the two emperors' level or characteristics determine that they cannot be sealed? Thales looked at the mystic seriously and gesticulated to express his thoughts. Asda also stared at him quietly, his face expressionless. At this moment, they were like a pair of teacher and student, having the purest discussion about a certain problem. Your rebuttal is not without reason. Not long after, the guide spoke again. His voice was rational and clear. But this at least means that one of the two emperors has the ability to forge a legendary anti-mystic equipment alone. Thales clenched his fists. No, that is not necessarily the case. The teenager shook his head and questioned, why must the equipment issued after the war be forged by a certain empress alone, and not by the two emperors before they turned against each other? This does not prove that the two emperors can be. It does not prove your conclusion. Hearing this, Asda chuckled. He did not directly answer Thales' question, but changed to another topic. Do you know, with Constellation as an example, the origin and manufacturing information of the legendary anti-mystic equipment in each country can only be traced back to year 14 of the calendar of eradication? Year 14 of the calendar of eradication? Thales narrowed his eyes. That is the 4th year after Constellation was founded. That is also the year when the World Cleansing Project began, the mystic said casually. The World Cleansing Project. The term returned to Thales' mind and awakened many of his memories. The mystic leaned forward slightly, his tone full of suspicion and vigilance. The question is, why? Why does the World Cleansing Project hide this information? But Thales did not answer. But a small voice rang in his heart. Because this information is crucial, very sensitive, very deadly. They must be hidden from the world. Thales took a deep breath, looked up and said, but this does not mean. Asda ignored his doubts and continued to speak. And why, Thales? Why for thousands of years, people have tacitly agreed that all legendary anti-mystic equipment cannot affect or seal the magic empress? Why? Thales was stunned. Did the two empresses tell them themselves? The mystic was extremely serious, and if not, Thales remembered something. After the war, the heroes of mankind used tragic facts to prove that all existing legendary anti-mystic equipment could not seal Blood Spike and Helen. In the prison of bones, Ricky's strange smile appeared in his mind. There must be someone. The teenager took a deep breath and continued to speak based on his memories and train of thought. To be precise, some disaster hunters must have tried. They held legendary anti-mystic equipment and attacked the magic empresses. Really crazy. Asda nodded. There was an indescribable fluctuation in his tone. And they failed, and not just once. That's why the world can come to such a firm conclusion. In the next second, the mystic's tone suddenly changed. The question is, which disaster hunters did it? Which equipment? Which empress? This question also aroused Thales' curiosity. He waited for the mystic's answer. There is no answer. Asda shook his head slowly. Even with Fruland and Giza's help and the support of the vast amount of information in Constellation, I did not find any records of the two empresses being assassinated by the legendary anti-mystic equipment. Only the conclusion that the two empresses are not afraid of the legendary anti-mystic equipment, which is as unquestionable as common sense, is circulated in the circle of those who have access to and use the legendary anti-mystic equipment, as if it is a self-evident truth. After listening to this, Thale's expression changed. There is no solid evidence, but there is an incomparably firm conclusion. That can only prove one thing. In other words, the conclusion is that they were. The mystic snorted coldly. That's right. When you just mentioned why the legendary anti-mystic equipment could not seal the two empresses, if we follow the clues, we can easily find that from the beginning, this concept has been very strange. Thales tensed up. Asda continued, "Now, let's assume that the hunters who tried to assassinate the two empresses with the legendary anti-mystic equipment." "Stop." Thales interrupted him forcefully, waving his hands in the air. "No, there are too many hypotheses. It is too risky, there are too many uncertainties," Asda replied coldly. "Hypotheses are one of the most important ways to advance knowledge. If we can verify it." Seeking proof. Thales took a deep breath and said seriously, "But what if you can't even establish the basis of your hypothesis? What if no one had tried to assassinate the two empresses? If even the incident of someone assassinating the two empresses with the legendary anti-mystic equipment to prove that they cannot be sealed is false and non-existent, and was fabricated." When he said this, Thales was stunned. It had been fabricated by someone else. Seeing the teenager's dazed expression, the mystic snorted coldly. "Is Thales? If the assassinations were fake, if the stories such as somebody tried to assassinate the two emperors and it was discovered that the anti-mystic equipment was ineffective against the two emperors a long time ago, were fabricated and told to the world, and the two emperors simply allowed them to spread for thousands of years," Asda did not continue, but his eyes were extremely sharp. Thales nodded and continued the conversation absent-mindedly. "That's even more proof that there's a big problem behind these rumors and the concept that people with ulterior motives have fabricated." Looking at him, Asda smiled. "Now, let's go back to the previous step. If those assassinations were true, if there's really someone who's not afraid of death, if there's really a hunter who tried to assassinate the two empresses with the legendary anti-mystic equipment." The mystic's words made Thales gulp unconsciously. He felt as if he had returned to 700 years ago and saw those crazy warriors. Then they can only happen when the two empresses have yet to live in seclusion. At least then, the hunters can still find them and carry out more than one assassination. Asda's tone became very soft and gentle, but to Thales, it sounded as heavy as a mountain. "And here comes the problem. First, the humans assassinate them, then the two empresses live in seclusion. Is there any logical connection between this?" The mystic said softly, "Why? Why is it so coincidental? If those assassinations completely failed, and the legendary anti-mystic equipment was also proven to be ineffective against the creator, then why would the two empresses live in seclusion? Is it really as you said because they're very homebodies?" At the end, Asda made a rare joke that was neither too big nor too small. But Thales was not in the mood to listen to his jokes. The teenager shook his head and sorted out his thoughts. "No, it's a little messy, a little messy. Why did the two empresses live in seclusion after they encountered the ineffective assassinations in the eyes of the world? No." Thales rubbed his forehead desperately. "No, you can't infer cause from effect. This is too hasty. Have you ever played Sudoku?" Thales was stunned and looked up. "What?" Asda looked at the air and moved his fingers gently. "Sometimes, when there is insufficient evidence, we need to fill in a certain number in the blank and then go through step by step to verify, test, and compare to verify whether the number is in line with the rules of the game." The mystic turned his head back. "Verify whether it is the only answer." Now, break your preconceptions, let go of your shackles, and wander in your imagination, Thales. Think about it. If our guess is true, There was a hint of bewitchment in his tone. If the legendary anti-mystic equipment forged by an empress alone can really seal another empress, if after the war, they are strangely sent to the secular world and equipped to the calamity hunters in the mortal world. As he listened to the mystic, Thales's eyebrows furrowed. F***ck, all right, let's not talk about anything else first. Let's assume that this is true. Follow this logic and fill in the number. The teenager gulped. All right, if this is the truth behind the assassination of the two empresses, then... Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to enter the mystic's line of thought. A long time ago, the magic empress was not assassinated by a crazy mortal. Instead, she was assassinated by another empress, her former collaborator, current competitor, and future nemesis, by the legendary anti-mystic equipment forged by the other party alone. Asda looked at him silently. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and the blue light in his eyes flowed at a constant speed. Who was it? Thales raised his head, his gaze sharp. Forging the equipment behind the other party's back and using a mortal to plot an assassination. Was this done by Helen or Bloodthorn? My guess. The mystic said faintly, both. He snorted in disdain. The two bitches did the same thing. Thales frowned. Asda continued to speak. Both of them betrayed each other and secretly created secret weapons that could seal each other. At the same time, they planned to use the hands of mortals to give each other a fatal blow. After the battle of eradication, they would enjoy the supreme throne of mystic energy alone. But, Asda stared at the starry sky outside the window and did not continue. But they survived, Thales muttered. The two empresses met their match. They saw through each other's schemes and escaped from the equipment that could threaten them. This was the real reason why they avoided the secular world and hid behind the scenes, so that no one could find them. The more Thales spoke, the more shocked he became. Because from that moment on, they could no longer walk around the world without fear. The two empresses had grasped the secret of sealing the mystics, and with the greatest malice towards each other, they each forged weapons that could seal each other. They then distributed them to the hunters, and as time passed, they scattered them to various countries. Thales said. They were hidden in the so-called legendary anti-mystic equipment that could not seal the magic empress. Thales froze in place. All the equipment could seal mystics, but there were a few that could seal the magic empress. Asda raised his head and let out an unusually pleased laugh. Therefore they were afraid, wary, and vigilant. Among the legendary anti-mystic equipment possessed by the secular mortals in various countries, there were a few special equipment that they did not recognize. They came from the hands of their mortal enemies, but they could endanger themselves. The mystic stopped laughing, and the killing intent in his eyes rose. Then, the question left for us is, which one? Thales raised his head abruptly. Which one? With indescribable panic, he asked. Which legendary anti-mystic equipment was forged alone, and which magic empress could be sealed? But Asda's emotions cooled down. He shook his head. As I said, all the production records of the legendary anti-mystic equipment have been destroyed. We do not know. Thales gritted his teeth. At that moment, countless weapons flashed through his mind. The supreme sword, the staff of constellation, the dark night black coffin, the supreme shield, the motionless bow, the rising sun saber, the severing soul's blade, the soul slayer pike, the crossbow of time. Which ones are not, which ones might be, wait. Thales seemed to have thought of something. He sighed, and there was disappointment on his face. We might not know, but the empresses might not. They know which equipment was made by themselves, and which was definitely not. Besides, it has been 700 years. If such equipment really existed, they would have found it a long time ago. It would have been completely sealed or even destroyed to eliminate the threat. But the mystic had a different opinion. They can't do it. Thales frowned. But Asda was calm and unruffled. He enjoyed the night view of Star Lake Castle. Firstly, to them, each other is the most terrifying enemy. If one of them wants to find a certain equipment that can restrain them, Thales understood and came to a realization. then the other party will definitely do their best to protect or hide it. Asda nodded. Secondly, they are like us. Like us. Thales' thoughts turned. I understand now. The teenager clapped his hands and said in realization, if those special legendary anti-mystic equipment are really effective against them, then the two empresses will not be able to touch or even get close to them, just like how you can't get close to Eternal Star City and Renaissance Palace. So, if they want to deal with these equipment, they must rely on others, in the secular world, those who are not mystics, to do the work for them. The mystic nodded. So, they will never and cannot appear in front of the world. Asda's gaze focused. But they will use their unimaginable power behind the scenes, stretch out their tentacles and claws, and stir up the world. Stir up the world, in the secular world. Thales' thoughts became clearer. Thirdly, Asda continued, the hypothesis has been completed. Now, it is time for us to find evidence and verify it. In the next second, he looked at Thales and uttered a word. Peninsular War. Thales' gaze shifted. What? Asda regained his elegant demeanor. From the beginning of the 2nd century to the end of the 5th century in the calendar of eradication, the Eastern Peninsula and the Western Peninsula experienced 4 peninsular wars. But why? Peninsular wars. Thales sank into deep thought. The two peninsulars are separated by a great distance, and it is difficult to hear from each other. Aside from a few countries, the profits from the wars can only barely cover the cost of the expeditions. Then, why do the rulers and vassals of the various countries want to cross the ocean to start a war? Is it really for hegemony and benefits? Standpoint and politics? The mystic's change in tone made Thales nervous. Or is it because of some inconvenient, or even more terrifying existences who can't take action? Thales' gaze shifted. He remembered a memory. It was 7 years ago, before he went on a diplomatic mission to Extet and arrived at Broken Dragon Fortress. It was in the snow-covered birch forest. Blood clan, death, betrayal. A certain queen's words echoed in his ears. As for the Dark Knight Black Coffin, perhaps many forces hoped to obtain a legendary anti-mystic equipment. But rest assured, among those who understand its value and origin, no one would have the guts to covet the Dark Knight Black Coffin, except for the terrifying mystics. When he thought of this, the teenager was instantly shocked. Damn it. C. Thales took a deep breath. You let me calm down. This is too. Asda snorted coldly and did not speak again. Thales calmed down and shook his head. No, the evidence is still not enough. A hypothesis is still a hypothesis, but it is worth risking everything to verify it, the mystic said faintly. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Their gazes met in the candlelight. One of them was solemn, while the other was light and indifferent. At that moment, it was as if Thales was the patient and patient teacher, and Asda was a bold and rash student. A few seconds later, all right if this is true. Thales sighed. If there really is a legendary anti-mystic equipment created by one empress and able to seal another empress in this world, then why is it that no one in the world knows about it? When he said this, Thales paused. Asda's laughter traveled into his ears. Of course the people don't know about it. Because they don't allow it. Thales stared at him. This is the most interesting part. 2 empresses, spear and shield, opposing each other, balancing and restraining each other. Asda had a faint smile on his face. After seeing through each other's tricks, the 2 empresses who turned against each other and became enemies may be furious, hate each other to the bone, and be on guard against each other. But for their own safety, the mystic's words were resolute and resolute, like the sharpest blade that cut through all flukes. They also had to maintain the most basic tacit understanding. They had to work together and completely suppress this secret. They had to seal it forever so that no one in the world, no mortals, especially mortals who understand the history of mystics and the hunters who control the legendary anti-mystic equipment, would know the most terrifying truth. Asda's tone became lighter and lighter, like a sharpened blade, becoming sharper and thinner. In other words, the secret weapon that sealed the two empresses has actually been in their hands since the Battle of Eradication. What people need to do is to know and believe, search and verify it. Then, they can break the unquestionable creed in their hearts. The candlelight around them was as warm as ever. However, the ceiling was dead silent. Only starlight shone through the darkness outside the window. Some shone in the sky, and some rippled on the surface of the lake. A few seconds later, Asda said softly, "Thales, you asked me before, are we the ones who brought about the bloody year?" Thales did not answer, but his expression became more solemn. "That's right." Asda smirked coldly. "Can you imagine how shocking, crazy, and terrifying this secret is to the two empresses? And how excited they are? I don't know who brought about the bloody year." The mystic stared at Thales. "But I am certain that once there are any rumors or signs in this world, even if they only hint at this terrifying secret, that a few legendary anti-mystic equipment are the nemesis of the two empresses." Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Out of consideration for their safety and their fear of each other, the two empresses who stand at the top may not directly appear and attack. The mystic's words became even more terrifying. But they will temporarily put down their unforgettable hatred, give up everything, use all their madness, mobilize all their power in the secular world, track down the source at all costs, seal the news, cut off the spread, and ensure that anyone who already knows the secret. Asda's gaze became fierce. "Does not exist anymore." Thales trembled slightly. "Even if there are piles of bones and rivers of blood, lives will be plunged into misery and suffering." Thales breathed in a daze. It was also the Jade Star royal family that went to Hell's River together during the bloody year. In the prison of bones, Ricky's voice rose again. "The ferryman's bell. Can you imagine?" The blue light in the mystic's eyes became clearer, but his tone became more fanatical. It was just like the first time he saw Thales in the chess room. The magic empresses were so high up and unreachable. He chuckled as if he had seen through something. But because of their enmity, they fell into a quagmire and fell into the secular world. Like us, they had to rely on children's games. "We put up a fight on the streets, and they called for war in the mainland." Asda's tone turned cold, and he regained his composure. "There is no difference between the two." After listening to this, Thales sat on the desk in a daze. He was dazed. "Do you know, Asda Sakern," he said slowly, his voice was hoarse. It was as if he had just fought the most difficult battle. "You are AF** King Genius." The mystic looked at him. In the so-called alliance of the three disasters, when Giza and Fruland were racking their brains to improve their strength or to seek external objects, but to no avail, Thales looked up and stared at him in disbelief. "But you found the possible weakness of the two empresses? Or at least a suspicious point, by collecting information, sorting out intelligence, piecing together fragments, analyzing logic, restoring history, and looking for flaws." Asda was expressionless, but he nodded slightly. "We had a conversation about this. Magic is not just about suffocating, squeezing people into balls, or even throwing chairs at you. Collecting information, filtering intelligence, comparing authenticity, looking for key points, connecting nodes, and arriving at the final discovery." The air mystic stared at the old and dilapidated bookshelf on the other wall. His tone was mechanical, and his emotions were unclear. "This is also magic. We are all on the path to omniscience, identifying the direction to move forward." Both of them were silent for a while. "So, now that you know this, let's say it's a suspicious point," Thales said cautiously. "What are you going to do?" Asda shook his head. "Not me. But you. What should you do?" Thales frowned. "What?" Asda turned around. At this moment, he was as sharp as a weapon. "Welcome to the Anti-Emperor Club, Thales." The mystic said faintly, "Because from the moment you learned the secret, you officially became the mortal enemy of Blood Spike and Helen." Thales was shocked. "Because of it, the legendary two empresses of magic will not let you go. There is no possibility of a buffer or reconciliation." Asda narrowed his eyes. "Think about the bloody year, child. They will fight with you, until one of them dies. Thales paused for a few seconds before he realized what he meant. F***ck, the teenager muttered. As I said, the burden of the truth and the secret. Asda looked at him expressionlessly and spoke in the most beautiful and pleasant voice in the world. It is very heavy. That's right, it's the new year. End of this chapter. Chapter 641. Duke Thales had been in a bad mood recently. According to a well-informed insider from the 7 Jade Star attendants family, who did not want to reveal his name, to protect the person involved, we will use the pseudonym BB here. The prince did not enjoy his meals. He was listless in class, overworked himself in martial arts class, had a lot on his mind when he was deep in thought, and would sometimes shut himself off and be in a daze. Occasionally, he would sigh and lament about life. As for the reason, there were different opinions in the Star Lake Fort. Some said that it was the resentment after being exiled, some said that the Duke had quarreled with Officer Mallows again, and some guessed that it was because the Logistics Division's bill for the past few months was not good. But our reliable informant BB, pseudonym, gave the most direct reason. On the night that Costa and Morgan were on duty, Duke Thales was training hard in his own room. He was sweating profusely and had climaxes one after another. He was intoxicated and was on the verge of death when a few rats barged in and disturbed him. The prince, whose mood was ruined, was furious. He pulled out his sword and slashed at them. According to the person who cleaned up the mess, even the poor chair was cut in half. Of course, the exact news still needed to be further revealed by BB, pseudonym Danny Doyle. Mammy Valencia, who had just arrived at the castle, roared. Her voice reverberated throughout the castle and chased Didi, who was chatting happily with the maids, out of the room. Your duty is to hold the sword, not to chat. If I catch you again, I'll beat you up. As time went by, Star Lake Fort became more and more perfect from the construction to the staffing. For example, the new supervisor nanny, Ashley Valencia, was strict in her manner and her methods were strict. The most common phrase that came out of her mouth was, I'll F***CKU. According to the well-informed BB, a pseudonym, he even heard Nanny threaten Officer Mallows once. It's okay, Mammy. At the dining table, Thales, who was wearing a scarf, was listless. I was the one who encouraged D to chat more with everyone, so that the castle would not be too quiet and lifeless. Mammy Valencia's anger had not yet subsided. He used your affairs as a topic to talk about. What he talked about were all baseless rumors, some of which would ruin your reputation if spread out. Everyone is curious about the secrets of the Duke of Star Lake's life. But Thales just waved his hand and did not care about it. Be it rumors or the truth, there has to be an exit. Instead of letting others find this exit and make wild guesses, Thales shook his head nonchalantly. Mammy Valencia turned around and looked at him kindly, as if she was looking at her own grandson. Oh, my dear, your highness, everything about you is good, but your heart is too soft. The granny had been in charge of more than one large family. She had a good reputation and was respected. Even though she was over 60 years old, she was still full of energy. She, who was planning to retire, was specially invited by Baron Quinton to come to Star Lake Castle. She was in charge of taking care of the Duke's meals and lodging, as well as managing the newly hired servants in the castle. Now, my dear, you must be very hungry. Mammy Valencia skillfully served the dishes. Eat quickly. Remember, the quantity must be sufficient, and the variety must be balanced. Thank you, Mammy. Thales nodded and pointed at a plate of roasted vegetables awkwardly. But I don't like lettuce as much as the rumors say, so can I change it to something else? Mammy Valencia's smile did not diminish, but she raised her wrist and instantly pulled out a pointer. F***. Thales shuddered and subconsciously raised his hand to protect his face. Slap. There was an explosion. In the next second, a certain black cat that had climbed in through the window and was sneaking its head towards the Duke's dining table jumped pathetically, dodging the Mammy's pointer in the nick of time. Meow. The black cat jumped off the dining table and leaped to the corner. It glared at the mammy angrily with its fur puffed up. "That is not something you should eat." Mammy Valencia withdrew her pointer and stared expressionlessly at the furious black cat. "You uncultured brute." Thales put down his arms awkwardly, but when he heard that, he shuddered. "Meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow." The black cat said a few harsh words and looked at the Duke's dining table unwillingly. In the end, it chose to give up. It leaped out of the door without looking back, bringing back Doyle's screams along the way. "No, no. That was my lunch." "Ah, it's you again, you stupid cat." "This little brute is obviously inexperienced. How dare you eat under my nose?" Valencia turned around and became kind and gentle again. "Sorry, dear, what did you say just now?" Under the mammy's understanding smile, Thales' appetite increased. He picked up the plate of roasted lettuce excitedly and ate it with relish. He had no complaints or regrets. In the past few months, besides hiring servants and workers, the logistics division had also brought back different breeds of rat-catching cats from the market and the fields according to Duke Thales' inexplicable but unquestionable orders. Together with the original nests of stray cats in the castle, the annoying rat infestation in Star Lake Castle was finally greatly reduced. The newly purchased wooden furniture survived, and the stored food in the warehouse was no longer short of weight. Even the number of plant hoppers was reduced by a lot. Piles of rat corpses were even found in the cracks of the ceiling of the Duke's room. The effect was unbelievably good. However, the increase in the number of cats brought new troubles. Firstly, the tapestries and cloth furniture started to suffer. Secondly, the environment full of cat fur made Lord Mallows sneeze continuously for a week. The servants had to increase the frequency of cleaning. Thirdly, at night, there would be cat meowing outside and outside the castle, disturbing people's sleep. Regarding this, Miss Jenny, who relied on her strength and wisdom to dominate the Star Lake Castle stable, but was helpless against the nimble cats scurrying around on the roof, had a lot of complaints. To make matters worse, the stray cats around Star Lake Castle also began to gather here. The teaching whip in Mammy Valencia's hands was no longer limited to D, but became an official cat-chasing stick. A cunning black cat even dared to break into the kitchen and even the Duke's study and dining room time and time again. It looked around innocently and curiously, observing the humans, but it was actually full of evil tricks. If it was not careful, it would scratch and break things and steal the food. The second-class protector of the Star Lake Guards, Jose Costa, was born in the Columbia Kingdom. According to him, who was very familiar with cats, the cat culture in Thornland had been prevalent for a long time. If this continued, Star Lake Castle would be full of kittens in a few months' time. Once the cat species overflowed, everything from the castle's tablecloths and tapestries, to the warehouse's kitchen, to the crow's nest at the top of the castle, and even the bird's nest lake around Star Lake would be affected. The situation was critical. The decisive Lord Mallows planned to destroy the cats, but was stopped by Duke Thales. Following His Highness' unexpected train of thought, the logistics division brought back a new answer the next week. Dogs. From the majestic and humane Ludo dog to the ferocious and aggressive raging wolf dog that specialized in hunting, from the pure and loyal watchdog to the cowardly pet dog, the Star Lake Fort had turned into a dog training ground. It had also reconstructed the ecological chain and successfully prevented the wild cats from gathering further. When there are more rats, we will buy cats. When there are more cats, we will buy dogs. When there are more dogs, we will. According to this logic, will we have to buy a king one day? Apprentice Vanguard Ness's complaint, an hour before he was whipped by the penal officer. This made Miss Jenny very happy, because she only spent a day to subdue the most majestic Ludo, Petrick, and the most ferocious raging wolfhound, Arkeberg. In addition to the stable horses that were originally under her iron hooves, in a literal sense, Jenny successfully established her absolute rule on the first floor of the Star Lake Fort, becoming the queen of the land, in name and in reality in the fort. In addition, there were also the Wildcat Empire, that coveted the Duke's dining table every day, the Flying Bird Alliance, that occupied the tree trunks and messenger crows, and the evil rat swarm, that was heavily injured and was forced to retreat to the wild and underground. The four major clans in Star Lake Fort were in a standoff with each other. They were second only to the glorious and great Duke Thales and the strict and solemn Valencia Nanny. Their leaders were known as the Four Dark Kings of Star Lake Fort. Even though other than the Queen of the Land, Jenny, the other three kings of the other clans had yet to be confirmed, but this bloody and cruel story of the struggle for hegemony in Star Lake Fort was enough to prove how boring it was for D to make them up and give them nicknames one by one. Fortunately, just as Duke Thales, who was badly battered by dog urine and dog feces, was preparing to let the logistics division go to the market and the village to restock, adjust the ecological environment, and maintain the castle's tidiness, Captain Mallows and Mammy Valencia decisively intervened and stripped the Duke of his leadership over the castle's governance, only retaining his formal right to make suggestions. So, with the concerted efforts of the Duke of Star Lake Castle and his loyal subordinates, the gloomy and dilapidated castle, which had been in disrepair for a long time, welcomed new life. The castle gate was repaired, the sentry posts were readied, the doorways, moats, stairs, and outer walls were cleaned and renovated, provided that the back was ignored. The courtyard and garden were free of weeds and dust, and the stable and racecourse were especially clean and beautiful. Miss Jenny's peddling supervisor contributed a lot to this. At first glance, it looked grand and majestic. In the castle, more and more halls, rooms, corridors, warehouses, and cellars were cleaned up. Thales finally recognized the 5 ways to get from the main hall to the Wolf's Tower, including the hidden aerial walk that was discovered by the black cat that came to steal food from time to time. As long as you are not afraid of falling from the outer walls and becoming a meat patty, Mallow's kind reminder, the kitchen, washroom, and sewer were also unobstructed again. D was very proud of this. And when His Highness the Duke came back from Eternal Star City one time and got off the carriage with his hands covering his but with an unpleasant expression, even the weeds and rocks by the lake outside the castle were cleaned up and replaced with fine sand and soft soil. A clear, stable, and solid road was combed out, so that the people who went to and from Eternal Star City and Star Lake Castle would no longer have to suffer the pain of bumps and unspeakable pain. Under Duke Thales' name, the nearby fields and fiefs were also gradually straightened out their subordinate relationships, thanks to Teacher Julio's great help. The stewards and village chiefs regularly reported the recent situation to Star Lake Castle according to the rules, paid taxes, provided labor, and provided logistics. Servants, cooks, gardeners, coachmen, guards. Star Lake Castle gradually became more popular, and it looked quite like a noble's residence, although Glover still felt that this was shabby compared to the royal style. D quickly reminded him that this was called simplicity. Under Grandma Valencia's instructions, they even cultivated a few fields in the abandoned open space outside the castle. They were discussing about planting crops, and when the season came, they would come in handy. Seeing that everything was gradually on the right track, only the owner of the castle was not happy. After that night, the sky blue invitation card did not appear again, as if Asda had forgotten about Thales. But that night conversation made Thales depressed for nearly a month, especially the sentence, "The Magic Empress will not rest until you are dead." It was a heavy blow, and it made the Duke of Star Lake feel depressed, and he could not eat or sleep in peace. The secret of the body of calamities, the heavy burden of the Duke of Star Lake, the dangerous oath with the king, these things were already enough to make him breathless. Now, there was also the perfect anti-mystic equipment and the Magic Empress. For a few moments, Thales, who was almost going bald from scratching his head, even wanted to put down his sword and run away with Asda. No, even if I am determined to elope with little Benny, looking at the latter's fervent persistence, I still can't escape from the Magic Empress. Thinking of this, Thales, who had nothing to live for, missed the days in Dragon Cloud City very much. Those Northland barbarians who wanted to cut him into pieces every day, the more he thought about it, the cuter they became. Until one afternoon, the Duke of Star Lake welcomed the first batch of guests after he moved into Star Lake Castle. Unusual guests. In front of the gate of Star Lake Castle, The Star Lake guards and servants stood upright, watching Mallows receive the visiting commander-in-chief of the Royal Guards, Lord Fabio Adrian. "You look surprised?" Adrian, who stepped off the stirrup, was proper and gentle. He spoke cordially, not at all disturbed by the haze of the night when the prince forced him to abdicate. A little, Mallows pulled the reins skillfully, turned around, and passed it to Toledo behind him. At the same time, he motioned for the others to receive the few royal guards who accompanied him. "Considering that we just received a messenger crow 15 minutes ago." Adrian looked at the other party's expression and smiled. "I know, this trip is indeed a little presumptuous, and the guest we are escorting is also on a whim. Guest of honor." Mallows frowned when he heard this. Seeing this, the captain of the Royal Guards patted Mallows' shoulder with a smile. Adrian understood Mallows. This former herald liked to arrange everything clearly and methodically. He was even more used to preparing for a rainy day and being prepared for any eventuality. Correspondingly, Mallows did not like accidents and hated taking risks. There was no improvisation in his dictionary. Any situation that was not in his plans would make him frown. In that case, it was really difficult for him to serve Prince Thales. What a pity! The original intention of the watchmen of the Royal Guards was to deal with accidents. Toledo, Glover, Tangexen, Praka, Trefanov. The Star Lake Guards greeted their former colleagues from Renaissance Palace with stern faces. The latter also had solemn expressions, and a few of the Royal Guards were even unwilling to let them touch their mounts. Their armor and helmets were not removed, their weapons were not used, and they were not even willing to say much. They had only been separated for a few months, but there was already a gap between them. Only Doyle was beaming with joy, waving and greeting everyone he was familiar with, whether they were familiar with him or not. "Yo bro, you look very familiar. Which wing transferred you from? Wow, you are so strong and your helmet is so cool." We are all the Emperor's Praetorian Guards, don't be so cold." Many people did not know whether to answer or not, and it was extremely awkward. Captain Adrian saw all this, but he did not bat an eyelid. He just walked forward with Mallows and sized up the brand new Star Lake Fort. "I can see that you have run this place well. I haven't seen Star Lake Fort like this for many years." Swoosh. Meow. Before he finished speaking, a yellow-spotted cat chased after a messenger crow, and both of them flew past in front of them, kicking up dust that landed on Adrian's boots. The captain could not help but choke on his words. Mallows' expression was also a little unpleasant. "In that case, *ow. Chasing after the cat and bird, a small puppy clumsily pounced over, tripping over itself once, and staggered as it chased after the cat and bird. So, enthusiastic." Captain Adrian finally found an adjective with great difficulty, and he coughed softly. "That's right, there are more small animals." More small animals. Mallows looked at the chaotic scene in the distance, and thought of a certain duke's genius idea of using a cat to control a mouse, and using a dog to control a cat. He could not help but rub his slightly itchy nose, and calmly replied, "Please excuse me. Star Lake Fort has been empty for many years, so it's full of wild interest." "So, are you implying that Renaissance Palace and the Royal Guards did not give you enough financial support?" "I did not say that." "Do you usually speak to Duke Thales in this manner as well?" "I dare not." Mallows did not look ashamed at all. "The setting sun is my witness, I have always been courteous and respectful to Prince Thales." Before Adrian could reply, the Duke of Star Lake himself had already arrived, accompanied by his attendant. "How can I have the honor of being honored by the guardian of Renaissance Palace?" Thales was full of smiles. Adrian bowed and was about to reply when Thales cheerfully interrupted him. "So, Lord Adrian, my old man finally could not hold back and sent you to get rid of me to prevent future trouble?" When he said this, everyone looked at him sideways, and Waya, who was behind him, turned pale with fright. Adrian's expression stiffened a little, and he looked at Mallows. The watchman politely returned him a smile. "Sorry, The Duke has been suffering from constipation recently, and he's not in a good mood. What? This time, it was Thales' turn to frown. You know about this too? Don't tell me that you always stand guard outside the toilet, move based on the smell, and observe feces? That's not necessary. Mallows was unmoved. You only need to count the amount of clean silk you use every time you go to the toilet. It's obvious that you go a lot and stay in the toilet for a long time, but you use very little. I don't want to guess that you don't like cleanliness, so there's only one answer. Thales froze. All right, I did shut myself in the toilet and think for a long time over the past few days. But, he glared at Mallows. Constipation? Really? Captain Adrian narrowed his eyes and cast Mallows a gaze that could only be understood by the tacit understanding between them. Respectful? Mallows returned him an indifferent gaze. Absolutely. I'm a prince, don't I even have the privacy to poop? Thales was indignant. But before the autumn harvest, you can't even afford to hire an extra laundry maid. Mallows was merciless and delivered a fatal blow. The prince felt short of breath and had nothing to say. Adrian thought about it. All right, they are indeed expressing their dissatisfaction with Renaissance Palace's financial support. Just as Thales was racking his brains to think of words to reply to Mallows, Captain Adrian coughed. Anyway, Your Highness, I am indeed here with a mission, the captain said with a smile. But it's not what you think. You're old. Ahem, His Majesty ordered me to escort the kingdom's meritorious hero back to his hometown to rest. Meritorious hero? Thales narrowed his eyes. Nowadays there are still people who can become. But before he could finish speaking, a unique voice came from behind him. Wow, you've grown up, child. Thales was shocked when he heard that. As the voice faded away, another group of people followed behind the royal guards and stepped into the castle's gate. They stood tall, had awe-inspiring auras, and moved swiftly. It was obvious that they were soldiers. Thales' gaze was fixed on the leader. A guest in casual clothes stepped down from the stirrups and walked out of the group with a laugh. He walked towards Thales. You look like an adult now. Behind the prince, Waya was pleasantly surprised. Ralph could only impatiently remind him to maintain his composure. Thales controlled his breathing and smiled as he stared at his old acquaintance whom he had not seen for many years. The guest was not tall, but her posture was confident and at ease. She calmly walked past the Star Lake guards and royal guards and arrived in front of Thales. You look like an adult. In fact, you are the 21st person to say this about me, but I am still very happy. Thank you for acknowledging me. A few seconds later, the Duke of Star Lake took a step forward. Although it was not polite, he sincerely bowed to the guest in front of him, the woman who stood out among the men. It has been a long time since we last met. I missed you. Welcome to my castle, honorable lady. Sonia Cecere. Sonia, Doyle, who was in the queue, was shocked when he heard this. He whispered, What? So, that's the fortress. Glover, who was beside him, bumped into him. Shut up. But even the zombie himself stared at the woman. While the people of Star Lake Fort were shocked, the veteran Jenned walked over from behind. He excitedly took the reins of Sonia's steed and hugged his old colleagues from the Star Lake Army. You said that your castle is? Sonia stretched and strode forward, ignoring the guards who had powerful backgrounds around her. Your castle? Thales nodded cheerfully and followed her. Mallows and Captain Adrian, who were ignored, looked at each other and followed her. They were not unhappy that they were left out. Most of the people did not complain either. They just followed quietly and stared at Sonia's back. The legendary figure who suppressed the fortress for 19 years by herself made the enemy hesitate and not dare to advance, and made the great dragon's wings unable to fly. Except for Thales. Thales stared at the familiar female warrior in front of him. What appeared in his mind was her valiant and heroic figure of wielding a broadsword as if it was light. She cut through the blood mystic's heavy encirclement in a graceful and calm manner in the blood rain that filled the sky. She protected a 7-year-old child behind her, spun around and raised her shield to slay demons. At this moment, Sonia's laughter was still cheerful and bright. It dispelled the haze and gave people endless confidence and hope. I observed for a while on the way here. Sonia walked to the periphery with familiar ease. She casually plucked a cattail fruit from a drooping tree branch, but she led a large group of people to take a strange turn with her. She pointed at the defense around Star Lake Fort. The positions and spacing of the sentries in the castle, including the patrol frequency and movement lines of the sentries outside the fort, are all the responsibility of the Defense Division. F***, I'm dying of jealousy. I'm not familiar with this yet. Which protector designed this? Protector. Doyle's eyes lit up when he heard this. He adjusted the collar of his uniform and put on an aloof expression. Just as he was about to step forward, "It's me, Your Excellency." Vanguard Glover spoke calmly behind her. Sonia turned around. It was very strange. Compared to the aloof and indifferent zombie's reputation, the current Glover was very respectful and polite. It could even be said that he was overly polite. Thanks to the trust and request of a fellow member of the Defense Division, I took charge of the preparation work for the defense of the castle. A fellow member of the Defense Division? Everyone's gazes turned in unison and stared at the protector with the highest rank. About that, the first-class protector of the Star Lake Guards, Danny Doyle, whispered awkwardly, "As the representative of the Defense Division, I have a lot of work to do, such as the sewers and the gossip about the Duke." "You big guy." Sonia walked through the crowd and ignored the expectant Doyle. She walked up to Glover with interest. Glover nodded solemnly and then added, "Apart from that, First Officer Sue Earl Toledo and First Officer Freddie Tunson of the Command Division, Second Officer Leo Morgan and Novice Officer Nate Ness of the Vanguard Division, Second Officer Ad Bastia and Novice Officer Michelle Ferry of the Defense Division, and Second Officer Leo Paloga and Novice Officer Vincenzo Italiano of the Logistics Division all have help." Busy. After hearing so many names, everyone's gazes turned to Doyle again. "How do you say this?" Doyle's face stiffened and he whispered, "This is called learning from others' strengths, hee." As Doyle spoke, he suddenly bumped Glover with his arm. The zombie was stunned for a few seconds and did not react. Until Doyle bumped him a second time. Of course, Glover was shocked and suddenly stuttered. Doyle was still elbowing him in the middle. Some of the key, no, overall, In the end, all of the defensive plans were, from the very beginning, it was supported by Chief Mallows. It was supported by Duke Thales and Chief Mallows. It was under their correct leadership. It was under their strong guidance throughout the entire process. In the end, it was the one that made positive progress, was successfully produced, and passed the review. Guidance. That's right, if a check mark on a piece of paper counts as guidance, Thales thought helplessly. Glover twisted his neck with difficulty. It felt as if there was a snake coiled in his throat. We did not disgrace our mission and gained a lot. Doyle bumped him again. Glover's face was full of grief and indignation, but he still added the last sentence reluctantly, "and await your review and correction, Your Excellency, the Fortress Flower." Everyone looked at Glover helplessly. In the end, they all turned their disdainful gazes to Doyle. "What's wrong?" Doyle looked innocent, as if he had been wrongly accused of murder. "I swear on my father's property that he is telling the truth." Sonia snorted and spat out the core of the fruit. She pointed in two directions casually. "There, and there, on the platform between the two walls of the curtain wall, why didn't you arrange for manpower?" "Where what?" Thales looked up in confusion. He walked around blindly in the direction where Sonia was pointing, only to see a pile of stones. "Is his castle?" "Because it is meaningless," Glover said in a low voice. Glover replied in a deep voice. His tone returned to normal, focused and serious. "Their positions are not good, and they are not high enough. They will only become targets for longbows. The defensive structures are not enough to be effective shooting points. If you want to increase your field of vision, a taller tower will be enough to cover it." Sonia plucked another fruit, took a bite, and threw it away in disdain. If we don't set up defenses, what if the enemy's siege towers use it as a springboard to attack the outer city during wartime? Glover had a well-thought-out plan, so he did not panic. That's even better. That place will become our trap to lure the enemy. We will mobilize the enemy to gather there and reduce the pressure on the other walls. I have also made arrangements on higher ground. The enemy who rushes up the curtain wall will be considered to have entered our pocket, and we will kill them to the greatest extent possible. Adrian and Mallows nodded at his words. So that's how it is. That makes sense. Thales nodded in agreement as well. Even though he was the correct leader and strong guide, he could not see anything around the complex geometric shape of the walls. Doyle moved his arm. Glover snorted and said in an unnatural manner, Of course, this is just some of this humble one's humble opinion. It is difficult to enter the eyes of an expert. But you are the master of defending the city? Please give me your professional opinion. He turned around and glared, but Doyle beamed and gave him a big thumbs up. What kind of opinion do I have? Sonia wiped the fruit juice off her hands and shook her head. I am neither an engineer nor a builder. I have been in Broken Dragon Fortress for so many years, but I have only defended blindly based on my intuition. Whenever I feel that I cannot defend anymore, I will go out and fight back. These words, which were quite down to earth, made the people who were looking forward to the Fortress Flower's brilliant opinion immediately fall silent. That's right. Thales nodded in agreement. Say something that everyone can understand. Don't keep talking about geometry and arithmetic. But unexpectedly, Glover's eyes moved. That's right. My grandfather also said that offense can replace defense, and only offense can break the siege. A fortress that secludes itself and defends itself is just the fight of a caged beast. Asking for help and waiting for help, begging for mercy, fighting to fulfill the enemy's wishes, and leaving one's life in the hands of others, there will be no other way out. Only by using the fortress's geographical advantage to weaken the enemy, and leaving the power to counterattack to threaten the enemy, this is the meaning of winning by defending the fortress. Your words are very experienced. Many people frowned when they heard these words. Doyle was surprised and delighted. He flashed 2 thumbs up, and looked like a gratified person who had taught his son for many years finally got his reward. Enlightened. Smart. But he was met with another glare from the zombie. You're so scholarly, I don't understand. Sonia waved her hand. But I know that those 2 walls were not originally designed by Star Lake Fortress. They were added 200 or 300 years ago when Jackal was still a duke. The original intention of the construction was to serve as a barrier and a trap to lure the enemy to attack and share the pressure from the front. Thales looked in the direction Sonia pointed at again, but he still could not see which wall was different. I see. Glover said what Thales was about to say, but it was obvious that he really understood. No wonder I felt that there was something strange about them when they stood there. As expected of Jackal, Sumer III, who could easily defeat the Night Wing King and repel the Eastern Peninsula's allied forces with just a plan, Glover said, full of admiration. Sonia snorted softly and threw away the 3rd Cantago. She gave up on eating the fruit. Soldier, what's your name? Jialun. But before Glover could finish, Sonia slapped him in the chest. Slap. Seek. Thales felt the feedback from the Sin of Hell's river and estimated the strength of the slap. He was glad that the person she slapped was not him. The zombie's expression changed drastically when he was hit by such a heavy blow. His body swayed, but he still stood firmly. Sonia had a whole new level of respect for him. Yo, you have a good body. You're strong enough. She walked around Glover and looked at his body. Is it hard enough? Ha! Thank you for your guidance. A few seconds later, Glover caught his breath and answered while panting. Very good, Jialun. You're great. Sonia raised her eyebrows and put on a meaningful smile. Come to my room tonight. Let's, have a private chat? When she said this, the entire Star Lake Fortress fell silent. Glover nodded at first, but then his face turned pale with fright. What? Doyle widened his eyes and looked at Glover, then at the fortress flower. No way? Sonia looked at the reactions around her and understood something. She quickly waved her hand in the direction of the curtain wall. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. But in the next moment, the fortress flower grabbed Glover's collar and pulled him until he bent over pathetically so that he was parallel to Sonia. Sonia blinked and bit her lip. Her smile became even more perverted. Don't worry, we'll talk about some more interesting things. Once she finished speaking, Sonia laughed and strode forward. Thales turned around and glanced at Glover before he quickly caught up with Sonia's back. The group started moving again, but everyone looked at Glover with even more strange gazes. Only Mallows and Adrian were on the other side. They did not care and lowered their heads to discuss something. As for Glover himself, he stood on the spot and rubbed his chest, trying to understand what had just happened. Tisk. Zombie, you're going to be rich. Doyle put his hands on his waist and sized up his partner with a surprised expression. The chance to fight for 20 years less is tonight. Glover, riches? You said that the words you said just now would come in handy and make the officers happy. Glover remembered something and said to Doyle in annoyance, but when you said it, I felt like a fool. Doyle shook his finger with a "you don't understand" expression. Trust me, you're right. Even if you didn't make them happy, they definitely won't be unhappy. Glover had a doubtful expression. Is that so? Don't worry, Doyle patted his chest. It's definitely right. Zombie shook his head. C. Doyle, on the other hand, crossed his arms and put away his smile after his excitement died down. He looked at Sonia, who was surrounded by people from afar. So, that's the fortress flower? You don't believe me? No, that's not what I mean, Doyle shook his head. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. It's just a feeling. Feeling? Glover answered casually, but he was troubled by the private chat in Sonia's room that night and did not hear what his partner said. Yes, it's a feeling. Sonia's sincere. She's not tall and her voice isn't loud, but when she stands there, Doyle seemed to be deep in thought. I can't seem to see anyone else, including Mallows, Captain Adrian, and even His Highness. Glover did not understand this sentence either. He only spat and lamented his bad luck today. Are you going to spend the night here, sir? On the other side, Mallows and Adrian walked forward slowly and spoke softly. No, the royal guards are only escorting Lady Cecile back to her hometown to show His Majesty's favor and trust. Lord Adrian looked at the few royal guards who came with him. They were taking care of the horses. Since we have completed our mission, we will immediately return to the capital city and report to His Majesty. That's good. Mallows did not say anything, but Adrian pondered for a while. By the way, your subordinates, they seem to have distanced themselves from Renaissance Palace? Mallows' eyes flashed. Obviously. Tormund, don't you have anything to say about this? Mallows stopped in his tracks. You know, sir, the watchman said faintly, I don't have the right to speak, and neither do you. Adrian put his hands behind his back and was silent for a long time. That's good. Adrian nodded and took a step forward, but stopped midway. He turned around and changed the topic. Even though we have a tight schedule. Adrian looked at Mallows with a smile and pointed at the royal guards who came with him. But it's still okay to rest for a while and have dinner before returning to the city. Mallows' gaze froze. At this moment, the prince's cry of surprise came from the front. Hey, that. Sonia, no, you can't. Both Mallows and Adrian were shocked, and they quickly caught up with him. Everyone, calm down. Sonia? Sir? Mallows frowned. The embarrassed Thales was lifted above his head by the fortress flower by the waist. He flailed his limbs in the air. What's going on? On the other side, Waya held back Glover, who was about to draw his sword and move forward. Calm down, Glover. Calm down. She means no harm. Just get used to it, Sonia. My lady. Everyone panicked and started talking at once. However, Sonia, who had become the center of attention in Star Lake Castle, did not feel anything amiss. She even lifted Thales and spun in circles happily. At this moment, a cold swordswoman walked out from the crowd. "Sir Sonia," the swordswoman said coldly. "Everyone has been running around for so long, you must be hungry. Do you provide food?" Sonia, who was spinning in circles, froze. Amidst the crowd's cries of surprise and attempts to stop her, the swordswoman snorted in displeasure. She used her arms to release the force, and Thales landed safely on the ground. The crowd, led by Waya, breathed a sigh of relief. But before the dizzy Thales could catch his breath, he felt a weight on his shoulders. Sonia's arms were pressed against his neck from behind, and she hugged him firmly. What a pity! The fortress flower heaved a long sigh. Like a good comrade, she hugged the struggling Thales while her other hand pulled the teenager's hair skillfully. Her tone was full of regret. "Looks like I can't carry you around my neck and play with you like before. Who wants to play with you?" "Yes, it is a pity." Thales, who was roaring in his heart, felt that Sonia's arms were as hard as steel and as heavy as a boulder. He struggled to catch his breath, but could not raise his head. Yet, he had to maintain a smile and look decent in front of his subordinates. No, I mean people have to grow up." Thales saw the swordswoman wearing black gloves, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, it's Miranda." Thales greeted her in surprise to divert his attention while he twisted and struggled to squeeze out of Sonia's arm lock. Unfortunately, he had little effect. "Ah, long time no see. How have you been? It's Lady Arund," Miranda said coldly. She walked past him without any intention of helping him. "You are a prince, a duke, and a prince. You should address me appropriately." "We are not that close, Your Highness Thales." Thales choked. "Of course," the prince said, feeling wronged. For some reason, even though his status was higher, he was subconsciously cautious in front of Miranda, as if he was walking on thin ice. But before he could say a second sentence, Sonia's arms locked around him again, and she pulled him up from the ground. She changed direction and dragged him towards the hall. A large group of people had no choice but to follow in fear, afraid that the fortress flower would do something shocking again. But at that moment, they could only watch as the Duke of Star Lake was held hostage by Sonia in her strong arms. "You and Miranda? I thought you were friends who fought side by side in Dragon Cloud City?" Sonia, with her back facing everyone, winked at Thales. "Of course we are friends." Thales could not bear the burden. He was in anguish. "Sometimes." Sonia hummed in acknowledgement. "That's good." The fortress flower suddenly became serious. "Listen to me, child. Miranda is not suitable." Thales nodded in pain. Then he was stunned. "What?" Sonia sighed and patted his shoulder. "Wait until you are a little older and have more hair, then you can think about those stupid things." "Huh?" Thales was shocked. "What stupid things?" Not. But you need to train more, child. You are still skinny." Sonia finally retracted her arms, freeing Thales. "It's obvious that you are not beaten enough." In the next second, she laughed out loud and slapped Thales back with her palm. "You are not good at giving birth." Thales' body swayed. He did not manage to stop himself. His eyes rolled back as he fell forward, welcoming the sturdy and reliable ground of Star Lake Fortress, as well as the cries of Waya and the others. In the main castle, Thales lay on his stomach in the Duke's lounge, barely breathing. He tried his best to recover his vitality. "Oh my God, come, get me some meat, some wine, a gong and a drum." Sonia's unrestrained laughter came from the banquet hall. It penetrated the walls, lingered around the stone pillars, and echoed throughout the main castle. Thales covered his ears in pain. Why is she so energetic? When he thought about how the Duke of Star Lake was only temporarily absent, and that he would have to go back later to be ravaged, Thales was disheartened. The black cat that often visited the Duke's dining table ran from the direction of the dining hall. It screamed and jumped out of the window. It looked like it could not bear it either. "You get worked up. Get hard. Burn. Get the banquet going for me." Sonia's voice came again, louder than before. Another wave of voices came. This time, it was her subordinates, the soldiers of the Starlight Guards, responding happily. Damn it, as expected of the Northern Territory soldiers from Broken Dragon Fortress. Thales cursed in his heart. They were just short of talking about eating, drinking, and exercising. Hopefully, Mallows and Doyle will put in more effort and exhaust the energy of that monster flower, so that, Your Highness? Thales opened his eyes in a daze and realized that it was Mallows. All right, looks like my favorite personal guard captain can't take it anymore. He would rather switch shifts with Glover and Waya. Thales closed his eyes and decided to go with the flow. Tell that woman, I am constipated. But another voice came from beside his ear. Actually, Your Highness. Thales opened his eyes and realized that the person who spoke was the commander of the Royal Guards, Lord Adrian. His Majesty asked me to bring you a decree, the guard captain said softly. A decree. In the next second, Thales shuddered and sat up from the chair. F***. At that moment, Thales' mind cleared. Sonia's laughter and the soldiers' cheers seemed to have been cut off. Mallows nodded at Adrian and walked out of the door. Thales was left alone. He frowned and looked at the smiling Adrian. I knew it. The prince sighed. He won't let me have an easy time. He put his hand into his front pocket. As expected, he touched the bone ring. Gertaxa. The shape of the bone ring was hideous and full of thorns, but for some reason, it felt warm and smooth to the touch. It was very deceptive. I almost forgot its essence. Come, Lord Adrian. The Duke of Star Lake sat upright and snorted coldly. What is His Majesty's decree? Adrian smiled faintly. He summoned a royal guard into the waiting room. The royal guard held a scroll. I don't know either. Adrian bowed and left the room. He made it so formal. Thales looked at the scroll and shook his head in disdain. What is he going to do this time? I want to see you, the guard said softly. Thales jumped up from the chair. In the next second, the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel Jadestar V, took off the Royal Guard's standard helmet in front of him. He said indifferently, to make sure that this new sword is sharp enough. Thales' mind stopped working. Sonia's laughter came from afar, but it became fainter and fainter. Then, the door to the waiting room closed with a bang. What is going on? Thales looked at the king in the Royal Guard's uniform in disbelief. At that moment, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He was completely awake. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, King Kessel was not in a hurry to speak. He walked slowly to the window and welcomed the setting sun. Wait. Thales took a deep breath and adjusted himself. I have said this once before, but... He forced himself to speak and said the first thing that came to his mind. Do you know what happened to the last king who traveled incognito and entered a dangerous place? The king did not turn around, nor did he answer. Just as Thales was about to ask again, the king's voice rang faintly, of course. He walked into Dragon Cloud City and used the enemy's prince to maneuver around. In the end, he held all of Exted in his hands and shocked the world. Thales was stunned. Held all of Exted in his hands? No, not Chapman Lampard, not him, I mean the other one. Thales snapped out of his daze and shook his head vigorously. The other king, the one before him, do you remember him? Little hint, his name starts with N. We used to go hunting in Hunting Forest, the king interrupted him. His words were normal, but his tone was unquestionable. If it was too late, we would not return to the city. We would come straight to Star Lake Fort and spend the night with Uncle John. King Kessel still had his back to him as he stared at Star Lake outside the window. But at that time, I never realized that the sunset over Star Lake was so enchanting. The setting sun shone on the lake, creating countless golden ripples that shone brightly. And John was always kind, warm, generous, and hospitable. He often talked with us at the dining table, until he was drunk and unconscious. Thales remembered the former master of Star Lake Fort and nodded. He sounds like a wonderful person. The king snorted softly and did not distinguish between praise and criticism. He could always make people forget the bloody cruelty of hunting or other things. As they spoke, Sonia's singing when she was drunk could be faintly heard outside the door. But the strange thing was that the song was sad, the tune was gloomy, and the tune was long. In contrast to the Fortress Flowers performance today, Thales was silent. Burial song. The king listened for a while and suddenly said, "This is the Starlight Brigade's version. During those years, John and the others were not strong enough. When they fought against the rebel army, they needed to move quickly and could not stay in one place for too long. Hence, many of the soldiers' bodies could not be placed in coffins. When they mourned for their comrades, John had to change the words coffin and tombstone in the burial song to prevent the soldiers from feeling sad. The setting sun gradually dimmed, and the colors in the waiting room slowly turned cold. Thales took a deep breath and finally could not help but speak. "What exactly are you, Jade City?" Without waiting for him to finish speaking, King Kessel spat out this word. Thales frowned. "Jade City. You mean Jade City, the capital of South Coast Hill, Crystal Drop City, the capital of wealth, the land of dreams, and the one with the reputation of Constellation's Queen of Cities?" The king stared at the dark star lake. "That is your next destination." Thales was silent for a while. "For what?" "Destruction. Destruction." Thales looked up. At that moment, he felt the bone ring in his lapel pocket become heavy. It was the Oath of Alliance. It seemed to be urging and reminding him. A warning. In front of the window, King Kessel slowly turned around. A pair of cold eyes shot into the room, driving away the warmth of the setting sun. "My son," the Supreme King's tone was very flat, very normal, and did not fluctuate, as if he was talking about something that could not be more insignificant. "You have to fulfill your promise and wield your first sword." Thales did not move. "Go to Jade City." The burial song in the distance continued, cold and bleak. "Depose the guardian Duke of South Coast." The Duke's waiting room became darker. "Destruction, Zayn Covendier." Thales was dazed for a moment. "Depose the Duke. Destroy Zayn." The tit-for-tat confrontation at the royal banquet reappeared before his eyes. Rather die as a friend than as an enemy. Thales took a deep breath. "This is a warning. I want you to know, Thales, I want you to know. This is my response to you offending me, rejecting me, and even threatening me 6 years later. If you choose war, Thales, if you are determined to be my enemy, then this move is just the beginning." Thales pressed on the table, his shoulders trembling. "When it is time to shed all pretense of cordiality, even if I have to sacrifice everything, I can and will make you pay the heaviest price." In the next second, the Duke of Star Lake could no longer hold it in. He laughed out loud without restraint. "Ha!" Thales laughed very hard and loudly. But the only thing missing was laughter. The king glanced at him. "What?" "Zayn Covendier. Iris Flowers Duke? Depose. Destruction?" Thales stopped laughing. He took a deep breath and went to the window. "Nothing, I just remembered a saying." "Oh, a Northlander saying." He passed by the king. The Iron Hand King looked at the darkness in the room, and he felt the bleakness outside the window. King Kessel did not comment. He just looked at him faintly. "Every dog has his day." Thales stopped smiling. He was expressionless. Karma is a bitch. At some point in time, the sun had already set. He did not see the wonders of the sunset Star Lake. Instead, he saw countless stars reflected in the Star Lake. Every star exuded a soul-stirring cold light. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.